Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Investor Empowerment Day. My name is Lawton Ho here with Verified Investing, and this is my AMA. I go live every single day. The markets are open from 8:30 to 9 o'clock to answer your questions. But today we have a special edition of the AMA because it is Investor Empowerment Day. I hope everybody had a great weekend. As always, for those of you who are new, you can leave your questions down below. I'll do my best to answer them. And the only thing I ask that if you ask me to go over a chart, I prefer that you give me a little more context. Like if you say take a look at Apple, you can say take a look at Apple for a long or a short, or a swing trade or a day trade, something like that. Also, something really exciting about today is that all day the homepage, this homepage you're on right now, if you're asking me questions, will be streaming all day. Right, we're going to be streaming all day, so that's going to be where you're going to be able to send in questions. Traders Edge Crypto, so you're going to have access to live crypto trading, live day trading. Tons and tons of other things. And don't forget, on our website, we have a huge promotion going on for Investor Empowerment Days. Every single one of our courses is on sale. That's right, including the Winning Trader series. So absolutely incredible. We're going to be giving away tons of prizes today. We have we have a wheel to spin, and the way that you can win those is by asking us questions, submitting comments, and it's incredible. Additionally, for a limited time, we have a pre-order pricing on our brand new Golden Opportunity course hosted by Drew Wolfer. So if you're really interested in gold, which I know some of you guys are, we have a pre-order special introductory price for that. But anyways, enough of the mumbo jumbo. Let's get straight into the charts and what you're here for. Let's take a look. As I pull up my charts, let's take a look at your questions. I just gotta pull up my charts. Okay, so first question, Mike is asking, do you think about the tax implications of your trades while you're trading? No, I don't, to be honest. I do not. Let's see this. Okay, I don't. Chuck says gold, short, medium, long-term analysis. Thank you. I watch your show every day. Love it. Cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. Let's just take a look at gold. Let me do this. Okay. So let's take a look at gold here. So if you've been on my AMA before, you know that I've talked about gold, how there is a inverse head and shoulders pattern, right, which has a measured move, right, of that break basically to new all-time highs, right? But I said, let me just remove this inverse head and shoulders. You saw how that was drawn. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and this would be the neckline. So for here, that's how I found the measured move. But I also said that we have this now upsloping trend line that gold has hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And we saw on Friday, I guess, it was unable to continue higher, right? It actually fell below and closed below. Today, gold tried to recapture this, try to push back above this trend line, but seems to be continuing lower. If gold can close lower and tomorrow stay below this trend line, I think that this inverse head and shoulders pattern is less likely to play out. But what do we know? We know that gold usually goes up as the stock market comes down because it's kind of a safe haven, right? When people are really terrified of the markets, whether it's, here a war potentially in Iran or anything else, gold seems to continue to go higher. But the markets today are basically flat. Like it's basically, they're saying that, we didn't bomb. It's not even like we bombed Iran over the weekend. So anyways, that's my take on gold. Yeah, Mike, I don't think about tax implications when I'm trading at all because I'm usually in and out of trades within the same day. Primarily a day trader, but I also do some swing trading. Bernard says, which one is the best page to follow the charts and which one are you using? I'm assuming you're using charting platform. This charting platform, this is called Trading View. And that's pretty much all we use here at Verified Investing. It's great. They have a couple different subscriptions. There's a free version and a paid version. I use the free version forever, but of course I have the paid version now. Paul says, interested in navigating investing without taking every hour of the day. Yeah, so the great thing about investing and trading in particular is that there's a specific type of trading design for everyone, right? Whether you're large portfolio, small portfolio, whether you're a day trader or a swing trader or just a long-term holder. And the best thing is that we have services for all of them. So if you're let's say you want to get into trading, you want to get into investing, but you don't have that much time to commit, then you don't necessarily need to become a day trader, right? Because that means you have to be on your computer or wherever watching the markets, actively trading it all day, basically. But if you're a swing trader, which means you're buying and then selling after, could be days, could be weeks, could be months, um, or a long-term investor. I mean, all of these things are services that we provide, you know. But if you're really interested in getting into that, I'd recommend swing trading, right? And we have swing trade services for commodities, cryptocurrency, and regular stocks and ETFs. You can go ahead and check that out. Our um, trade alerts, swing trade alerts. Bob says, long-term thoughts on ROK, and short-term on NNE. So ROK, Rockwell Automation. Full disclosure, this is not something I've traded before, but it doesn't mean I can't give you some of my analysis. So the first thing I look at is look for potential trend lines. And you saw how I found that. I took the previous high here to this high here, right? I'm assuming this is the all-time high to this high here, down through here, right? This is a down-sloping trend line, which favors a move to the upside should this break, right? But if we go a little bit closer to ROK, you see that it's just kind of sitting here and consolidating, right? Just kind of sitting here and consolidating. The line in the sand is this high pivot, right? So we're flat for today, but we're about 2.5% away from this high pivot. If we can reach that, there's a high likelihood that we can get to this trend line. This is going to be the third hit of this down-sloping trend line. What do we know about third hits? We usually see a pullback off of that third hit, but should it break, favors a move to the upside, potentially to new all-time highs. For short-term NNE, let's take a look at NNE, Nano Nuclear Energy. This is a small company, right? This is not something I would personally trade. It's only 1.5 billion market cap, and it's a relatively new company. IPO'd in, as far as stock market data is concerned, IPO'd in May of 2024. For me, I don't have too much on this. A lot of people make this mistake, right? They see something like this and they say, "Oh, this looks like a potential inverse head and shoulders pattern," right? But it's actually not. Yes, it has shoulder, head. But the problem with this is that this neckline is actually upsloping instead of downsloping. When we have inverse head and shoulders, it is so important that in order to be valid, we have to have a downsloping trend line. Okay? I don't have too much on this. I think that you have a nice gap fill up here on 44.44. That's going to provide some resistance for NNE. If you're looking at support on NNE, you have a gap fill down here around $30.45. See if I can mark that. Approximately 18% lower. So let's see here. Peter says, just a quick question on the trading levels used during day trading room sessions. You guys have levels 1 through 5. How much is the actual amount staked at each time for these stocks and ETFs? So you mean how many shares are we buying? So we trade with $1 million account, right? All the shares are based on an account of $1 million, but we also have tons of members in our live day trading room. So it really kind of varies how many shares we're buying. It depends on the price, right? If we're trading a stock that like NNE, that's $37 per share, we're buying a lot more, right? Shares. But if we're buying something like, I don't know, Netflix that's $1,000, we're going to buy less. So it really depends. Edwin says, could the involvement of the U.S. in the Middle East and the close of the Hormuz change the picture from lower oil prices, recession to higher oil prices start? Sure. I mean, that's definitely a possibility. I saw something yesterday that there are 5 big oil tankers desperately trying to get out of that strait of Hormuz in order to kind of get that out of there. But I mean, we saw as soon as Israel attacked Iran first, we saw the price of oil spike. So Gary says, what trends are indicating show large amounts of buying or selling to manipulate Bitcoin and stuff? On Bitcoin, it's kind of hard to manipulate it because it's just so expensive, right? Even Michael Saylor, MicroStrategy, is buying like billions and billions of Bitcoin, and it's not really making that much of a dent in the market. So of course you can see, like, I don't have an example for you directly, but you can just look at the volume, right? You can see on Friday the volume was almost double the average volume, right? Especially on smaller stocks, it's really easy to manipulate. So just always take a look at volume, right? There's some like rug pull, like scam stocks. I don't have any on my, like, off the top of my head, but like where people buy some and then increase the market cap, get people to buy in saying, oh my God, it went up, 300%, artificially inflate the price. But in reality, it's just a small market cap. The amount of recommended percentage of crypto holdings in an investor's bag has been said to be 3 to 5% in the past couple of years. Recently, with institutional acceptance, ETFs, etc., the number has climbed to about 4 to 7%. What is your recommended percentage of holdings for someone in their early 30s? That's a great question, Dan. So I don't have an exact. It's hard for me to tell you should put this much money in cryptocurrency. Um, what I would say is that you have to look at your overall finances, see what makes sense to you, understand your risk tolerance, because that's the most important thing. Like, some people see cryptocurrencies a little more volatile and they're more conservative, so they might only put 5%, right, 3%, 4% into it. But some people love that you can make huge gains, but they're not necessarily worried about it as much. Maybe they'll put like 10%. Right? It really depends. It's hard for me to tell you exactly what to do. It's not something I feel comfortable doing. But I appreciate your question, Dan. Ivio says, hello, how is the winning trader series course structured? Is there an option to ask questions, practice trading, get feedback? Thank you. So it just goes step by step through Gareth's entire methodology. Basically everything Gareth has ever learned that's turned him into the trader today. And he's a crazy good trader. I know, because I learned from him and I compete with him at day trading, and he absolutely crushes me. Um, but As far as asking questions, we don't have a way for you to ask questions directly to Gareth, right? But you can always join my AMA. I'm live every single day. The markets are open from basically 8:30 to 9 o'clock right here. So if you have more questions, you could just come here and I'd be happy to answer them for you. As far as practice trading and getting feedback, again, that's not something that Gareth would do, but something that I could do for you. I've through here. Allison says, morning. Good morning, Allison. Nice to see you. What's your view on the markets today after the weekend? Yeah, a huge weekend. We struck Iran, and the markets are basically flat. Absolutely incredible. Let's look at the S&P. The S&P is actually positive. That is insane to me, right? That the markets are still up. And this is something that Garrett said on Saturday that I didn't really believe. He said that we strategically planned our strike on Saturday so the markets would have time to digest it. Absolutely crazy. But here are the key things to kind of take note of, right? If there's no more news, if there's no more bombings, yeah, the markets can continue higher, right? If there is a kind of the talks of peace, yeah, the markets are going to continue higher. The last thing I heard that was that the Prime Minister of Iran said that he was going to continue the building of these nuclear sites. So I mean, we got to see, right? But it's absolutely surprising that the markets are actually positive. I think that the market should fall intraday, but there's can always be a tweet here, Truth Social post here that can totally shake up the markets. But it's crazy that we're opening higher. Tina says, "Good morning, Lawton." Good morning, Tina. And I apologize if I can't get through all of your questions, guys. I only have 10 minutes left. I'm going to try and go a little quicker. Shabir says, "Hi, guys. I'm from the UK. I took a day off of work so I could attend Investor Empowerment Day." That's amazing. Thank you so much for coming. Happy to be here. Bruce says, "I would like to become a better swing trader." Awesome. Well, that's what we love to hear. It's one thing for us to give you trades that we're taking, but we really want everyone to kind of grasp their own financial independence. And if you want to do that, there's a couple ways you can do that. You can check out our courses. We have tons of courses that are on sale, about 50% off, I believe, that can teach you things about that. If not, we have a couple services such as the Smart Money Stocks and ETFs, which is specifically for swing trading. So you'll get Gareth, Ben's, Drew's, and Maggie's swing trades, or exact buys, entries, portfolio allocation. So Rory says, "Good morning, Lon. What's up, Rory? Pump for Investor Empowerment Day. I'm currently a member of Commodity Options and Swing Services. Awesome to hear. Thanks for being here." Okay, guys, I'm going to go a little faster. Is there a good place to review all pattern types? Sorry for the rookie questions, but I'm keen, super fresh rookie. No problem. Here's what I would say. We have a bunch of free content on our website. So just go ahead and check out our website. Check out our YouTube channel. We have something called we actually have a free trading course on YouTube that goes over some of the basic patterns. I don't have a cheat sheet for you that has every single one of our the patterns that we use, but we have an entire course dedicated to that called the Apprentice Trading Library. There it is. Sandy says, "How do you feel about fractional shares?" I mean, they're okay, right? Brokerages such as Robinhood use fractional shares, but when we're day trading, at least, we use whole shares. Kirshan says, "I'm a beginner and I know almost nothing. My husband has been working real hard at making this our livelihood, and so far he's been doing very well." That's awesome to hear. He needs my help and we want to work as a team. If anything happens to him, I need to know what to do. Where or how should I start? I've heard about paper trading and know that I can start there, but I don't even understand what I'm looking at. I think I just get overwhelmed, and I'm the kind of person who thinks they need to understand everything before I can do it. I know that that's a false narrative I play in my head too. Thank you for doing this today. My husband has learned a lot from you. We want to be able to give back to our community too. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome to hear. And that's what it's all about, right? Let me show you guys something really quick on our website. So this is likely what you're looking at, right? If you go ahead and click here on this top left at this Traders Resource Center, if you go right here, you have all of our basically free things, right? Everything free that we offer on our website. There's a free course. Over here, you have free blogs. And I actually wrote this ebook, okay? This is an electronic book to help you get started. Called Stock Trading 101. So it'll tell you everything from, what's a stock to how to take a trade, what's a brokerage, what's a long, what's a short, all of that. And it's totally free. We have so much great information. So before I try to sell you on a course or tell you to buy this or that, you can check this out and it's totally free. Now, if you're interested in any of our paid services, we have tons of that and we'd be happy to answer questions about that as well. Shabir says, will we see any live trading? Yep, you're going to see live trading. We're going to be trading crypto live from 11:30 to around 12:30, I believe. So we're going to be day trading crypto. And then from 1:30 to basically 3:55, you're going to have unfiltered access to us in the live day trading room. So we actually go live every single day in the live day trading room, but you're going to get a kind of a sneak peek after into that. So yeah, definitely. Allison says, will we be able to ask the other traders questions today? Yeah, during the live crypto trading, you're going to be able to ask questions to us then, but we're only going to be answering questions about cryptocurrency. In the afternoon session, however, you are going to be able to ask questions to myself, Drew, Ben, Maggie, Dr. B, and even Gareth, right? We're going to be trying to find trades, but of course, if there's a lull in time, yeah, we'd be happy to answer any questions. And I know there are tons of questions today. I apologize for not being able to get through all of them, but I will try my best. Tina says, by the way, nice haircut. Thanks, Tina. Reginald says, when should I not use a short ETF? I mean, that's up to you. So there are things called with leverage, right? With leveraged ETFs, there's something called slippage, where the value of that ETF like degrades over time. So basically, because let's say NVIDIA moves 1% and you're in a 3 times leveraged ETF, if NVIDIA moves 1%, that ETF also has to move 3%, right? But 1% for NVIDIA and 3% for the ETF aren't always going to be the same, right? So over time, the value of that ETF is going to go down. Trish says, what's the difference between free and paid versions of TradingView? More charts, more indicators. We have about a couple more minutes. I'm going to try my best to answer a couple more questions. Rory says, I hear a lot about filling gaps. My understanding is that gaps are created when a stock opens higher or lower in the aftermarket. Is this the case? Yes. Let me do that really quickly before I pass it off to Gareth. So let's look at Apple. So this is a gap, right? Stock price closed here and then opened up here the next day. That is a gap. Usually when we say there's a gap fill, it means when price gets back into that gap, fills that gap, there should be support and resistance depending on which direction it's in. But Sally says, I'm shocked that the futures are green right now. Me too. We're all shocked. Guys, there are tons of more questions, but unfortunately, I am running out of time. You can join me tomorrow or the day after that as I go live every single day from 8:30 to 9 o'clock to answer your questions. But yeah, guys, Gareth is about to go live for the game plan. Okay. Gareth is about to go live for the game plan. That's going to be the start of Investor Empowerment Day. Again, my name is Lawton Ho here with Verified Investing. And thank you so much for joining me. It's truly been a pleasure. How long does the 50% off courses go for? Well, depends. It's for sure going to be going on for this week, right? It should be on our website, though. Let me take a look. For our courses, not totally sure. At least for the rest of this week. So now's the best time to capitalize on it. Chris says, "Hi, I would like to know how far I put the stop loss in when I enter a trade and price has gone back to the scene of the crime, which would be the only entry point." So for all of the trades that we give, we usually give a stop loss price, right? So if price goes back to that level, we would exit the trade. Shabir says, "Do any of the courses cover options trading?" No, not currently, but you can kind of use the same methodology between swing trading and options trading, right? It should still be, it's still valid, right? Peter says, "Is this chat always available?" Yeah, every single morning from 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Mike says, "What time frame do you typically start with when you're drawing trend lines?" It depends. If I'm day trading, I might be looking at the hourly, 10-minute, or even 1-minute chart. But if I'm swing trading, I could go to the daily, the monthly, or the weekly. Right? Anthony says, "Are we going to be able to see Gareth trade today?" Absolutely. Yes. You're going to see Gareth trade from 1:30 to basically 4 o'clock. Let's see here. We have about 3 more minutes. People are asking, when can I enter HEMS? Well, it really depends if you're talking about a day trade, if you're talking about a swing trade. It's going to be the last question that I answer. So on HIMS, you have this beautiful line of resistance, this double top basically at $73. If you're asking for a short, right, that's one level you could consider entering a short. Additionally, you have this gap fill up here that may provide some resistance around $68.74. And as price continues higher, you can always add to your position. Should price come lower and you're looking for an entry to go long, I don't know where you can go long exactly, but I can provide you some levels of support, right? Should HIMS come down here to this previous gap fill, you're down about 18.5% lower from this current price. That could be a place that you would enter long. And of course, down here at this gap fill, down around $36.15 may provide an additional level of support for HIMS. All right, guys, I know there's a lot more questions. I'm so sorry I can't get to all of you, but you can catch me tomorrow and every single other day, weekday from 8:30 to 9 o'clock. With that being said, it's time for the game plan, so I'll pass it off to Gareth for that.
Can someone clip this for my TikTok? Your FOMO called. It's crying in the club again. I was a day one fan of that breakout. You were a fake fan, Jordan. Are we in a commercial right now? Cringe. But click the link anyway. This breakdown is brought to you by disappointment.
Verified investing, no cap, all facts. Not financial advice, just facts, charts, and a little attitude.
What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Happy Investor Empowerment Day. Welcome to Traders Edge Crypto, where we trade crypto live. My name is Lawton Ho, and I'm joined by head trader Benjamin Pulio and Drew Dosek. Can't hear you guys.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Great to have you guys. Good
And
to see
Drew?
you guys.
Hey, there we go. Hey, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to Investor Empowerment Day with our beautiful live session that we've got going on.
Yeah, so for those of you who are new, the way this works is we're going to do our best to find crypto live day trading trades, and they're going to be looking at the charts while I'm going to be monitoring the chat. Feel free to leave your questions down below. I'll do my best to answer those questions, but remember, we're focused specifically on cryptocurrency, and we'll be live for the next hour or so. And if you want to be able to trade just like the pros, we're sponsored and happily sponsored by Blowfin. Blowfin is the exclusive cryptocurrency exchange that we use here at Verified Investing. Not only can you go long, you can go short, and you can trade with up to 150 times leverage, which is a little
Risky.
scary. But I mean, that's what crypto is. Additionally, if you want to learn more about that, you can scroll all the way to the bottom of our homepage and click on Blowfin. So if you scroll all the way to the bottom, it should say our sponsors, and you can click on that Blowfin, get started, and a special promotion we're having now for the next week. We're going to have some sign-up bonuses if you sign up and trade using our affiliate link. So definitely something you want to get in on. All right, before I hop into the questions, guys, what are you guys seeing in the crypto markets? What's going on?
Well, right now we see a lot of the crypto markets just kind of floating up. We had some volatility over the weekend with Bitcoin piercing underneath $100,000. A lot of the altcoins were also hit too, really falling down quite nicely on the charts. You can see on several of these, but mainly let's just look at Bitcoin. You can see Bitcoin caught support. I've got this beautiful inclining parallel channel right here, and Bitcoin caught support right at the bottom into that parallel. And this was on Sunday. And that was really the pinnacle of all the selling that was taking place in the crypto space. Since then, we've bounced up. We're trying to chop along this area. We'll see if we can push up a little bit higher into the resistance. But right now, a reflex bounce off of the technical support area displayed on the chart. What are you seeing there, Ben?
Just basically what you're talking about. The one that's really moving is movement, MOVE, USDT. So let me go ahead and switch to my charts. Share my screen. Here's the chart of movement. So it had a nice bounce off the lows right here. It never got down to 102. You have a lot of support in this area. It's a previous green bar candle, 102.47. However, it's got a nice bounce right now. So it's actually coming into some resistance. It's up about 30%. It was up a little bit higher. But see this trend line? You start this pivot at 1998, hits this pivot right here at 1786. And then if it gets up to 1650 today, this is a place that I would be interested in shorting this for a day trade. So this is what I'm looking at currently on my charts. Other than that, there's not a whole lot. Everything is bounced significantly off the bottom. So I'm on the daily charts. If I reset this, you've got MOG that was pretty down, Phantom that actually got below all-time lows, at least on this chart, AKT, AIOZ. So we've had a continual fall on the altcoins. I will say that one thing that's interesting to me is Bitcoin dominance. If we check out the Bitcoin dominance chart, you're actually up in this upsloping parallel channel on the Bitcoin dominance chart. And if we get up a little bit higher, this up to this basically 67.46 as far as percentages, then this could be the start of another altcoin rally, especially if we look at Bitcoin. So here's the Bitcoin charts. If we can get above this or stay above 100,000, then we're going to run significantly on the altcoins. At least that's what I see. As far as day trading levels, though, that's the only one that's currently on my radar, was movement. If it heads up a little bit higher, just because everything is so beaten down on the charts. But we did have a nice bounce.
Makes sense. Well, Ben's got movement, folks. I've got Polygon. I'm interested in Polygon at a Pierce basically of $17. Currently at 17,218. So if we get down under $17, you can see I've got an order right here in Blowfin. And just as a reminder too, folks, Lawton did mention about the promos going on. Anybody that deposits money this week and also trades this week into next week will qualify for those rewards. And it all depends on the amount of money that you deposit, but you will be getting kickback rewards following this promotion with Blowfin. So if you're interested in it, or if you already have an account, deposit some cash and trade this week, you'll be rewarded nicely for it.
So that's definitely the requirements is to deposit and trade, and that goes till the 7th actually of July.
Yep.
Yeah, and for those of you interested, I see some questions about Blowfin. I'm going to answer really quickly. Do you need a VPN to trade Blowfin? No, you don't. Do you have TradingView connected to Blowfin? Is that an easy setup? So we don't actually have our TradingView connected to Blowfin, but Blowfin is integrated with TradingView already. So you see there on I believe those are Drew's charts. Those charts are provided by TradingView. So it's the same platform pretty much. Your tools are going to be similar. So if you're familiar with the way TradingView works, you should have no problem on Blowfin. So you guys don't have any trades yet, right? You guys good for some questions?
Yeah, let's fire them away. Yeah, because right now we're kind of in just like a little bit of a middle ground area. Since we did bounce up from yesterday, we want price to be extended high enough to be able to short, and we're not quite there yet. So any little pullbacks I'd be more interested in than shorting, since we haven't bounced quite enough yet. So yes.
Okay, cool. Let's see here. And yeah, that promotion's running from June 23rd, which is today, until July 7th. And let me look here. Okay. So VHAB saying, can you give accurate TA on Ethereum and Sol on the 1 minute chart? So for a day trade, Ethereum or Solana for a day trade on the 1 minute chart.
All right. First up, whenever you're looking for a day trade, you've got to zoom back to the daily chart. And I want to, I'll preface this by saying, with this bounce, and it's exemplified right here, very much like how Bitcoin, we bounced up. And so right now you really wouldn't be interested in shorting Ethereum just because it hasn't bounced enough. And this is very educational for everybody. You don't, just because we day trade doesn't mean we always have to be in a day trade. You got to wait for those levels to set up the probabilities in your favor. So you may see us like today, we may not get into a day trade, and that's the discipline that's required to be a sufficient and successful day trader. But as far as breaking down this chart, we can see here Ethereum has fallen from this pivot low. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days of movement down. This is something I go over in the Mastering the Overnight Trade, the sleeper hold, and it's also gone over in the Winter Trader series. Time counts are crucial to understanding where support areas are going to be. We've got promos on those courses today. Check it out. It's valuable information that'll last you your entire trading career. So we see, though, that Ethereum got a bounce right up prior to this major support level right here at 2141. So the first area that I would be interested in day trading Ethereum is if we get a rapid movement up into this trend line, roughly about $2,400. You notice here, I'm not just trading intraday just because there may be a small pattern change. I'm waiting for the probabilities to get into my favor so that we have price coming back up into these low pivots and this inclining trend line. That would be the first area where I would see a lot of the probability stacked in my favor to get into a short on Ethereum. Right now, I would not be interested in it. Now, we see in the 10-minute chart, we're starting to have price come back in and curl over, but it's catching support right here on these pivots. So again, not too much movement for me to keep me interested. Now, one other thing I do see, though, we're starting to have some bear flag formation, and then we'll see if this ends up being more bear flag formation. We could come right back down and consolidate in this area right around 2250 on Ethereum. Again, nothing that I would be inclined to go ahead and get into a day trade with. Do you see something different there, Ben?
I'm checking out the Solana chart.
Gotcha.
But no, it's not on its highs. It's not at its lows right now. So on Ethereum, I didn't really see anything.
And I switched over to your charts, Ben, on Solana.
Yeah, I see that. So I'm going to go over Ethereum real quick. So you've got this basically two $2,819 level that was a lot of resistance. So if it gets down to 1951, I have a lot of support in this general vicinity. So that would be the first place that I would be really interested. Basically a pierce of $2,000. This is more of a swing long, but right now it is looking oversold. So if it does get in that level, this would be great. So let me switch to the 1 minute charts. And like Drew was showing you, you're just kind of in no man's land right here. It doesn't give you any advantage. You are facing a little support right here at 2265. However, if you start breaking that support level, then you're likely to roll over. Could go down to this next support level at 2245. But if it does get close down to the double bottom at 2232 for a day trade, I would be interested in possibly picking it up. So whenever I say that, it's all dependent on time. It needs to flush into that level in order for me to be really interested in it. But if it takes time and it starts to consolidate, basically like it did right here, then that actually favors an additional move down. So everything is subject to change. So if it happens at 3 p.m. and it just does some sideways consolidation, this level would be off the table. However, if it got there in the next 10 minutes or so, then yeah, I would definitely be interested in this based on the fact that it was a double bottom, nice reversal candle right here. So let's go over to the Solana chart. Okay, so here's what I have on Solana. I know you asked me about the 1 minute chart, but here's a head and shoulders pattern on Solana on the daily time frame. So Solana could come back all the way down to this low pivot about $95. This would be pretty close to the measured move. It's also starting to get a little bit oversold on the RSI. So if it gets down to 118.41, this would probably be where I would start a starter position. Now let's go to the intraday. It looks like it's kind of doing the same thing. Yeah. So Ethereum had a nice bounce, got up to 137.47, and now has rolled over. So this low pivot at 32.92, or basically pierce of 33, may be a good level. It just doesn't have as much volume or velocity to the downside. Yeah, it's a 3% move on Solana. Altcoins can usually rip pretty high, so that wouldn't necessarily be a good level unless it just really flushed in there. I would actually like it to pierce this double bottom before I got interested. But you see all this choppiness right here. It could push lower if it ends up piercing this level and going down. So it's just, again, it's not a big enough move for me to really be interested in the moment. I was hoping movement would have, but go ahead.
Cool. So let's get into some more questions. Ronak saying, I have just come in to say how amazing you all are. I'm with you every day. I love it. Thank you, gents.
Yeah, what's up, Ronak?
Yeah, thanks
Glad
for
to have
the
you here.
kind words. Ivan saying, hi, Lawton. Do you know if it's possible to use Bluefin in the Netherlands? I'm not 100% sure. That's something you'd have to try for yourself. Krypton, got you. Thank you. Kyle says, is your crypto monthly subscription on sale or discounted during this promotional week for discounted courses? No, they're not. Our services are excluded from this promotion, but our courses are. And just like Drew said, you can absolutely use his sleeper hold course, mastering the overnight trade in both cryptocurrency, commodities, swing trading. Right, stocks. It doesn't matter, right, Drew?
Correct. If you can chart it, the fundamentals that I teach in there, it's the first module. I highlight time, right? Time, Ben mentioned it just a moment ago. Time is one of the most important, I would almost say equally as important as the price on the stock. And when you're getting into a position, when you're exiting a position, time is imperative and something not really discussed too much in the trading world for understanding the best time to get in and the best time to get out. And if you have that tool, it's a critical tool to understand when making successful trades. So that's why, again, I had that as my first module, going over time counts on charts. Anybody interested in that, you'll find a wealth of information in that course.
Cool. And I just want to say a couple of people are asking for the link for Blowfin, and we're we'll go ahead and throw it up on the screen right now if you guys want to sign up and learn more about Blowfin. So these are the promotions currently going on on your screen until July 7th. So depending on how much you deposit and how much volume you have, you can get all of these different things. And I know that these numbers, like $1 million of trading volume, sounds like a lot, but if you trade with leverage at all, that's not too difficult to reach. So thank you to our dev team for throwing that up. Another question here. So individual saying, hi guys, I know that you guys use, Jeremy saying, I've seen you use up to 3 or 4x leverage for the day trading room. For day trading crypto, but how much leverage do you use for things like the mega cap and the altcoin and the hodler? Is there any leverage to use for those within smart money crypto? And lastly, is it possible to copy trade any of you at verified through Blowfin?
Well, first off, I'll answer for the hodler. The hodler, I do not use any leverage. That is a cash account, and it's in Coinbase too, folks. So I've structured it so that I haven't put out limit orders. I will place the market orders so everybody should be able to get filled right when I get filled. I have levels that I set as reminders on the charts so that will trigger entries and exits for us in those positions. But the hodler, we have a couple different angles. We're almost excited when price on crypto is coming down. That gives us an opportunity to accumulate more, because in the hodler service, I'm looking for gains of 50 to 100 to 200% or more before I start taking any bit off the table. Now, within that service, we have the ability to swing trade some of these coins that are not stakeable. And even the ones that are staked, we have currently a little bit of Polkadot that is unstaked. In case of a bounce, we'll likely start taking some of that off too. So there is maneuverability going on in the hodler, but ultimately just stacking and setting up a portfolio so that when the next bull market runs with crypto, should Bitcoin reach into that $200,000 realm, then we will be set up fantastic for massive, massive gains on the hodler. And so it's kind of it's really neat, the number of services that we have to offer in the crypto space, simply because it should be able to check all the boxes for every different type of investor, whether it's one that believes in a certain coin and wants to hang on to it for a long time. I'm doing that service, been swing trading other cryptos, and so is Gareth. So we really have a lot of options there for you, depending upon how active you want to be in the crypto space.
Yeah, and the nice thing is it's all contained under one roof. So you might not think you want one. You can watch the trading action happen inside of that that service that's inside the bigger service. And then if you see the track record, then you trust us, and then you say, all right, well, I guess it's time for me to start utilizing this one as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and you don't use any leverage in your service, right, Ben?
I do not. Nope.
Okay, yeah, we don't use leverage for our swing trades then. Another asking, Apex Live Day Trading Room, is there a discount if you join today? No, but you get a sneak preview today in the afternoon session. We're going to be live taking stock questions and looking for day trades from 1:30 to 4 o'clock. You have saying, do you guys use RSI and volume as well? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Okay. Crypto related questions. John asking, will Bitcoin hit $170,000 in 2025? Who wants to take this one?
Based on what I'm seeing in the charts, I'm going to go to the daily chart. Based on what I'm seeing in the charts, it's not likely to happen. So here's the chart of Bitcoin. You've tried to make a higher high. You got up to 112,000. You stuttered out, got a little bit of a pullback to 100,000. And then you got it back up to 110,000. We're not able to take out the high of 112,000, and now we're starting to roll over. So here's what I'm seeing. If we drop a little bit further, you're going to get support at 94,000. And then what's really cool is you have this possible M pattern, gets down here, and then you create an A. It'll likely go back up to 106,000, and then it'll probably roll over. So if we're continuing to chop on this support area, all this is right at support, basically around 100,000 to 96,000. We start breaking that, then we've got further downside. Now, if we start taking out the highs of 112,000, so it's always a caveat, right? So every single day you get more and more information. So every candle is a new set of information, a new set of either retail investors or Michael Saylors. So if we start breaking the highs and it starts consolidating or getting close to the highs and consolidating, then we could see a breakout. But right now the high is 112,000, right in that area. So you have to have price conviction to pass through that.
So no, it's not going to hit 170,000 this year.
As far as what I'm currently seeing in the charts, no, it's not. It's not likely.
All right. How about you, Drew? Do you share a sentiment?
Bitcoin's just one of those. It's a risk on asset, and everything. I agree with Ben. Everything that I see, we have a lot of headwinds in the market. And whenever you're considering crypto investing, it's always important to keep the general market in your mind too. With the headwinds, what I'm talking about, we have tariffs that still yet have really to be finalized. And once those tariffs are finalized, we haven't really seen it roll through the rest of revenue reporting for our companies. And then also we haven't seen the retail spend cut as much as what could be anticipated if these tariffs and when they do get finalized. So we have a lot of components that are still kind of hanging out in the air. So to me, those are all headwinds. And then you throw in this conflict that's just really erupted over the last week, and that's just more uncertainty, right? So the more uncertainty that's out there, the less risk on appetite. But that's a caveat, because look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still hanging out over $100,000.
That's right.
So it is staying relatively pretty strong, considering what the horizon looks like. So I just don't see it happening this year, but in future years, I could see that potential being breached. Yes.
Cool. I got a question that I think you're poised to answer, Drew. It's
All
about
right.
your favorite crypto. Jeremy says someone posted about Fartcoin possibly heading towards 70 cents. It's dropped quite a bit. Do you think it's still likely to head to that level, or is it in indecision and more likely to head up or down now?
While I do like this coin, I think Ben may be the expert on this coin, folks. He did put out an article on this just the other day, and so I'm going to pass it on over to you, Ben. What are your thoughts here on Fartcoin USD?
Well, here's a trend line. I actually wrote an article on it, similar to what I was talking about with Bitcoin, right? Fartcoin had a lot of support at 97 cents. Now that it's broken this, what you're looking for is price consolidation. Here's the 200 moving average, by the way, which it had a nice bounce on. So if we get more consolidations sideways, and again, it comes with the timing period. Right now, it's an immature bear flag, but in the next 3, 4, 5 days, if we see sideways consolidation, then yes, absolutely, it will head lower. And the next level, look at this support. See this big red bar candle followed by a green bar candle? This gives you an identifies that there's buyers or there's sellers who got whipped out, and then a bunch of buyers who then rip this thing higher. So this is going to be the next support. This would be possibly a swing trade long level on Fartcoin.
Gotta let my son know. Yep.
Yeah. So what would negate this, right? Because we have this upsloping trend line. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth hit broke down. If we can retrace back above this downsloping trend, this upsloping trend line, then you're likely to go higher. So same with Bitcoin, right? Every single day we get additional information on this. So right now it's in a downtrend. If we can continue lower, 73, but if we start pushing up, recapturing that upsloping trend line, then it's going to negate that and is likely to go higher.
Okay. Thank
right,
you,
folks.
Ben. Jack says, no question. Just wanted to say thank you. I watch every day. Truly special stuff. What you all do for the public. Take care. Okay. Before I take any more questions, guys, any updates on potential day trades here?
Yeah, here, let me show you what I'm looking at for my coin just real quick. Here we go. We got Blowfin loaded up. As I mentioned, I wanted a pierce of that 17. Price is starting to come down a little bit more. We're starting to catch a little support right here at 17.13. So if we get a pierce of 17 cents, you see my order right here. Got 20,000 shares sitting at 16.9 cents on Poly. That's in the futures also on Blowfin. So I'm sitting here. Look for a moment there. We were about to excel, pierce this recent afternoon low pivot. So just a couple pennies away but still sitting there. What about you, Ben? How you looking on yours?
So I was looking at movement, and it is starting to head a little bit higher now. The markets seem to have caught a little bit of a bid. It still needs to go higher in order for me to get interested. It looks like actually like it might be breaking or ready to start breaking out to the upside. So here's the trend line that I have on the 1 minute charts. Low pivot, support 1347, and then 1350, and then here at 1413, and then it did break below. Got all the bears on board, push it higher, pierced it again right here at 1470. So now it's recaptured this upswing trend line. So now it actually favors a move higher. So if I am interested, I would be interested in shorting it at 1560 at this level, this red bar candle. Let me reset this. And then an add level would be at 16090, about that area. So I'm not interested in going long, even though it is breaking up. But again, 1560 would be the first shortable level on MOVE.
Cool. All right, let's go back here. LeVar asking you, was there going to be a sale on smart money stocks and ETFs? No, not right now. And guys, if you're having any trouble watching our stream or it's a little blurry, you can go ahead and click that gear box at the bottom corner of your screen and make sure your quality is set to the highest quality. So Keith saying, can you give me an idea of allocation amount? For example, 100K portfolio, what's your minimum, maximum scaling in? That depends on if you're talking about day trading, swing trading, what service, whether you're talking about something like Ben's Altcoin, Edge, Garrett's Mega Cap, or Drew's Hodler. So I need some more, a little bit more information from you. The Hop saying says, can you share details on the Hodler service? What is it? How much does it cost? I feel like you answered that, Drew. But
Yeah, well, we can go over a little bit of some of the details again, because again, it's all encompassing service that what Ben touched on, and really it's a monthly service that includes Gareth's trades, Ben's trades, as well as my trades, and we have our own specialty, our own niche, if you will, of what we're trying to accomplish within those services. So the hodler, very much as the name describes, it's a service where I'm buying and holding these coins whenever they do, in essence, become on discount, when they have price get reduced. I'm buying and holding these coins for the long term. I also have an angle in the hodler where I target some coins that have a decent staking percentage. I'm not going to get into any one of the coins just because it's got a 10+% APY. I will likely target those coins when they come into some good support levels and if they have good utility for functionality within that crypto space. So there's a couple different ways that we do work the hodler, but mainly with staking, and then also playing support and resistance on significant coins, always trying to accumulate more when that price goes down. And Ben, if you want to touch on your services, you can there too.
So what I do is I wait for support and or resistance levels and look for 15, 20, sometimes even 30% moves, and then wait for additional support or resistance levels and for like other bounces or pullbacks.
Cool, yeah, and I think a lot of people are interested in this service. Alex is asking if he's the only, Drew is the only trader in the hodler service.
That's right. And we've got 3 of us, as I said, and it's all for $85 a month. So you're getting basically 3 different services for $85 a month.
Yeah, sounds like a steal to me. Let's see here. Let me see this.
While you're pulling that up, I'll just also add in the hodler service. I started this year with $25,000 in my account, and I add $1,500 to the account every quarter, much like to mirror not necessarily a retirement account, but if any individual was wanting to invest in crypto for the long run and they have another job, they likely are going to be adding some capital to that portfolio. And so we're trying to mirror that here at Verified Investing with my service, the Hodler. So I started with 25K, and I've added 15 every quarter, and then we've also had some decent gains in there already that we've taken profits on, but all the while still sitting on a lot of USDC, because USDC does provide some great APY, over 4%, just sitting there on the sideline waiting for opportunities.
Cool. All right. So Clint is asking, if I've done the winning trader series, how will mastering the overnight trade sleeper hold add to my skill set and trading tools?
What it's going to do, it's going to illuminate trading opportunities for you that you may not have recognized by taking the winning trader series. One of the reasons I created the overnight trade, a sleeper hold, was it was going to be an addition to day trading. You can find these patterns going towards the close of the day. And so you already have a great wealth of information about time count, support, resistance, fib retraces, etc. You can utilize those by identifying the patterns that I highlight in that course to take a trade at the close of the day and then close that trade out at the beginning of the following day. Or you can also use those elements that I teach in there for swing trading. If you back out onto the weekly time frame, everything that I teach in that course highlights and identifies areas to start taking swing trades on different stocks when the patterns present themselves, as I've discussed in those courses. So it's really taking the winner trader series, elements taught in it, and almost kind of taking it to the next level. I know we've called it winner trader series light, but it's taking it to the next level to say, hey, here's an identifying mark that has the probabilities for you to get into this trade now. And it's areas to capitalize on gains anywhere from, it depends on the time frame that you're looking at, because it can really work on the daily and weekly, as I mentioned before, but then also on the 10-minute, it works too. So if you're day trading and you're in a position and say it goes against you, and then you see that sleeper hold pattern emerge, that gives you the confidence to say, man, this is a great setup. Not only was I right at this level, even though it's piercing a little bit, now I've got an additional factor showing me the setup that is taught during that course. It's likely to start moving in my direction in the very near term. So you can utilize it on day trading, swing trading. But since you already have been educated, you understand the fractals of the time frames that we discuss when viewing charts and how powerful they are to use a consistent method to identify these patterns and take advantage of them.
Cool. Thank you, Drew. Nura says, I'm not interested in crypto. What percentage of trades, non-crypto, are in the Apex live day trading room? The live day trading room is 100% stocks and ETFs, zero crypto, unless it's a crypto-based ETF.
Correct.
Victor says, is the afternoon session later today only stocks? Yes. Shabir says, I see you don't use SMA or EMA. Why?
Well, I do use SMA. I don't use EMA. Many of the reasons I don't have it displayed on my chart is I like to try to keep my chart clean. So if I just flip over from Ben's chart to mine, you can see here I'm looking at Polygon, and you don't really have anything, right? I've got an indicator here showing we've got a daily bottoming tail right here at 15 cents, and I don't have anything else. However, I still do keep the SMAs tucked away over here, and you can see mine displayed on the daily with the 20 is yellow, the 50 is blue, and the 200 is red. I like using those three SMAs, and I mainly use those SMAs for swing trading, understanding trends, understanding when price is breaking through, what happens when the 20 moving average gets above this 200 moving average, and then the corresponding crosses too. I use that whenever I'm analyzing charts to determine whether or not a swing on trade is going to be effective and have the right probabilities. But it's not one of the first and foremost methods I leave on my chart, mainly because I want to identify patterns that I've trained myself to identify first, and then I'll add that on for further support or at least reinforcement of my thesis.
Yeah, just because you don't see it on our charts doesn't mean we're not actively using it. A lot of times the charts that you see are the charts we're putting up are meant so they're easy for you to digest and understand, right?
One thing I found too, the more And believe me, that if you can find a number of tools that work effectively for you, use those tools to trade with. But then I found if I get too many of them, especially if I put them all on the screen at once, it really distorts what I can see, and I've trained myself from finding the patterns. So I like to only have maybe 1, 2, at max maybe 3 indicators going at one time on my screen, and that includes simple moving averages, RSIs, things like that. Is because too much will actually cause paralysis with my analysis. And so I want to make sure.
I like that. I like that.
I mean, it's true, right? Like I'll end up just sitting
That's
by
right.
and letting a trade go by, and I miss it just because I got too much stuff on my chart. So while they're very vital, I recommend honing in on a few. The more of them you have in your toolbox, the better of a trader you're going to be. But you just don't want to use all the tools on the job at one time. Then that wouldn't make too much sense.
Gotcha. Again, guys, I see a bunch of questions here about stocks. We're only answering questions about cryptocurrency right now because we're trying to find a cryptocurrency day trade. Can I get an update on that, guys? Anything?
Yeah, we're getting close here, guys. We're now within striking distance. You see price on Polygon on the futures coming down, almost about to pierce the 17-cent area. I'm sitting here still at 16.9 cents. Right here, as you see in this green line. What's great
And
about
how heavy are you going to go?
I'm doing 3 times leverage, and I'm doing a 1/10 position of my account, which is equating out to 20,000 shares of Polygon.
Ooh.
Okay, so let's
All right.
see if we can get this trade. Let's see if we can get this. It looks like it's getting close here.
Yep, very close. But here's part of the discipline too. We can have, if I just rush into this, my level could eventually be tagged, and then I'd be sitting in a position that's worse, right? With a worse average. If I miss the trade, that's okay. Again, in this situation, Ben and I discussed, we've already seen a significant bounce up from Saturday and Sunday's trading action on the crypto space. But it's not been big enough to start initiating shorts. I'd rather be still buying any of these dips, which is why you see me right here buying in this position. But again, it's not stretched. They're not really stretched. So this isn't going to be a massive play on a day trade. More important that I remain disciplined and wait for my level to get hit rather than just rushing in because I see a little double bottom that we recently tagged on this 15-minute chart.
That's great use of discipline there. Great job. How about you, Ben? Is yours close?
Movement 1560 is still my level on movement. You've got this pivot high red bar candle. 15604 is my level. So it just broke out of this. It just hit the pivot top, pulled back slightly. Now it's likely to move higher, possibly get up to the 15604. And just a little bit higher is the 786 fib retracement of this move. So what I did was I took fib extension tool, took this pivot high, 16087, drew it down to the low pivot at 1408. And so this would be a 786 fib retracement right above 1560. So this would be my first level. And then I've got an add level at possibly the 886, but really I'm targeting 1608 for an additional add level. If it decides it wants to go higher, it'd be about a 3% move on movement. So that's where I'm looking to get in. I've also got this other down sloping trend line. If you switch over to the daily chart, you've got additional resistance. Let me see. And again, I have all these other lines drawn on my charts. Don't pay any attention to those. But what I'm looking at is this down sloping trend line. Connect this pivot right here at basically 20 cents and then 1774. And then so if it gets up to 1658, that would be an additional level of resistance because it's the third hit. And then we can get a nice pullback. Now, if you're going long on movement, if it gets back down to 1171, that's where I'm picking up movements for a longer term play to the upside.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, and for those of you who are new here, we go live. Actually, we do this actually every single Monday, believe it or not.
That's right.
At the same time from 11:30 to around 12:30. VWAP saying, great session so far, guys. Looking forward to getting towards it. Can you accept crypto payments in USDT for services offered? Not currently. That's something we've definitely talked about internally as a team, but not currently. Gary saying, will this event be available to review again? Yes, after the event has concluded, we'll re-upload them on YouTube. So make sure to recheck the Verified Investing YouTube channel to check that.
We're getting pretty close, Lawton. We're now trading on Polygon under 17 cents.
All right, let's get a trade here. I know you guys have your questions, but let's see if we can't get a trade here. Again, we're going long POL Polygon, and we're using about 10% of our portfolio here, using 3 times leverage.
Oof. There we go. That's what I'm saying.
Come on down to the price is right.
The symbol for Polygon is POL USDT. You can see that on his chart on the upper left-hand corner, POL USDT.
And that, right there too. You can see that's on the 15-minute chart. There's a 5-hour, 4-hour. What's so cool too, and we'll see if I get filled. But once you're filled on Blowfin, it'll have another box very similar to this. I can just drag my take profits up or down, or stop loss if I choose. So it's really easy to function with on a day trading platform for trading crypto.
Yeah, and the cool thing is there's no confirmation needed. As soon as you drag it and it hits, you're out. You don't have to say accept. I know on TradingView, oh, you created this new take profit level. Would you like to accept it? Yes, please just do it.
So yeah, guys, we're about to get into this trade. If you want to hop in with us, make sure to scan that QR code. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to catch this one right away, but if you want to be able to trade long and short on cryptocurrency futures, just like the pros, you can go ahead and scan that QR code and unlock up to $5,000 in a futures bonus by using that QR code. Thank you again to Blowfin for sponsoring us. Ray is asking, is there a dividend stock service? Yes, it's in smart money stocks and ETFs, but this is focused on cryptocurrency. I know I see a bunch of questions here, but we're just trying to get in this trade. Ronak said, for those newcomers in doubt, I can only say to join the services. You won't regret it, and not only will you make money, you will learn, and some good jokes will come your way to break the. Yep.
I'm assuming he's talking about my dad jokes.
Some of the best around, my man.
Yeah, some of the best jokes and some of the worst jokes.
Well, I mean, we kind of got to break the ice a little bit, right? Because trading's not necessarily without emotions or without stress, right? Yeah. We do our best to limit the emotions and stress, but it is very nice to have Ben's sense of humor and Lawton's sense of humor on here too. So very nice.
Yep. Let's see here. Peter saying, do you recommend the sleeper hold without seeing the Winning Trader series? Sorry, I was having a stroke.
Yeah, the way I framed it, I had some elements in there. So if someone was a beginner, hadn't taken the Winning Trader series, they'll still be able to absorb and learn an awful lot because of the way I structured it. At the very beginning, I even explained something as simple as you see our charts here, and we've got candlesticks. And one of my elements there, and part of the module, I explained very elementary how these candlestick patterns work, because I figured there's a lot of beginner investors that have utilized maybe Robinhood or watch CNBC and see a lot of these line charts, right, and line graphs. We as technical traders, those line graphs really don't give me that much information, especially information to enact on. So the candles is where we derive a lot of that information, especially with time. So yes, you will gain an awful lot of knowledge to understand and get yourself well on the way to becoming an efficient technical trader. Simply because of the element of time and understanding how they work. What I'd recommend you doing, being in a beginner trader situation, take this and see, guys, we're getting closer here, almost filled. but take the courses multiple times. So if you buy any one of our courses, whether it be the winning trader or overnight mastering the overnight trade, the sleeper hold, plan to take the courses at a minimum of 3 times. First time, maybe just watch it through without any notes. Second time, jot down notes. And then the third time, listen to it again and really let it absorb into you as far as the information, because there's going to be a lot of information you're going to be learning. And then the more you hear it, the more it will become ingrained in you, because when you need to utilize this information, you can't push a pause button on the price action and the charts. You need to be able to access that. And here we're almost filled, guys, almost filled. But you need to access that information and use it
in real time.
In real time. Exactly. Exactly.
Cool. Let's see if we get filled here.
Come on, baby. So close.
I see some questions. Here about stocks. Again, I appreciate the questions, Andy, about AMD and NVIDIA, but we're talking about crypto. It's just a crypto session right now. You can go ahead and come back around 11:30 and we can
1:30. Come back at 1:30.
1:30, excuse me.
Yep. So movement is off of the table right now. It got within 0.5% of where our entry was going to be. Maybe a little bit more than 0.5%, and it's already pulled back 3%. So here's the chart on movement. After it broke this high, I was anticipating a move higher, 15,604, but has since pulled back from that level. So unfortunately, that's off the table. Looks like it just got the bulls on board. So I saw in the questions that somebody was asking, why don't I just go long instead of long into the resistance instead of waiting for the resistance and then entering the trade? And so let me just answer that. So here's a trade.
Question. That's a good question.
It's a great question. There is no guarantees in trading. Something that's up 30%. So here movement was already up 30%. Is there resistance at 15,604? Absolutely. 100%. This is why I was going to get in this trade. But this would be chasing the stock, saying, all right, well, because it broke out of this level, I could have gotten in, and then all of a sudden, now I'm out of the money. Because this is up 30%, how low can this go? Well, if it breaks this upswing trend line that connects this pivot low, pivot low, pivot low, breaks down, then it's going to run into this one. Then when it breaks down, you're probably coming down to 14,177. So I would rather attack it when it's overly extended to the upside and get it at 1506, where I know that there's resistance there. And so that increases the likelihood that I'm going to get into a successful trade. It increases the odds. It doesn't guarantee it. However, that's the psychology that we do. We are inverse traders. We are not go with the trend traders.
Cool.
All right, folks, let me show you something that is a little disappointing, but this is what happens in trading too. Oops, there we go. There we go. All right. You see here, I've been sitting down at 16.9 cents. Price action there, just on this candle, got down to 16.906 cents. It missed me by, what is that, 6/1000ths of a penny. But unfortunately, sometimes that's the way trading is. And I'll back, if I could, add something to what you answered there, Ben. I thought the same thing as a beginner trader when I got on here to this service and I heard levels shouted out like, hey, Google at 100, Meta at 200, or, and whether we're shorting or longing, and prices say a couple bucks away from those levels, I would think, why not just short it into that level and then go long at that level? That's really what's called threading the needle, right? The probabilities are in our favor at those levels that we call out. The probability of a bounce higher, or if you're shorting it, of price hitting resistance and going lower. So that's when the odds are in your favor. At any given moment, prices on the chart, you can look at it as in the odds. Like there may be a 20% chance it goes up and hits that level directly, or maybe a 30% chance. But once it hits that level, there's around an 80% chance of a pullback. So what side do you want to put your money on? The price, That's basically what it boils down to. We're odds makers and probabilities based on technical analysis. So I've been guilty at the beginning time when I traded to, with say guys said, hey, the shorting level's at 200 and price right now is at 193. I have been guilty just saying, all right, let me see what happens if I just buy it right here at 193. And I've been lucky. Most all those times it's gone up pretty close, and then I sell it before the level. But that doesn't guarantee. And again, I was taking a lower odds probability chance and basically exposing myself to more risk. So it really becomes a risk versus reward scenario in that situation.
And I think a lot of times it comes down to where the stock is at, or where the altcoin is at, or where Bitcoin's at in the cycle of things. Like when I was showing you guys movement, it was already up 30%. It wasn't at its all-time highs. It wasn't breaking out of its all-time or its recent highs. It still had a ways to go to get up there, but it wasn't at its lows. And so for me, there just wasn't enough of an edge or an advantage. I wanted it to get up to the 786 fib retracement or pretty close to it. So that way, at least I knew that there was a decent enough pullback that when it had a rebound effect. So it's extended to the upside, hits that 786, and then it can pull back, right? And so that's kind of what we're looking for.
If you notice here on the chart too, I did lower my entry just ever so slightly because it missed me so close. And still yet, let's see the low here, 16,967. The low 16.9. Okay, so if we come down 16.867, that's where I'm sitting now. I lowered it just ever so slightly because we did get a little bounce right here. Let's see if selling pressure continues. We're now only 0.03 cents out of being filled. So let's see if this patience and adjustments pays off as we're getting closer to being filled, folks.
Okay, while we wait to see if you get filled there, a couple more questions. People want me to throw that.
Boom, just got filled.
Okay.
16.87 cents long, 1/10 position. You can see here right now the calculation is basically flat. Now we're down $2 on this trade. Next ad for this is going to be about 1% lower. So I simply pull this down right around 1%. You notice how these pivots are right here down at the bottom end of price action before it bounced up. So right around 16,675, I will put another order of 20,000 shares.
Okay, awesome. Finally, some excitement in the chat. So a couple more questions about Bluefin. Pavlina says, Bluefin question, do you need a minimum of 25K deposit to do day trading on Bluefin? No, you can trade with anything, even $50. Robert says, I thought someone mentioned you don't need a VPN for Bluefin, but Bluefin is not invaded in the US. How are you guys accessing? We are not on VPNs. We are in the United States, but we're also in Florida. So depending on what state you are, you may need a VPN to access it. But we're
always check with your local restrictions and local authorities on stuff like this, right? Don't just take our word for it. If you're in another country, in another state, you got to do what's right for you.
Yep. Correct. But we're in the United States, and we're accessing it without using VPN.
Correct.
Robin saying, is the overnight trade course only for stocks, but also crypto? Anything with a chart?
Yep. Anything that can be charted.
How do you do your trade alert process in Smart Money Crypto? You'll see an order when we buy or sell something. It'll give our exact entry, our target, our stop loss, and the percentage of portfolio we are allocating to that specific trade.
We basically try to take the guesswork out of it for you.
Yeah. Yes, Bluefin is the only platform we use. Again, if you guys missed that QR code, I'm going to throw it down below. It's right there. It's covered up a little bit, but you can scan that QR code and get in on the action with us. This is cryptocurrency, so it makes sense that you can't trade it with Fidelity or Robinhood.
Not yet.
Right. So the markets are getting a little bit weak right now. Bitcoin is down under 101,000. Now it's trading at 100,500. Interesting. Nita is asking, which course do you recommend for beginners? I would start with any of them. They're all really beginner friendly. They're all standalone courses. You could tie a couple of them together, but I know Drew's course specifically goes over support and resistance, and that is what you need to know in every single course, no matter what you take. Support and resistance are the bloodline of how we trade in all the smart money stocks in ETF, or all the smart money services, including the live day trading room. So support and resistance is king. Every single one of our methodologies stem from support and resistance and the Winning Trader series.
Yep. And I'll back that up by
Yes.
saying I've got another trade educational series in the hopper that does go over a lot of beginning elements to technical analysis. I think, our courses are fantastic, but there's a lot of questions I had to work through on my own. How to work with my brokerage? How do I divide up my accounts? Where do I spread my money to put myself in the best situation to achieve success? Elements where there's certain ways to set up your accounts that would have saved me tens of thousands of dollars had I done this when I started. And really, I found no information helping me set it up this way online. And so I put together a beginner course that we should start filming within the next month or so. So it should be out within, I'd say, 2 to 3 months. So check back for that. We should have one that's specifically designed for beginner traders.
Yeah, that's excellent.
And people are asking for the code again. So I'm going to leave this code up now for you guys. It's on there right now. Please, you can scan it. Jennifer, Edward, hopefully you guys can scan this and get in on the action. Matt says, does Bluefin work with all major brokers? It is a cryptocurrency exchange, right? So it's its own kind of brokerage, but specifically for cryptocurrency. So I see a bunch of questions here about some stocks, but we're going to focus on this trade. Okay, one more time for us. Drew, can you talk about how you found this great level?
Sure. So if you go on to Polygon, you can see that price action here clear this, on the 10-minute. You can see price action went up and created this pivot. Then we had price action come back up and created this next pivot. And this area right here, which is right around 17, and price is coming down under it, but it also corresponds right here with some of this support area where price just came from. So all of this chop is interim support on Polygon. Now, you got to keep in mind, as we discussed and prefaced this, we really have seen the bounce in most of the markets, except for Polygon, occur yesterday, because we kind of bottomed out and then started bouncing up. This stock was kind of left behind and also has a daily bottoming tail backing it up over here. So there's a lot of support, even if price continues lower. So I had a couple different factors showing me that, yes, we're coming into an area of support, but then on the daily chart too, we have daily support with a daily bottoming tail right here. And how those usually work is price likes to retrace that bottoming tail down to 16.5 cents. That's what we did yesterday. So this area that we're in on Polygon is support on the charts, at least for the time frame. Now, we could always pound that area of support and pound it. The more times you hit that area of support, the weaker it becomes, and then the probabilities shift for a breakdown beneath. And then on top of that too, look down here at the bottom of the chart. You see this RSI. The RSI is now under 30. So with a daily RSI under 30, now it can go and stay under that 30 area for an extended period of time, but that's showing on the charts that we are oversold in the near term on Polygon. So a lot of those factors all aligned up to give me the opportunity to go ahead and take this as a long trade.
Cool. Awesome.
And you see here, my next add to this is right down here at 16,675. That's where I'm going to have my next add, 20,000 shares. That's going to bring down our average roughly to current price. And be expecting about a 1% bounce up on this. I know we're actually, Yep, we're right up against the end of the show. So that's what I'll leave it with you with today, folks. And so we'll flip this over to the daily time frame. And if we do have a daily close underneath this here, this low pivot, this daily time frame pivot, that is at 15.2 cents. So I would be adding to this again. So let's go back in here. So and we'll make it a little bit more conservative since we're not going to be guiding you along on this journey. You can see here, this pivot here, 16.22 cents. So basically a close under 16.22, I will stop out. But as you see with this add, I do have an add level here at 16.675. I will pull down another add level. So I would have 3/10 of my position right under 16.5 cents. And I'll do 20,000 shares there too.
So that would be on a 1 minute time frame, close below a 5 minute, a 10 minute. What are you thinking? 15 minutes?
I'm thinking an hourly close beneath that area of 16.
An hourly close. Okay.
Hourly close. Yep. So you see here, I'll have another order about 1% lower. And then for the last order, just so you guys jot this down for any sort of folks that are following along in the trade and interested in taking it too, this is going to be my last ad with an hourly close and be looking for about 1 to 2% on gains for this. Okay. So we've got the next ad, and this we're having to map it on out. Normally we would do this step by step, but since the show is about to end, I want to at least lay it out all for you here so that you're able to see my thought process on the potential ads right there. Now, current take profit is right up here at 33.80. Should we get filled here, that will bring our average right roughly at 16.76, and then I'll be looking for a move up of 1% from that average. Does that make sense to everybody? Anybody got any questions before we get off?
Well, we actually have.
I just want to say
we actually have to switch over to our next segments.
Yeah.
So.
And guys, we're going to be live at 1:30 for the live day trading room. If we're still in this trade, we'll come and revisit it.
Yeah.
We'll come back and revisit it. But thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah, you guys take care. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this, and we'll see you guys in the next section.
Bye,
Sounds
guys.
like a plan, guys. We'll see you in the next one.
See you later.
Media, how do you keep that function to be so strict, that discipline, where you don't get caught off guard? So in any case, guys, it is awesome. Thank you for being with us here on Investment Empowerment Day. Don't forget, all the courses are at least 50% off. And right now I'm joined by Drew Wolfer, who has a new course out. How you doing, buddy?
Dude, doing great, man. Doing great. So everything's looking good. Florida's beautiful and sunny right now. Gold markets are going crazy, so I don't think there's any better time to bring out the golden opportunity than today.
Yeah, so the golden opportunity, guys, I mean, that's the course here. This is an amazing, looking at some of what you did here. First of all, it's like so in depth that it honestly blows my mind. Like, to be able to go this in depth in the psychology of gold, the back, the history of gold, and then all the way through trading it. I mean, how did you learn all this? Give us some rundown.
Man, so 10 years, you know better than anybody, blood, sweat, and years, man. That's what it comes down to. I remember, back whenever I was in college, I was broke. Everybody was broke in college, most likely. So I was like, how do I make more money? So I would work over the summer. I would take a little bit of, trades and things of that sort. And then I would try to trade while I was at school, because I was on a scholarship, but that only pays for school, right? What about, groceries or doing anything else? Right. So that's kind of how I started getting into the markets and things of that sort. And then it became more of a necessity after that, because you're like, okay, I could work a 9 to 5, or I can try to, empower myself to go out and actually create a better life for not only myself, my family members, my extended family members, and my family that was to come in the, coming years. So that's kind of how I got there.
That's amazing. And so was there a point, right? So you at least I know you as the gold guy, right? I mean, your passion is metals and gold. But I guess the question I would have is like, at what point in your life did you start saying, wait a minute, there's something wrong here with the fiat system. I need to start to figure out how to protect my family?
Yeah, so and a lot of kids probably don't think about this, but I remember back whenever Snickers bars used to cost like 75 cents, right? And now they're like $2 a piece. And I was like, why is that? Okay, because the dollar is still $1. Your dollar isn't, hey, well, now you're going to trade, since, Snickers bars are double what they are, we're just going to trade everybody's $1 bill in for $2 bills. Right. And I was like, okay, so nothing's actually happening here, right? We're overinflating the supply, and nothing has ever, in my opinion, or that I've seen, gotten cheaper, right? Or less expensive, even if we don't want to call it cheaper. So I was like, okay, what changed, right? Because I'm only 35 years old. I get that. Yeah, I didn't see the gold standard and things of that sort, but I started looking into that and I was like, this doesn't make a lot of sense why we're not backing it by something, but it makes sense from their perspective because they've gained everyone's trust now. But my trust is starting to dissipate. We'll put it in that way, because it seems that what we're actually backed by is a military and not necessarily something that is, I can't say, well, hey, I want to cash out my dollars. Give me a little piece of this warship, right? So I would like to see something that holds its value, and what better than something that's been here for thousands of years.
And it's done amazingly well, hasn't it? So let's talk about here. We have up here, guys, the golden opportunity, which is Drew's course, and we're going to go through this really quickly because number one, amazing price, 50% off, and this is just launching today too. But if they buy it, they don't get access till July 1st. So this is like a pre-sale for this course. But how long is the course? Talk me through that.
Yeah, so first off, correct, yes, July 1 is when you actually have access to it. Secondarily, the course is about, I believe, somewhere in the realm of 14 to 15 hours. Now, mind you, I came into this course knowing that it was going to be on Gareth's platform, okay? So I just want everybody to know that. So I'm bringing my A game, I'm bringing my top quality, I'm bringing you no fluff, just straight actionable, everything that you can think of, and we're bringing something that I'm going to give this to my son. Right? So you are getting what I would teach my family to empower them. Not only you as investors, I would give this to my son to say, hey, use this as a guidebook in your future to have financial, we'll just say break away from the system.
So would you say that the course takes you all the way, obviously, like the step by step? So if let's say someone out there, and a lot of us out there, like, listen, I'm not into trading gold. I just want to know when to accumulate it, what to do with it. Like, so it covers all of that, but then does it also cover the trading side too?
Absolutely. Everything from fundamentals, candlesticks, charting patterns, what indicators to use, when to use them, what they look like, different trading strategies, when to get in, scalps, swing trades, even when to invest in gold versus the S&P, gold versus Bitcoin.
Oh, that's good.
Things like that. We draw all of those market comparisons and tell you, here's the times for investors, right? Solely investors. Here's how you would maybe want to weight your portfolio in times of war, in times of peace, in times of, oil embargoes and things of that sort. So yeah, it's all encompassing, man. Awesome. Day traders all the way down to, investors.
So let's as long as, people are here for the analysis, right? So let's talk a little bit about gold right now. Here's the chart of gold. Can you walk me through what we're seeing recently? This is the daily chart.
Yeah. So does this pin?
Yeah. We can freeze it up and you can draw on it.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, I think everybody can agree we've got a nice uptrend here, right? We've got a nice uptrend. So long as we keep this line, the line in the sand for me right now is going to be right around here at this $3,300 level. Once you bust above this, we want to make sure there's no swing failure pattern here, because that spells bad news as well. But as long as we can bust above this level, we do also see an uptrend right here, just barely. You can just barely see it. You got to take it to the wick, right? But you can see a nice little uptrend. But if we take the wicks and we actually connect them here, you also are squeezing right here. We've got a nice little squeeze happening. So this is a decision point. It doesn't matter what way you cut it. It's going to either hit big down or big up. So this is the type of stuff that we're going to teach you how to spot inside of the golden opportunity, where we don't want to necessarily trade against the trend until the trend is broken. If this trend gets broken, it's a clear indication of, hey, I want to be on the other side of this, right?
For sure.
So that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. I mean, look at this thing. That's a triple top. I mean, that's not hard to see, but this is some of the nuanced stuff, and I don't want to give away too much free game here, but we're going to do it because it's Investor Empowerment Day, right? But just knowing that there is a technical potential triple top here, what could that turn into? These are the things that we're going to teach you inside of this training. Well, that's also an ascending triangle, baby, and that is a bullish pattern. So these are the things that we're going to show you inside of this training, and these are the types of analyses you're going to get and be able to do for yourself, more importantly.
Yeah, and I think one thing that you cover here also in the course is, I mean, here we're looking at just back to basically the beginning of 2025 or late 2024. This in gold history, this is like the super short term, right?
Yeah.
Versus if I zoom out, or let's just go to like our bigger time frame, and you look at this and you say, okay, well, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but we have that shorter term uptrend that we're in. But even if it breaks that, it's not like, oh crap, gold's going to $1,000 an ounce, because you actually have this longer term trend here. Which again, I mean, that would, and then you have this beautiful level here, and then there's additional levels along the way, right? So again, if we, and I apologize, my lines weren't coming up there, I apologize. But essentially, you know, having a move like this, it's not unusual to have a little bit of a check back. But the thing is, in your course, you teach how to utilize that to your advantage.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, you don't want to say, oh my God, gold broke down, this is I'm panicking. No, dude, this is a buying. You pull back to support. What do? You buy.
You buy.
Hell yeah, man. All right, so let's go. We have some questions here from some people here. And I want to go through some of this. So we have the questions popping up here, guys, and I do appreciate it. Neil saying, yeah, I love S&P Gold and QQQ Gold PAX G. That's the
PAX G, the crypto.
Crypto. So do you know much about that? Because I don't know much about that, but it basically just tracks gold one for one. Is it one for one?
Yeah, it's one for one. So that's the one actually inside of the Golden Opportunity. The only one that I recommend, because Tether has one. There's an Australian one too. PAX G has the most volume, even though that volume is still small for the crypto markets or just as a whole, right? But it does have the most volume, and it is backed 1-to-1 by 1 ounce bars of gold.
Gotcha. And I see Joe saying, chill, Gareth. We're not just here for the analysis. We like the commentary too. I take that to heart, absolutely. But at the same time, I always feel like I got to give more and more meat and potatoes, you know?
Absolutely.
Let's see what we got here. Caught a triple in Kinross Gold in the last month from Joe as well. Very cool. Hello, total of you. First, I'd like to thank you for your great service and insight. My only question right now is, how do we see the downside for Chinese stocks? So we'll cover that. So this afternoon, the live day trading room will be open. Often in the afternoons, there aren't a ton of trades, so we go over a lot of educational stuff as well. So, and that'll be totally here for everyone to view as well. Here's one logged in user. That's obviously just they're just logged in. It says, is Drew a kickboxer? He says, dope haircut, man. So
thanks, man. Yeah. Now we've got a little bit of Nordic in our heritage. We, you know, the way I look at it, man, the markets are all out war every single day, man. So you know, get your mind right, and you know, that's, you know, the Nordic warriors, man. I look up to them a lot, because the top dog, you had to be the baddest one in the room, right?
That's right.
So if you want to be the king.
Here's one. Can you, Daryl saying, can you use what you teach for futures gold?
100%. You can use it for, you don't even have to use it for futures gold. You can use it for futures USD versus Euro pairs, right? That's the beauty of technical analysis, right? I love this. I love it. Because even though something maybe you might be seeing it on the gold charts, right? But that same, you know, triple top that we were seeing, or the ascending triangle, you're going to see that across every single market. Anything that you can chart. A good, you know, thing that you said one time was, if you can even plot real estate, you can trade real estate.
You can trade it all, right, man? I always say, like, anything that you could do, like rocks. If you like rocks on the ground, like if you could figure out where the chart is there, you probably could figure out, like, you know.
That's how it happened. Hama Munahisa, right? Back in the day, it was hundreds and hundreds of years ago, he made the candlesticks and became like the wealthiest man in recorded history through rice trading.
Amazing.
Nuts.
Amazing. All right, guys, listen, we have to wrap it up this segment, but then we have another roundtable coming up right afterwards. We're going to do a wheel giveaway up next, so that's going to be exciting. And yeah, I mean, I think that's wraps it. So we want to play a little commercial for your course, and we'll go from there.
Imagine waking up every day with freedom. No boss, no clock, just you, your charts, and profit stacking. That is the life of a verified pro trader, and it's exactly how I built mine, by learning to trade gold the right way. I've helped countless members start winning, and now it's your turn. This is your golden opportunity to trade like a pro, live like a boss, and take advantage of the gold super cycle that is transferring wealth like we've never witnessed before. So make this your golden opportunity.
All right, guys, we are back. We're going to do a giveaway on the wheel. On the wheel, we have the golden opportunity. We have so many other things right over here. So again, let's do a spin. And really, again, the way you're going to get entered into this is if you've been commenting, you're entered. Put it to you that way. So don't worry, we'll find you. We obviously have the emails that you guys are putting in for questions. And we're going to give away something right now. So let's spin that wheel. Oh, golden opportunity.
Almost.
Oh, smart money options. All right. I know you guys are junkies out there, love your options trading. Well, guess what? One of you guys just is earning 3-month access, a $300 value to smart money options. And on that note, folks, I will be back in just a little while, but we're going to watch some testimonial videos and some amazing other content right now. And then we'll come right back with another roundtable. Talk to you soon.
Hey, what's up, Gareth and everybody over at VI Verified Investing. My name is Dave. Please forgive the pink walls behind me. I'm in my baby's nursery. I have 3-year-old twin daughters, just an everyday guy. And prior to joining your service, I was a retail trader, very much boom or bust. I used to watch a couple of YouTube videos or follow whatever the hot stock was and go way too heavy in a position. And sometimes I was up, a lot of times I was down. And I just personally, I cannot afford that inconsistency. I needed to learn to be a real trader. You guys have provided that consistency. My portfolio year to date is up over 40%. Last year was up right about the same amount, and it's consistent. And that's all I can ask for. I've learned a lot from you guys about maneuvering positions. I've learned a lot about dollar cost averaging, and that's just creating this profitability for me. I need it, and I appreciate you guys. You're not allowed to go away. You guys must do this for many, many years to come. I'm not going anywhere, but I truly appreciate you. You've done a lot for my family, and we need it, guys. I'm not trading millions and millions of dollars here. So the gains that I get, they really do come through for me, and I know I can count on you guys, and I just appreciate you all from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Wakey, wakey, Grandpa! You fumbled the cleanest double bottom on SPY last night. I'm talking textbook AF. Ratioed yourself IRL. Brushing your teeth. Cool. Too bad you didn't scrub your risk management first. This isn't a pour over, it's a pullback, and you missed it harder than you missed prom in '84. Bro, that bull flag on Tesla was doing cartwheels in your face. You ghosted it harder than your high school crush. You not only ran out of TP, you ran out of risk management. That was a bearish engulfing on the 5-minute, and you YOLO'd through it. Clown behavior.
Verified Investing, built for the ones who hate losing.
Yes! Finally giving main character energy. Proud of you, King.
Verified Investing, no cap, all facts. Not financial advice, just facts, charts, and a good attitude.
Hey, Verified Investing team. My name is Corey. Just want to say hello. I want to say thank you, really, from the bottom of my little heart. For the past 3 years, I was a truck driver, and I had a lot of time to listen to YouTube and, try to teach myself things, especially about the markets. I wanted to get into trading. And then when I discovered Gareth Soloway, I saw one of his videos and technical analysis and how he was accurately calling a bunch of shots. I was very surprised on how it worked. And literally every video pretty much for the past 3 years that he's been a guest or something appearance I watched. And then I started getting involved, and I could just tell that Gareth, or as I call him, Master Solo, has a very genuine heart. And he really cares about people. It's not just a business to him. I mean, he makes money off of this, but he really wants to teach and educate future traders. And he wants you to be able to change your life. And I'm just so thankful. And, he's really taught me how to look back in the charts. And I call it the master parallel. If you find a master parallel, and it's just so unique how these things work, it's like, a big game hunter. And you just have your trophy animal walking right in, and you're sitting there waiting. And you take your shot, and you just know that you can trust your chart, you can trust your TA. And obviously, if you have more factors, it's just a higher probability that it's going to go your way. So it's all about probability. It's all about setups with Verified Investing. Highly recommend you take the Winning Trader series. I took it, learned a lot. I had to trade at night while I'm asleep in the truck because I drove a night shift with 2 people, and I was making money just because I could trust the charts. So anyway, I'll end my rant there. Thank you, the whole team, especially Master Solo. I really appreciate you.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the roundtable. You're joined by your 2 most attractive pro traders here. My name is Lawton Ho, and this is
Maggie Johnston.
So what's going on, guys? So as you guys know, we were and kind of are still junior traders. I've graduated, Maggie's about to graduate, and we always hear questions about what's it like becoming a junior trader? What can you kind of expect? So walk me through your experience, Maggie, and I'll share mine afterwards.
So I would say the biggest difference being a junior trader here is that you're not on your own anymore. So you have like a bigger purpose you're serving, whether it be, for the community that we're serving and also for the team we have here. So I think that gives more purpose to it and definitely motivates me to work even harder.
And can you talk a little bit about your experience as here we're kind of working as a team as opposed to potentially you might have been trading a little bit on your own?
Yeah, so I mean, you definitely pick things up just being a part of a group of other traders and being in that trading room. And I'm sure as our members do as well, like every little piece of thing that you hear from Gareth or from you, I take that in. And then it might come up while I'm thinking about taking a trade and I'm like, oh, wait, they said this. And it like changes my decision a little bit.
Yeah, and I got to say, guys, it's working on a team is so awesome. And Maggie helps out a ton. She's provided tons of insights into trends and her different way of trading. Sometimes much better way of trading than the way that I trade. But yeah, it's been it's been great. And if you guys are interested, we're always looking for new junior traders. And if they can take someone like me, I mean, I was doing TikTok, I was doing YouTube, right? And then turn me into a professional trader. They're awesome. Up next, we're gonna take some questions. So go ahead and leave your questions down in the chat, and I'll do my best to read them out. If you have questions for either myself or Maggie. Ronick says, hi Lawton and Maggie, top junior traders only by title as by experience. You're way above the general. That's what Ronick says.
Thank you. Well, I know Lawton definitely is, it's amazing what you've done in just these few months. So
awesome. Thank you so much for your kind words, Maggie and Ronick. Rick says, when you purchase the Winning Trader series, can you review the lessons again for years to come? Yeah, I mean, we use it all the time, right? That's the basis of our methodology. It's everything that Gareth has ever learned, and that's what turned me from someone who doesn't trade to a pro trader. Min Chao saying, yay, finally I see a female trader. Go Maggie. Lori says, how do you become a junior trader?
Reach out to Verified Investing if you're interested.
Yep. And I mean, so what has been your favorite and maybe least favorite things about being a junior trader and going through this process?
I would say least favorite. It definitely is a lot of work in the beginning, getting acclimated to how we do things here, and I had to change my style a lot. But some of my favorite things is, like we talked about before, being a part of a team, having a bigger purpose, and you just learn so much just being immersed in this environment every single day.
Absolutely. Gabriella says, can you become a junior trader out of state? No, unfortunately, it is an in-person gig. So you'd have to be here in Florida. Ivo says, is the Winning Trader Series complete, suitable for complete beginners? Absolutely. When I saw it, I was more or less a beginner. Absolutely. What has your experience been?
Yeah,
for Winning Trader
I'd say
Series?
definitely. I would say it's suitable for any trader, whether it be beginner. It does take you from the beginning, but also, you know, even me having more experience, I've taken that course. I definitely learned a lot as well. So.
Cool. Michael's saying, how long do I have to take a purchase course? Can I take it multiple times? Thanks, Michael. So once you buy the Winning Trader Series, initially you're going to have an 8-month period, or you can watch it over and over again as many times as you'd like. If you want an extension on that and like to review it more, I'm sure we could work something out, but you just have to talk to our support team here at Verified Investing. Jennifer says, Maggie, what made you decide to go for this position as junior trader?
Really is, I want to be a part of a team. You know, doing it on your own is really hard. So having that support of the community and the team, and I do enjoy teaching other people as well. So it's just having that purpose that we talked about before, and it makes you a better trader. So.
Yeah. Awesome. Raul says, do we need experience to become a junior trader? No, but I will say that you have to be ambitious, be willing to put the work in, right, and see the bigger picture. All right, up next, we're going to go to our first giveaway, or giveaway number two, giveaway number 2. So let's go ahead and spin that wheel. I feel like I'm on a game show. Hopefully get something good.
What we got here?
Okay,
Ooh.
the 1-minute scalpel, 8 months access. So basically a $500 value to Dr. B's 1-minute scalpel course. I mean, it's amazing. It's really helped me in particular learn to day trade, right? It is amazing for day trading. You can use it in other words, but other things as well. Do we have time for a couple more questions, or? Okay, we'll keep going with a couple more questions. Yep. See here. Yep, I hear you, Joe. We're just answering some questions right now. Alexander says, it's been great to see your growth, Lawton. Yeah, I appreciate all of you guys who have been here for a while. Justin says, during this morning's AMA, you showed a video with a puppet. What was that? Well, that was a commercial that we made to tell you a little bit more about verified investing. We're going to go ahead and play that right now.
Timing matters, especially in the market and the bedroom.
No follow through, no volume, no surprise.
But when you start learning real strategy, using real tools, everything changes.
Now that was a full breakout with volume. Chef's kiss. Mwah.
Verified investing. Trade smarter. Perform better. Not financial advice, just facts, charts, and a little attitude. Timing matters, especially in the market and the bedroom.
This is Murray from Alberta, and I used to trade with a hope and try to go for the home run. And now I trade on technicals and take a little bit and say thank you very much. Thank you, Gareth.
Welcome back, you guys. My name is Benjamin Poole, head trader here with...
I'm Drew Dosek.
All right, so we're going to go over a couple different trading strategies, and we're going to also talk about, of course,
the sleeper hold, folks.
All right.
On sale today. Take advantage of these discounts. This education is phenomenal for you.
That's right. Okay, so Before we get into questions, because I'm going to go over a couple questions, I kind of want to hear a little bit more of what had you decide to partake in developing a course about a sleeper hold, and what all does it entail?
Sure. That's a good question. And mainly, folks, if you followed me on Trading the Close, or even if you've been a part of our membership on Trade Alerts Explorer, one of the areas that I love focusing on are cycles. And to be able to understand cycles, you have to understand time counts. That's why I put together this course, Mastering the Overnight Trade, the Sleeper Hold. It teaches you in the very first module how to recognize time extended moves and what happens from those moves after that time is up. There's signifiers in that course to help alert you to when to get into the trade. And these happen across several different time frames, all of which are included in that course. You can break this down to day trading, swing trading, even if you want to do trend trading too, you can isolate where those trends are starting and where they're going to end.
All right, so do you want to give him an example of kind of where a trend would possibly end in a specific chart?
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's look at this chart right here. We got VSCO on the screen. That's Victoria's Secret. You can see here, right in December of last year, we had a tremendous fall. This is the weekly time frame too. But if you notice, price stopped right here on the charts, roughly around $16, then proceeded to bounce up 20%. This area was highlighted and can be recognized because of what I teach in Mastering the Overnight Trade, the Sleeper Hold. There's setups like this all across charts, all throughout the market. And what's great about it too, I teach you how to isolate and scan for these charts. You can break it down, especially if you have TradingView or any other brokerage where you can chart. You can enable this sort of charting and screening technique to be able to market and view the whole markets for what could be in play in about 5 to 10 minutes. So at 5 to 10 minutes of research time, you can find yourself a handful of trades every single day for swing trades. But it doesn't stop there. It also works on intraday day trading patterns too. So say if you're already in a day trade and the price is moving against you, then that sleeper hold pattern presents itself. That's going to give you the confidence to understand price is about to change. Knowing when price changes on a chart so you can take advantage of it is where you can make tremendous amounts of money. It's taking advantage of that turn in price action on the chart. And like we see here, price action went almost straight down on the chart here, VSCO. But why did it stop? My course will tell you why it stopped. And then plus here, that gave me a signal price was about to stop there. You can even get in a little bit late and still capture 20% gain, then replay it again and capture 45% gain. So there's a number of ways to utilize it, but ultimately the foundation of understanding time is critical to you all having a successful trade and successful career.
All right, Andre, the giant sleeper hold is my favorite. Thank you so much. Gareth isn't on here, so hey guys, you use hotkeys to execute your stock trades. If so, which platform do you use? There are some, like TradingView, if you connect it with your broker, does allow for hotkeys. Like if you hit Control S, it allows you to short it, or Control L, you can go long. I don't use them. I like to have my specific levels ahead of time. So for example, we took a trade today on HIMS. I identified that level ahead of time, and so I had a limit order at that specific price with additional ad levels. So I don't need the hotkeys. Usually when you're getting in hotkeys, you're usually either trying to chase an up move or a down move or a possible trend reversal. They are great to use if that's your trading style, but unfortunately that's not my trading style. So I don't use them. I don't need to have them set up.
And by the way, Ben killed it on that day trade today, made over $5,000 in about 20-25 minutes. Sweet trade there, Ben.
Thanks. All right, Nita is saying you guys are awesome. Hi guys, when gold has already gone so high, how do we know where the next point or entry point should be? I'm assuming that you're talking about for a possible short, right? Or are you talking about a long? Because there's a difference, right? The gold chart is overly extended. However, it's pulled back off of the all-time highs already. So right now, what you want to do is you want to wait for a break of an upsloping trend line in order for us to, or for you to decide, okay, so now here's the next directional move. So if it starts breaking an upsloping trend line, then the direction of move is down. So you could actually enter it on a possible break. Dr. B does a great job of explaining in his 1 minute scalpel, which actually can be used on multiple time frames, on how exactly to go about entering the trade at a specific point where your take profit levels are and your stop loss levels are. And then, so a great example of how you would use the sleeper hold is if the gold price drops a significant amount into some key support levels. Drew does a great job in letting you identify exactly when that possible reversal is going to happen. So you never have, you're never really missing a trade. You're just identifying the next support and resistance level when you're trading those styles.
Correct, correct. And one thing I want to highlight too about technical analysis, every one of these candles that is printed is like an extra piece of the puzzle, helping you see what the picture is in the direction for that particular stock. So it's important, every one of these candles can change the analysis too. So it's important, like I can't just tell you, hey, on VSCO at $100, go long and forget about it. I got to see how price gets into that level so that we can make the trade appropriately.
The nice thing is it helps you avoid paying up. So for example, if you got in here because you saw a support level, if the setup isn't there, now you're hitting it all the way down here, saving yourself having to dollar cost average all the way down. You can just pick it up at the lows. All right, so next we have the giveaway.
All right. Yes.
Here we go. Who is on?
Come on, get a sleeper hold, somebody. Give us a sleeper hold.
Oh, all right. Apex Live Day Trading Room Limited Trader. So this is a $250 prize that you guys won. You guys get the morning session with us or the first 2 trades of the day. And so that's what you guys get. So congratulations. I don't know
and
who
you get
won it, but yeah, that's awesome.
You get a peek into our world and what we do every single day, and prepping all the traders, getting them ready for levels to be hit so that we're able to execute those trades in and out efficiently. Plus, you'll get a lot of education. Now, most of the education for our live day trading room is conveyed during the afternoon session. And the reason being, we have a lot of volume on general trading days. We have a lot of volume in the morning, which also translates to higher volatility. Now, having high volatility and volume are recipes for success in day trading. Thus, the afternoon is a little bit more quiet for day trade opportunities. Doesn't mean they won't present themselves, but that time during the day trading room, we go through a lot of education, answer members' questions about certain stocks, whether swing trading questions or even key technical educational questions, ones that we can talk about and discuss. So it's really like, if you get involved with our day trading room for a month, it's a month-long educational webinar. Plus, we throw in trades in there too.
Plus
to
you get to
mix
make
it up.
money.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so now we have a testimonial from Matt L, and he'll be displayed on your screen.
Oh, hi, I'm Matt from the UK, been a member of In the Money Stocks and Verified Investing Crypto for quite a while. Done the Winning Trader series as well. It's helped me massively. It's made me learn patience, and I've spent years swinging for the fences, high leverage, all that sort of stuff, trying to make a quick win. And Gareth taught me to be patient, dollar cost averaging, and start with a small position, and you can build your position whether you're going long or short. And yeah, it's working so far so good. Thanks, Gareth. And that's it from me.
Wakey, wakey, Grandpa! You fumbled the cleanest double bottom on SPY last night. I'm talking textbook AF. Ratioed yourself IRL. Brushing your teeth. Cool. Too bad you didn't scrub your risk management first. This isn't a pour over, it's a pullback, and you missed it harder than you missed prom in '84. Scrolling memes instead of reviewing setups? That 3-bar play was cooked and ready to eat, and you served it cold. Tragic. Wow! Not even verified on your trades or your relationships. Embarrassing for you.
Smart setups, real data, no fluff.
Yes! Finally giving main character energy. Proud of you, King.
Verified investing, no cap, all facts. Not financial advice, just facts, charts, and a little attitude.
Hey everybody, welcome back. This is another roundtable. I'm joined by Dr. B, expert trader at VWAP, a 1-minute scalpel. We're going to talk about these techniques. Honestly, they've been revolutionary, I think, in terms of even what I've learned. And I'd love to get into the nitty gritty of kind of showing people this stuff in action. Because if you guys are like me and Dr. B, you're the same way as me, is like this stuff, when you see it, like you could have done it for years and it's still so freaking cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And plus, you know, we love to learn, right? So you have your methodology. I've developed mine. It took you many years to develop yours. It took me several years to develop mine. So let's talk about the Tesla trade.
Yeah, from today.
Yes, from today. So if you pull up the Tesla trade, I'll show you where I found that, found this 1-minute scalpel trade this morning. And if you go to the 1-minute chart, you can see that Tesla was really ripping to the upside on this robo-taxi news. And if you come back out a little, Gareth, to the left here, all right, so you can see here that Tesla was forming really a nice wedge here, okay? So here was kind of the first wedge that I saw. I think I entered somewhere in this area, okay? And we got a little fall, but not enough. Now, VWAP was somewhere around here, and I'll pull that up a little later. But there was another wedge here that formed, okay, right about here, somewhere around here.
And move just out a little bit so they can make sure to be looking at it.
Okay, so here was 2 wedges, and eventually when these wedges break, okay, you can see here that Tesla tried to consolidate. There was bearish divergence on the RSI. That's another thing that I look for. I teach all of this in the 1-minute scalpel course. And you can see that once we broke this level here, we started to fall. Now, typically what we see, and we see this hundreds of times per year, right? We'll see a rising wedge form, and then you have a break down lower, right? Same thing, rising wedge, break down lower. But Tesla was so strong here today because of the robo-taxi news that it kept breaking through the wedges. So we dollar cost averaged through the trade, it tried to consolidate, and then eventually broke down. And if you were to look here, you'd see that VWAP is somewhere around here. And Tesla came right here to VWAP and then bounced, and now the markets, you know, are moving up.
Can you just to educate people, can you tell them what VWAP stands for?
Sure. So VWAP is volume weighted average price. Okay, it's essentially the average price based on the volume. It's where generally all the liquidity sits, all the institutions are sitting, and someone like Warren Buffett, for example, has been known to exit his shares at or around VWAP because that's considered the fair price for the day for that stock. So you have institutions, smart money sitting here, and so we focus on that. And so what I do is I combine actually the 1-minute scalpel strategies with VWAP strategies, and it really does work. You know, it's not perfect. There's no guarantees, of course, for any methodology, but we have seen quite a bit of success. And yeah, so why don't we, Gareth, why don't you chat a little bit about your...
Yeah, and I'm just bringing up VWAP now as we speak too, which should be great here. So if we unfreeze the chart and you'll see it pop up, and this is you'll see the VWAP right here. Right? This is what you were talking about right here, right? And then just explain to people, so when you go to TradingView, guys, and if you want to use VWAP, what you do is you're going to search it up here under indicators, right? So indicators, you look for VWAP, and then you just add it, and these will be the natural lines that come up. Now, you can adjust this, I assume, in settings, but in general, I believe you kind of keep it at what's standard.
Right. And this yellow line is the VWAP, okay? These green lines are what's called multiplier bands, so essentially standard deviations, 1 standard deviation above and below VWAP. And you can see generally on a strong stock, you have the stock stay just above that 1 standard deviation. You can see how many times that it hit it there. And what we found is that this is where the institutional algorithms are sitting. This is why it's so important to understand VWAP and what all of these different lines mean. And then so generally, again, what I call VWAP home base, okay? It's kind of like a moving average on steroids, right? Moving averages, you tend to kind of come back to those areas, but chop around. But VWAP is so powerful that generally the price comes back to that area, and there's so many different ways to use it. So
and just what's kind of cool about this, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm newer to VWAP than you, but you see this strength, right? So it's staying above the multiplier band here. And then what's interesting is that here it's all above, or if it does, it just pierces. But here, you get back above. But if you look at the average is now below, which is telling you it's weakening, right?
Right.
and then ultimately, boom, it comes down. And then where does it find home base? You said home base, right?
Yep.
Right
Yep.
in there. And then look at how Tesla is able to now maintain this. And so, and again, what I would look for here is like, let's say Tesla comes down here and now starts kind of going above, but it's in general, it's starting to stay more below. That's telling you it's weakening again
weak,
versus right now, if we look at this, I assume this would be saying it's staying strong, right? And it could go like that because it's staying above the VWAP.
Yeah, and don't forget your typical patterns, right? Such as bull flags and bear flags, right? So if all of a sudden you have a bearish consolidation after a down move, you say, okay, price is below VWAP here, it's consolidating, bearishly essentially, then we're probably going to break lower. So it's just another tool that we add, and I generally use it to take profits, right? I find that 90% of stocks come back to VWAP, whether it be to the downside or the upside, and I use it to take profit.
That's so cool. So we kind of spent more time on VWAP here than on 1 minute scalpel. But the point being is that the combination of them two is really you're using your wedge patterns, right? Your wedge patterns to denote the break points, right? And then you combine that with VWAP, and all of a sudden you have a multiple factor technique that can spit out a lot of profits.
Yeah, and from your course, right, the Winning Trader series, you talk about the more factors, the higher the success. It's the same thing here. It's just looking at things a little differently. The other thing that helped here is that, while I was looking at this at the 1 minute scalpel, rising wedge pattern that I call it, there was also a time count on the 10 minute.
That's awesome.
So when we combine our methodologies, it really does work pretty well.
That is amazing, amazing. All right, so guys, we'll go over some more of this, but just remember that the 2 courses are on sale, and actually, believe it or not, the 2 courses on sale equal the price of one. So it's basically buy one, get the other free, essentially, which is awesome. And again, this stuff is powerful. It's used to day trade. You made the Tesla trade on this. You've made countless other trades. Now, one thing to ask, and because I'm sure we have a lot of people wondering, is this only for day trading, or can you utilize it for swing trading, I assume wedges appear on any time frame.
Yeah, wedges with a certain methodology that I talk about, that appears on all time frames, the 1 minute all the way to the monthly chart. VWAP is generally for intraday trading, but there is also what's called an anchored VWAP, which you can use for swing trading or long-term investing. So
wonderful. All right, guys. So what we're going to do here real quick, we're just going to do a couple questions, and then we'll have to do another giveaway because we just like giving stuff away. And then we're going to get right into the live day trading room in the afternoon. So I mean, we got a lot going on today, no doubt about it. Let's see here. I'm 65 and watch Gareth every morning. I'm ready to join the swing trade stocks and ETFs. Is that service on sale? The services are not on sale. So the reason they're not on sale is honestly like the value in them is just so intense. And also the whole idea of the empowerment day is the services are, you can use them for education because I do videos every day in smart money stocks and ETFs, but it's more me giving fish. I think in all of us traders here, it's like, yeah, but what happens when I retire? What happens when we all, decide to just go off on our yachts or whatever, Like the idea is we're here to teach you guys how to essentially be financially independent, whether I'm here, whether any of us are here. And that's why we focus on selling the courses. The courses it's the meat and potatoes of everyone that's a great investor or trader. All right. BM saying, what is the difference in how you approach swing trades and day trades? What do you think about that, Dr. B?
So how do I approach it in general?
Yeah,
or?
like is there when you're looking for something to swing trade, is it the same factors and stuff where they're obviously time frame is different. You have to take into account, is the U.S. going to bomb Iranian nuclear sites? Are they going to retaliate? Right. As a day trader, intraday, yes, if it happens during that trade, but the odds of it, we saw this weekend that something happened. If you're at a day trade, you're out of that anyways.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's a different mentality for me. I think on the long side, swing trading, I'm looking kind of at the quality of the company, right? Something that isn't really profitable, I'm a little less likely to swing trade or even, of course, get long-term invested. But I think that day trade, you're in and out, right? So you really don't have to look at the fundamentals of the company. But for swing trades, I'm tending to look at that. But a lot of the same patterns, right? Parallel channels, trend lines,
head and shoulders,
falling wedges, rising wedges, topping tails, bottoming tails, all these things.
Yeah, so just a couple quick questions here, or answers that I can give right here. Alex wondering, should we trade the news? So you have to be aware of the news. I always stay tuned into the news, but for me at least, by the time I'm hearing the news, I know that there are institutions that had that news long before me, and so I'm usually late to the party. And so I tend to trade the charts, which will give me the setup that then some news may come out and then that bull flag plays out because of that, versus trying to play catch up, right? I've always been a believer that in life you want to be first, not last, be in the first group getting into something. And usually with news, we don't have an edge, frankly. Everyone already knows that stuff.
It's too quick.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Let's get to the spinning of the wheel here. Let's give something away. So let's see what we can give away this time. And here we go. Oh, 1 minute scalpel. There you go.
There it is. What are the odds?
Changing your life one spin at a time right here. 499 value, guys. Again, 8th month access there to the 1 minute scalpel. And again, if you've been commenting, you get entered into the drawing automatically. So congratulations on that one. And then I think we're going to take a quick break and come back with the live day trading room in literally a minute or so. All right. So we'll talk to you guys in just a minute or two. Take care.
Should I buy the dip? Did you even chart the dip, Kyle? What's RSI stand for? Really should have invested. What's a good entry signal? When the chart says, "Come through, king." Not when Reddit says, "YOLO." Is this a good time to get in? If you're asking me mid-candle, the answer is no. Can I learn to trade without risk? Yeah, just like you can ride a roller coaster without crying. Technically possible, not likely.
Verified investing, no cap, all facts. Not financial advice, just facts, charts, and a little attitude.
And so what we have going on here is that we have a big move up in the S&P, and what it's looking like is essentially the markets are reacting. And this is a little bit counterintuitive, but Iran fired missiles at U.S. bases in Qatar, and essentially the market is saying, okay, Iran has responded. We know what they've done, and then it's over. The markets are thinking, okay, the Iranians had to save face. They had to do something. Right? You can't just let someone bomb your nuclear sites and then just kind of walk away and say, oh, well, too bad. And so the markets are actually breathing a little sigh of relief that maybe that is the extent of the retaliation. All right. So again, that's my thesis for why we're seeing this move up in the S&P 500 over just the last 30 to 40 minutes. Because a lot of people have seen this headline and saying, uh-oh, what's going on here? You know, what is going on, and why is the market rallying when we're seeing these headlines? And I think that is exactly what's going on. So I'm going to walk back to the computer here because I want to take a look at oil as well, right? So if we flip back here, oil is getting absolutely annihilated. Let's walk back to the big screen and take a look here, guys. Look at this drop on oil. And oil, again, huge drop. So this is where we opened in the overnight here. Right there. And by the way, remember the parallel channel? I mean, if you've been following me in the game plans, we've talked about that. And I said this was likely the high. All right. And again, it wasn't that I was guessing. I was using past history. I was using technical analysis of parallel channels. But ultimately, look at that. It opens there. And look, oil is getting smoked here to the downside. And again, the idea is that now that the Iranians have responded, maybe now there can be diplomacy and de-escalation. And that is why you're having this big drop in oil. So again, I mentioned in the game plan this morning, I was short oil. I worked my average into right around here. And now we find ourselves in the money on crude oil. So pretty cool there, guys. Again, just a little insights into this. I want to show you one other thing. I'm going to walk back to the computer real quick here. And I want to bring up our cockpit, which is what the traders get to view that's in it. If we can go to my screen here, there we go. So again, guys, those of you guys that are part of the live day trading room, we have all our open positions showing up. You can see it says no open positions because we're not currently in any day trades. But here's the closed positions. All right, closed positions right down here.
And you can see today we've actually had a pretty solid day. Look at that, up $8,383.82. So pretty awesome on that front. All winners today. By the way, we don't always have all winners. Sometimes we do have losers. We are traders, and in the real world, you sometimes have losers. But nonetheless, great day today, guys. Ben with the big winner here. Notice each trader's name is next to it. I'm the one trader today that does not have a trade in the book. So we'll see if I can't get something this afternoon. Then we have our leaderboard down here. I have to say I'm still in the lead here. So, that's okay then, right? Hey, guys. By the way, you can see all the other traders joining me here. So, again, it's going to be a wonderful afternoon, but you can see we have all our stats, real-time stats, 30 days, 7-day, yesterday, and today. And today, you can see if we bring that up, it shows the leaderboard of the gains. Here's our watch list. So every morning, we're putting in our watch list here. Can we go to full screen on this so that you can see, guys? Maybe not. There we go. All right. So again, guys, here we have stocks to watch right here. This is every morning the traders are putting in like, what are the stocks that are moving that we are finding levels on? And again, that's right here. And here's that leaderboard again. And then I'm not sure if you guys had seen before, but obviously the closed out trades. And then we also have open positions. So essentially we make it so easy for you to be able to follow the trades that we take in the live day trading room. All right, so that's kind of what I wanted to share with you guys right now anyways. And if we just take a look, I'm going to kick it over to the other traders there. What are you guys looking at here this afternoon?
Yeah, hey, let me jump in real quick there, Gareth. I do want to show this Polygon. We were in a trade long during Trader's Edge Crypto, and we did buy right here, and then you can see the 1% move. I did take profits on that, so congratulations to everybody in that Trader's Edge Crypto live day trading service for crypto. We're able to snag some profits there on Polygon. Way to go, everybody, and way to hang in there too. All during this time frame, notice when price was coming down, we were adding to positions at calculated distances to ensure our average stayed very close. And then when that pop came, we took our profits right there. So congratulations to everybody. So besides that, let me kick it on over to Ben. Ben, what are you looking at this afternoon, sir?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right. So I am actually looking at HIMS again. I traded this earlier today.
Oop, you got your chart? Oh, there it is. It's coming in.
Okay. All right. So HIMS is what I'm looking at. It did get all the way down to $42. If it gets below $42, I'm interested in going long on this trade. This looks to me like it would be a great setup. It's down 32% on the daily session. So I'm looking for a long on this. Appears at 42.
Nice. Over the lunchtime too, we did have my level tagged. We were talking about this level on SMCI this morning, folks, and SMCI's level of gap fill was tagged. You can see right in here, and check out my, oops, let me flip this chart. There's that, and let me get a new one for you. Right here. All right. So as you see here on this chart, notice the price action this morning. We did get into this trade with the Pierce of $42, made a nice, quick, easy trade there on SMCI. Then price continued to go a little bit higher, but then ultimately my level on the day was this gap fill over here at $41.59. And if you notice too, price came just cascading down. This is ideal, folks. Whenever you have price action just moving almost on a vertical fashion, whether it's up or down, straight into that area, look at the corresponding bounce that occurs on this. This stuff is priceless to see, especially if you zoom back out on the daily chart. You can see this inclining parallel channel right here really has mapped out a lot of the price action movement on SMCI, and especially highlighting today how it came in and tagged right here at the bottom end of that parallel channel. It's just purely beautiful. I love watching this stuff react on the charts, but was away from the mic at that moment. Anybody else? I did see a comment or two come through on our comment screen that other members were able to access this level and take it from my morning discussion. So congratulations to everybody out there that did that.
Nice. That's awesome, man. Yeah.
It's awesome, Drew. Yeah. Since we're going through our trades this morning, I'll talk about Tesla. I'll pull up my chart here. So Tesla here. Let me just check here. Take away. There we go. Okay. So Tesla here, let's start on the daily chart. I tend to look at like the daily. Let's even go to the weekly here. So I have these major resistance areas drawn out here on Tesla, and you can see that the stock didn't quite get there yet, but there was a pivot high right about here. Okay, you can see this pivot high right here. Okay, right about 362. And there was also a pivot high here. All right, right there, that little guy right there, about 355. And Tesla was rallying here. If you look at the news, okay, Tesla launched its robo-taxi service in Austin today. And so that's what sent the stock up rallying. Tesla's a huge company. It's part of the Mag 7. If you look at the market cap, almost 1.2 trillion, and so for a stock to move 10% in a day, that is notable, right? That's about $100 billion of money flowing into the stock. And so initially, I found this wedge, this rising wedge here, and you can see that the stock broke down. And typically, if this wasn't such strong news, the stock would fall, break from this wedge, and generally come back down here to VWAP. This is that green line right here, right? If you look at the RSI, three things I look at essentially. I look at RSI, trend lines, and VWAP. That's like my main three factors that I look at. So when I realized that Tesla was strong here, I started to look at, hey, where are there other wedges? And sure enough, there was another wedge right here, and it tried to break right there, but again, still the stock was strong. And then notice here how the stock stayed above the upper multiplier band. This is where institutional algorithms are. You can see it hitting here over and over again. And once it broke this upper multiplier band, the stock started to fall, okay? And so we took profits down here around VWAP. Our average was somewhere in here. I think we had about a 3/12 position. We took 2/12 off at break even and took the remainder off at VWAP. But the point is that if you know what all of these things mean, you can trade stocks, for the rest of your life. You just have to pick your strategy that resonates with you, and just do it over and over and over again. So very good. Go ahead, Gareth.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, yeah, it was a very solid morning this morning. It was interesting, and again, in these afternoon sessions, we kind of talk about lots of different things, all related to trading. But I remember messaging with the traders. We messaged over the weekend, and we saw the news that that U.S. had bombed the Iranian nuclear sites, and it was like, oh man, the futures are going to give us all these crazy moves. We're going to gap down massively on Monday, and for us, it didn't matter where the markets go from there. It's more that we get the volatility as traders, right? I mean, that's what we live on. So what I think what's interesting here is that you could see the markets by this morning were net green, and the volatility was not there, but we were still able to find the setups for at least some trades. And so again, sometimes the markets change what you think, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And again, guys, I'm just seeing a couple questions coming in here, and we're going to get to some trading opportunities if they are there. But I did want to read out a couple that I thought were very cool. And Gustavo saying, just want to thank the entire team for walking the talk on teaching individuals how to fish in the markets with transparency and always over delivering in such a grand manner. When you teach on strategies, patience, and emotion discipline, it helped me improve greatly my trading skills, and I now focus on growing my small account with strong motivation. Thanks to you guys. Well, thank you very much. And again, the kind words really do mean a lot to us, guys. Days like today are very tiring, but we do it because we love teaching, and there's nothing more rewarding than kind words like that. And so I thank you. And the other thing to just mention is the transparency aspect. And that's, if I showed you guys the cockpit, right? Where literally every time we open and close a trade, there's our trade right there, our exact entry. We're walking you through it. Same thing in the services, right? Smart money stocks, options, all of these exact entries, time stamped, everything. And I think in this world we live in today, there's so many false promises and so much BS out there that it really kind of creates a tough environment for you guys as retail investors to be like, well, this guy promises me 500% return, and these guys look solid, but but it's a difference maker. And again, this is why I think it's so important to just be an open book. Just do your best. I talk about trades. I've had some crappy trades in my career. I've had crappy trades in the last year, as we all have as traders. But it's part of being a trader is that there are trades that you could have the best setup in the world and it's still not going to always work out perfectly. The question is, can you maneuver? And then ultimately, sometimes you just can't, and you just got to accept it. And that's just the nature of it, right? It's an odds game or a probability game. So I think that's such an important aspect in trading, is just understanding you do the best you can, you work hard at it, you dedicate yourself to it. And even when you do that, you can win more than you lose, but there's going to be a loser out there. Lull, quiet over the whole nonsense.
Very good. It's really all true.
All right.
How about you, Lawton? Tell us what you're looking at.
Or yeah, Lawton, are you
Okay.
going to trade something? Let's hear it.
Absolutely. I absolutely love trading. I usually take at least one a day. And let me share my charts and tell you exactly what I'm looking to get into and the exact price I'd be interested in.
And hey, before you say that, I did see a question flash by. Thanks so much for the participation, folks. But one individual did ask, under which circumstances would you guys trade a leveraged inverse ETF? And I thought that would be perfect segue for you, Lawton.
Sure, yeah. So amazing. So as you can see from my charts, SOXS, it's a leveraged and inverse ETF of the SOXX, which is basically tracks the performance of the semiconductors, right? So when the semis go up, SOX drops. We're calling it SOX here. When the semis go down, SOX goes up. It's my absolute favorite thing to trade. And I'll tell you exactly where I'm looking to potentially trade this. For me, I'd be interested in getting into a long, so buying SOX around $9 and let's say $9.12 around there. And I'll keep you updated as that level comes up. But around $9.12, I will be buying SOX should it hit there today. And I'd use about a 12th position, which is about 8% of your cash in your day trading portfolio. It's something that I trade every day. I traded it earlier in the day. If you take a look at the live day trading track record, you will see a lot of SOX in there. And every single one of those are mine except for one or two, which are Benjamin Fools.
And I think those were the losers, unfortunately.
They were the losers, but I also had one loser. So it's yeah. But again, guys, $9.12 SOXS. I will be buying a 1/12 position. Long should it come down there. I'll keep you updated as it gets closer.
Awesome, buddy. Yeah, I'm excited for that. Looks like the S&P right now is kind of here. In fact, I'll walk over to the big board if we can go to the big picture on me here. But basically, we have the S&P that you could see had the move up here on the, as weird again as it is the Iranians attacking U.S. bases in Qatar. But again, like I explained early on, is it looks like the markets are rallying on that because the idea was the Iranians had to respond. If the response is over, then maybe diplomacy and de-escalation now that they potentially saving face. So again, we don't know for sure, but I'm guessing that's why the markets have rallied and why oil is just collapsing to the downside. So again, guys, a couple questions coming in here, and then we're going to go back. I'm going to ask Ben and Drew if they're seeing any trades in just a second. But couple key questions here or key comments. Someone saying that they had the $20 a month service and got crushed on Wolf. Yeah, so the key is, this is very important, guys. We've traded Wolf in the services, in the smart money stocks. I traded it, and in small caps, the small cap service, which is all part of smart money stocks. We knocked it out of the park on that every single time. And so if you were a member, you got our exact entries and our exact exits. And since it came, now they actually just filed for bankruptcy today, we haven't been in it. So we've actually made a lot of money if you've been a member of the actual major services. Now, if you're in the $20 a month, which is now $50 a month, you get, weekly trades, but those are just 1 week, right? You get in on Monday and you get out on Friday. So just make sure to follow the rules. But again, I saw someone asking earlier on Wolf if is it worth still holding on to? again, once they file for bankruptcy, it's going to go into, essentially the bondholders getting paid first. And then if there's anything left over, then shareholders will get it. But in general, I don't mess with stuff once it gets into bankruptcy. It's a crapshoot at that point. All right. And then I saw another question on here about whether or not do we ever not put any trades on the track record if they're bad? And the answer is no, they're absolutely all there. And the way you know that, if you go look at the day trading track record, you'll see like there are some big losses there. And that's real trading, right? So sometimes we get smoked, but I actually like showing that because it shows you that we're not BSing. It's like, yeah, I mean, I've taken 50K losses in a day. It's part of trading. Now, I make a lot more money than that in general, but sometimes something doesn't go your way, you get caught off guard, and before you know it, it spirals and you do the best to maneuver. The key is at the end of the month, at the end of the quarter, at the end of the year, are you nicely profitable? But you guys can go see the track records. There's losers on there. We just win a lot more than we lose. All right. All right, I'm going to kick it off to Ben. Is there any trades that you're looking at this afternoon, Ben?
So I was actually noticing the HIMS chart again. It's got an inverse head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute. So it looks
That's
like
Dr.
it.
B though. There we go.
Yeah, I know. I know. I don't have access to that.
No, I know. I think it's in the back.
All right. So inverse head and shoulders that it looks like it may want to break out of. It's got to here connect these pivots. So it's not the best inverse head and shoulders pattern. However, look at this. So if it now that it's broken out of this, this is getting a little bit more interesting. As Dr. B mentioned, still wanted to recapture this upper multiplier band or this lower multiplier band, as it were. And then you have potential to maybe get up to the 44.78 level, which actually for HIMS, that would be a nice 3% move higher. But really what I'm waiting for is a retrace back down to 42.32. I would be interested in if it got back down to this level, even with an inverse head and shoulders in play, only because it's up 3%. So, if it does retrace and gets back to this level, I don't want to give up 3% just trying to get to 3%. So that's why I'm still going to wait for 42.32.
Gotcha.
Nice.
I see a lot of questions towards me about my stock, like tons. So let me go ahead and address some of those. Let me take these charts back. Okay. So let's go one by one. I'll answer a couple of these. So why exactly 912? There's a couple factors, including VWAP. I'm looking at RSI. I'm looking at that's going to be slightly below. That's around 1% lower than today's lows. What is a 1/12th position? That's 8% of your cash portfolio. So take 1 divided by 12. That's 8%. What is my target for stocks? I'm going to look for around 10 cents. So that's about a 1% move in my direction. And I'm saying, can you explain why you like 912? I see 912 high on 620 at 9:30 a.m. So yeah, when I'm looking at SOXS, I'm not really charting this because it's an inverse ETF that's leveraged, right? Because it's a leverage ETF. There's slippage. So I'm just looking at the broader markets.
I have something on oil to show you when you're finished.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay.
Oh, one more thing. Paul says, if we pay for $400 live day trading room fee, does that include the $50 a month service? No, those are specifically basically swing trades, weekly swing trades. And the live day trading fee is just what it sounds like for live day trading.
All right. So I'm going to share my screen here. So if you look at oil, Gareth mentioned this earlier. So we're forming a nice falling wedge. So we know that if we look on the daily chart, you have a couple lines here. Let me take this off, make it a little more palatable. But you do have this upsloping trend line here on oil that we're kind of piercing right now. There's also a pivot low here around 67.78 and a couple other levels here as well as there. It's always important to zoom out, look at the big picture. And then what I like to do is zoom in, kind of look at the hourly, see where we're at on the hourly. You can see this trend line right there has been pierced, the 10-minute. And then for me, then I like to go in and look at the 1 minute, right? So if we look at the 1 minute, there is a nice falling wedge here, multiple hits on this lower trend line, and a bullish divergence. And we have this level here at 67.78. That's a really good level. I think I would consider a long position somewhere in here. Let's say 68.30. And again, this is U.S. oil, so we would have to trade USO. Chart pretty much looks the same. So what I would do in this case is a little bit of an advanced tactic, but what I would do is I would have US oil on one screen, and if this price gets down to this area, I would have my brokerage set up to buy USO, whatever price USO is at that time, right? So it doesn't necessarily matter what price USO is at. It just matters what price crude is at. And Maggie can talk a little bit about the differences between, the CFDs, right, versus the futures and how that works.
If
So
Maggie
yeah,
wants to.
oil definitely volatile today.
Well, yeah. So the I recommend if you're watching oil you want to watch oil to either look at the crude oil futures back adjusted chart or look at the USO chart. So I can put my screen and show you guys. So if you just take a look, they're virtually the same thing. So this is a USO right here, and you see we're running into this really strong resistance zone up here around 82, 84. And if you just pull up like crude oil, you always want to do I always recommend you do the in trading the CL1. So it's the front month contract. So the futures crude oil rolls every month. So you always want the front month contract, and you want to hit back adjusted. And that's how most professionals view price in the futures markets. And so you can also see there's very strong resistance that is running into here as well. And so the fact that we gapped up above these highs here today, and they just huge down. I mean, this is a 10% move. Like, this is like crazy. I mean, this is probably the biggest move we've had in crude oil since maybe like when it went negative. So really interesting trading today. But yeah, that's what I'd recommend.
Yeah, it really is bizarre to me that crude oil is going negative amidst, pretty significant conflicts in the Middle East, right? You've had Israel and Iran trading missiles, U.S. attacking Iran over the weekend, and now Iran attacking U.S. bases. I think I read that Qatar intercepted, I guess the Qatari forces intercepted those missiles, and oil is falling. So, Gareth and I and Maggie were talking in the office that the idea is that, maybe this is it. Iran's retaliated. They've kind of got got the back, if you will. And now hopefully it's over. It's not that big of an attack. I don't think anyone was hurt. And maybe Trump kind of lets them go. But, Trump has said, hey, we will attack if Iran retaliates. So that's still to be seen. And I think that there's an interesting trading opportunity here on oil because of all of it. So let's see what
Oil
happens.
SA has been great for day trading these past couple of weeks. And one thing I think that the reason, like what I've gathered so far, is that Iran gave early warning of these attacks. So I mean, it wasn't like they were trying to surprise us. They gave us early warning so that we could evacuate. So it's more just, I think, right now appears to be a way for them to save face more than
that's
wanting
exactly
to escalate the war.
It's the same thing that happened with us, though. We gave them plenty of advance notice, I believe, when we struck their sites, their uranium sites.
Is that the new style of gentlemanly warfare now?
We're
gonna bomb you, but just so you know, it's gonna come in this many hours.
Well, I mean, that's great, right?
Well,
I mean,
I think Ben's being facetious.
No. I'm being dead serious. I'm being serious. I think that's actually what happened.
I think with Israel too, when they struck
Yep.
back at Israel months ago, I don't remember how long that was, but they did give the Israelis a heads up too. Yeah. Yeah, just interesting stuff, guys. And again, it's a wild world we live in, and you know, our job as traders is to kind of follow the charts and weirdly enough shut out a lot of this. I mean, it's good to know what's going on, but also at the same time, does it matter why oil's dropping, or is it just matter that price has fallen sharply and now we start looking for where the bounce is going to come in?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
really, trading is an apolitical business, right? We stay away from politics. We just look at the news and see what's going on and how it might
Well,
move things,
I mean,
right?
it's interesting to notice that all of these conflicts happen to be into key levels of support and or resistance. So for example, resistance, right? Gareth and I were short in oil in our services, and we are there could have been it could have gone way against us, but the technical analysis was telling us that there is going to be a pullback. And so it's weird that this happens and then all of a sudden the oil prices are supposed to shoot up, but now all of a sudden we get this huge pullback in oil, right?
Yeah.
So the technicals are really what show you what's going to happen next. You don't know exactly what's going to happen, but you know their technicals
I think that's
are
such an
valuable.
important point is that oftentimes our feelings, like, you know, we hear about the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities over the weekend, and it's like, oh man, you know, the markets are going to get, you know, slammed. And then everyone feels that. And then therefore it's almost like, well, it's not going to happen because everyone thinks that's going to happen. Like, it's just the weird way the markets are. It really is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, Sivaram, I'm seeing what you're writing here about the day trading room, and that's wonderful to hear. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that, the kind words. And again, I love this team that I've developed here and that's come on board with me. The cockpit just makes it so much more interesting and useful for members to be able to follow all the trades that we're taking. Since we post them, they get posted immediately in that cockpit, the exact entry, the position size, all that stuff. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Here, I got an interesting question. I was reading through a lot of these. Michael, and I guess we can all take our chance to answer this, but Michael's asking, do you guys tend to stay away from first 30 minutes of trading, or does that matter to you?
Heck
I
no.
actually, yeah, I think Ben, your HIMS trade was pretty much right at the open today, right?
The best.
Hey, actually, speaking of trades right at the open. All right, yeah. And really, like what the folks were commenting right there, the trading in the morning is by far the most, for day trading, you need volume and volatility. Now, just look at this chart down here. Look at the volume candle bars right here. This is SMCI where I made a day trade today. Look at the volume, how it's heaviest right here, and then peters out. I was in this trade here at 9:32, and I was out at 9:33. So the first 30 minutes of the day are critical to day trading. They can happen fast, as we see this price action gapped lower from $43.62, went basically $2 down, 41.89 in a matter of 3 minutes. It just went doom, 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 doom straight down, and that's where you get reflex bounces. That's where you get the high probability chances to make some good money.
Right.
So yeah, the
Just,
first
guys,
30 minutes.
just to back that up, Drew. I think what people have to understand here is that at the beginning of the market, it's price discovery, meaning that everyone is either freaking out about a stock or they're FOMOing in, right? And so you get the most emotional response on a stock in the first, let's say, 10 minutes, 15, 20, 30 minutes of the day. And when you have an over allotment of emotion, that's when a day trader or a technical trader is going to have the most advantage, because we're able to say, okay, that's irrational, and eventually the chart will reverse trend at this level, right? So again, I think that's so important to understand.
Yeah. And I was just going to say that I'm just looking over our trades today. Yeah. I'll read the first 3 trades. We entered a trade at 8:42 is Drew on SMCI. Ben entered a trade at 8:41 on HIMS, and I entered a trade on SOX at 9:14. So those are all pretty much within the first 45 minutes to an hour.
Speaking of a trader, is it open season here for trades in the afternoon with
Of course, man.
Investor Empowerment?
That's what we're here for.
So I am seeing a breakout here on oil from a downsloping trend line.
All right, let me put your charts on there, Dr. B. There we go.
There we go. You can see that this wedge here, there's 2 wedges. This wedge right here kind of broke. And then there's another wedge, this guy right here, and we've broken out there as well. So I'm just trying to keep an eye on an entry point. Right in here would be great. 68.
Would you use the
70.
USO as the ETF? USO or?
Right. Yeah. So what I would do is I would wait for price to get down here, and then I would basically just buy the USO, whatever price it's at the time in my brokerage when US oil gets to this area. So this is a nice area, 68.70 on US oil.
Yeah, we have this joke, right, where this running joke that Dr. B can find a wedge in anything. 1 minute scalpel, you've heard of will it blend, but will it wedge is Dr. B's specialty.
What do they say? When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Yeah, there you go.
So
Very cool. Yeah,
it is amazing though, like
oil here.
especially how these charts can form these wedges. Let's see. It's right in here, guys. This would be for the traders. This would be a 1/12 long position.
And guys, just for those of you that are listening in, 1/12, or that's the way we give out our portfolio size, based on $1 million account, which is what we're trading with, and it's only cash. So 1/12 would mean 1/12 of $1 million. For those of you that are at home listening in and curious as to what size money would go into the USO. Okay.
Yep.
And it'll
Yeah.
vary, like a lot of times I'll do a 1/5 position or a 1/3 or a 1/7 or a 1/10. Sometimes if it's super, super risky, like a small cap, it might be a 1/20th or so. And it basically guides people to understand risk, right? If I'm going in with a 1/20th, obviously I think it's pretty darn risky that I'm going to go very small on it versus if I'm doing a 1/3 position, I'm giving myself only 2 more adds before I have a full position of DCAing into that trade. Yes, Phil, he's the wedgie guy. Nice.
I don't like wedgies, but I like wedges.
Wedges.
That's right.
What type of salad does Dr. B get? The wedge salad.
Wedge salad.
Oh, goodness. Speaking of jokes, Ben, do we have any joke? By the way, everyone listening in, Ben gives us one really bad dad joke a day.
Sure we want to do this, guys? Come on, think about the people. Think about the children.
Think about the kids.
Children.
Oh, that's all right,
All right,
Ben. We won't put you on the spot, but if you had a good one, there's always
Let's
you have
hear
a
it.
bigger audience.
Let's put him on the spot. Put him on the spot. I am putting him on the spot. Let's hear it, buddy.
What is a cat's favorite dessert?
Oh boy. Tuna salad.
Chocolate
I don't
mouth.
Oh. Chocolate mouth. That's good.
What?
Instead of chocolate mousse?
Yeah.
Chocolate mouse.
Dude, that's like. That's not
Hilarious.
Oil's starting to push here.
Yeah, I'm looking at oil, and I'll tell you what I'll do here. I'll reduce my position size to a 1/20th since we're higher here, and I'm looking for a break basically of this high. So let's see. As soon as this price breaks this high right here, 69.40, I'll enter long on USO. All right.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here.
And just a side note, guys, I'm just looking at some of the questions, and yeah, sometimes we do trade UCO or SCO. In fact, I just closed out half of my short on oil with members of Smart Money Commodities, and I was in SCO, which is a 2x short on oil. So we got a nice bang for our buck there, and I'm going to hold the remainder as my swing trade for now.
All right, I'm long here. USO 78.10 on USO.
Nice.
Size again?
The 1/20th.
There's the sound. That's the sound that means we're in a trade.
Martin was saying that's the perfect joke.
There you go. I love that.
It's so disgusting. God, it's so
I was
repulsive.
just reading the comments.
No, you didn't have to throw so much tongue in there.
Don't shoot the messenger, as they say.
There was a lot of R's in there.
That was pretty
While we're waiting to
Spanish on the side.
While we're waiting to find out about this, maybe Ryan, if you can flip to the big screen here for me, I want to go over this chart on Circle. Circle has been one of the craziest movers. I'm not sure if we're going to get over here to me or not.
All right, Dr. B's in.
There we go. All right, we're here. All right. So check this out, and I'll just throw this to the guys. Would we classify this as a head and shoulders pattern? What do you guys think? Could this be? And here's your neckline.
There's Dr.
Oh,
B.
I just see Dr. B.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So possible head and shoulders. What do you guys think?
Yes.
Potential. I mean, funky, but
Yes.
it'll work.
It's a long left shoulder.
Long
no
left
doubt,
shoulder,
but,
yeah.
But you do have this very distinguished neckline here. And so on Circle, if it breaks here, we could do a measurement from here to here and map that out. And, you're probably looking at $200 price target on this. And this is incredible, by the way. This thing has had a most incredible squeeze. I even joked around earlier today that I wondered if Circle, which is USDC, was using USDC to buy their own stock because it was going up so ridiculously. But interesting to watch here, see if that neckline breaks. But this should at some point have a correction. It looks like it had a pretty big fall. It got to basically kiss of $300, and now it's trading near 250. But if it breaks here, we could be looking at 200 or 190 down here as a measured move on the chart. So I just wanted to point that out to you guys.
What kind of a move?
That was a measured move.
Measured.
Great call there. Great call there.
And just so you guys are aware, let me pop up my screen here so it can back. If IT can help me with that, please pop up show my trading view chart. So
just lost
Dr. B.
We just
You're
lost
stuck
audio.
in the
U.S. oil.
I hear him.
What's that?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
there
hear
we
you.
go.
Sorry, start again.
your camera's just frozen. You might have wedged too hard.
How about now?
You're
Okay.
good. You're good. You're good.
All right. So. All right. So if price comes down here to like 68, 67, then I'll add to my USO here.
Yeah, and going long means buying. You're buying the share.
Yeah, good point. I know a lot of people. We say it like for granted that we know what that means, but we have to remember that a lot of newer investors are.
All right, so just added here at 77.27 on USO, another 1/20th.
What's your average?
Let me just check here. Should have it in the track board there. 77.69. That's a 2/20th.
So 1/20th means that he's in a 1/20th of his entire portfolio, of his cash portfolio. For a day trade. Bless you.
By the way, just speaking of Circle, I think Mandy was asking, my broker will charge a 2.5% interest if I short Circle. Is that an okay rate? So I believe, and you always want to double check with your brokers, but I believe that's an annualized rate. So that would be very, very low if you were going to hold it for just a couple days. But I do know that there was CoreWeave was being charged like 175% or something a few days ago. And that actually is pretty hefty, right? I mean, if even annualized, right? So even if you divide that by 360 days, that's still a pretty high interest rate. So you do want to be aware of those interest rates. So markets again, guys, we're continuing to watch here.
Yeah, what a sell-off on oil here. Unbelievable. Look at the 10-minute RSI here, 16. The hourly, below 30, 22. Even the daily must be, the daily's still around 53.
Can you refresh? Yeah, there you go. Bring it back into focus there.
So if you look at these RSIs here on these smaller time frames, very, very short-term oversold. I think we're into a time count here as well on oil.
Yeah, and guys, if Ryan, if you want to flip over to the big screen here, I just want to show people here. So here's the cockpit. Let me see. Can you guys see me? Yes, awesome. And so what you do is you're watching the stream here, and you can maximize this. And here's the track leaderboard and so forth. But right here, you can see 220th. Might be a little small for you guys, but here's your average price, current price, P&L, and then trader right over here. So you can see USO, long, all of the information, and that's what the live day trading room, the transparency is like. Literally, you're going to see every trade we take right up there. So it's pretty cool like that. Gains or losses, it is what it is. It's real trading. And that's what we really want to promote is that, there's so much BS, like I said, on YouTube, like people just, oh, let me show my great winner of $1 zillion. And it's like, yeah, chances are they just made that up, use Photoshop or whatever. Here it's real time price action. So,
Or it's after the fact. Like, hey,
Right.
look at this major trade that I took. You guys should have
Yeah.
gotten in on this.
Exactly. Yeah, the cockpit, Peter, is part of the live day trading room. So there's the elite, and then there's the limited. Limited, you get 2 trades a day, every day, 2 trades closed out. The elite, you get to have as many trades in the day, and you get to ask questions. So there's 2 different ones. One's $250 a month, one's $400. I'll tell you the real secret to the day trading room is the education. That right there is worth 1,000 easy a month. It's just incredible to be with traders all day long that are just trading and showing you what they're doing. Super cool.
Yep, there's landmines all about in investing. As long as you got an educated trader that can help guide you through that too, it's really priceless.
It is. And by the way, Drew was a member for years, and then he came into the office one day, and we started talking. And hey, man, I was like, hey, you want to be a trader? You've been trading with us for a few years here. You want to step up? And he sure has, and he's a great one now.
Oh man, thank you, Gareth. Yeah, and that's one thing I really am proud about too. Being a member, Ben was a member prior to, and so one of the greatest things I thought I could bring to the table was that experience being a member and helping to convey information to the members because I know where you guys are. I know maybe not specifically every situation, but most parts you're at your house and you're alone and you don't have a lot of folks to discuss these things with, and so. I wanted to come here and help everybody understand my levels, help them understand the inside, everything that I've learned that's really helped me excel. Because there's a lot of things that we do teach here, but then a lot of the stuff too, we help the members out for those unforeseen questions that each individual may have, where we can help them get up to our speed much faster. And that's what this is all about. Gareth talked about it many times here in the live day trading room where, it took him several years to really catch his footing and really become a successful trader. And then by enabling education, by enabling yourself to understand what we're doing and surrounding yourselves by technical traders who are immersed in this field, it's only going to help you become a better trader faster so that you can avoid those downfalls, avoid those pitfalls that each and every one of us have taken. And if you can avoid each one of those, in essence, that gives you time on your side to start profiting faster rather than digging yourself out of a hole. So it's a critical support team that we do have here to help all the investors out.
And I'll go on record and say that every one of my traders in here that's joined the team, they have gotten to essentially profitability way faster than when I did it when I started out. Way faster, which is actually really exciting for all of you guys, right? Because if you look at me and you say, "Wow, I wish I could be like Gareth," well, yeah, actually, if you were the age that I started out, you could do probably in half the time, as these gentlemen have done. And Maggie is on our way to doing. She's going to be joining the team in full next month. So pretty cool to think about. It is all doable. It just takes discipline and working with a good group of traders to really hone your skills.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Just an update here on this trade. So you can see this is possibly forming an even steeper falling wedge, which is even a better probability. higher probability for a bounce. You can see how steep oil has come down here. And so just looking at this chart, I do have a level right about here, 68.10, let's say. I'll be adding to USO. And the idea is just to keep improving your average as the stock, or in this case, the commodity, falls.
Nice. I actually have a trade it's still a little ways away, but let me go to the big board and show it to you guys here. If you can flip over, Ryan, to the big board here. All right. So ExxonMobil, which is in the same sector as obviously oil, it's an oil stock. So number one, it's hitting this 382 fib right here. So there is support here where it's currently at. I'm not going to play it there. I'm going to tell you why. Yes, it's support, but if oil continues down, then it's going to continue down. The level I'm looking at, gap fill right here. See this big gap from here to here. So this gap fill, if it fills the gap, it's around, looks like around 109.75, and also the 50% retrace from this low to this high. So right there, you see, again, me looking for multiple factors to get in a trade. If it were to come there, that would be probably about a 75% success rate opportunity. Of course, I wouldn't go all in because I know that even at 75%, there's still a 25% chance I get hammered. And so I would probably start a 1/3, and then maybe here 1/3, here 1/3, and dollar cost average, give myself that maneuverability. All right. So just want to show you guys that real quick. Yeah, do a couple questions here. Ronald saying, thanks, Gareth, about ExxonMobil. Jeff saying, FYI, Lawton is as loud as Gareth. Is that a compliment, or are you saying we're too loud? I'm not sure.
Is he calling me loud or are you loud?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Both. Both.
But listen, we know you guys are all over the world. We have to be loud, so you wouldn't hear us.
Yeah, I'm yelling right now. Can't you tell?
You guys are great. Here, I do have, while you're pulling that up too, I do have a question about plug, just some analysis. I can go over that real quick. All right, so we see plug here on my chart, on the daily chart. This is pretty interesting what's happening now, folks. You notice we did get above this declining trend line. I've got several trend lines here for analysis. One being longer that price did just recently get above was derived from this pivot low over here, September 6th of 2024. And then you could see further on down how we're now trading down underneath that trend line, but getting ever so close to this inclining trend line. Right here is where I would suspect very good support on plug, which is going to be basically a pierce of a buck. However, what's forming right here is a sleeper hold pattern, and we're actually tagging support right here. As you notice, the low end of this pivot today is associated right here with this high end pivot today. So we very well could bounce up from this point to re-attack this trend line. Notice we never confirmed right here when we broke above, so that left the downside more vulnerable to being exposed and poking back through, which is what I see here right now. We'll have to see how the close price and pattern is at the end of the day today, if that will trigger a sleeper hold pattern for a potential move up. If not, we do have this trend line right here, this inclining trend line that should catch support on price roughly around 96.73 cents if it hits tomorrow, right around 96 cents.
Yep. And then I see a couple questions on was the Exxon that I was talking about a long or a short? It would be a buy or a long. Remember, you're playing a pullback or a drop into support. So you would never chase a trade, right? Meaning that if it's already fallen a lot, you're not going to go short because you've already missed out on 90% of the move. So you're looking for where is the emotion going to get overdone dramatically, where price will finally hit a multi-factor support and then bounce the other way, in this case, long. And the idea behind a third of a position is I'm calculating in my head the risk. So in general, basically, Exxon is not a very volatile stock, so I can go heavier on it, put more money. In other words, 1/3 would be $333,000 approximately in that trade. The idea is, again, chances are it's not gonna dump out on me multiple dollars, and I can, put a little bit more money at risk. If I got into something like Circle can move $10 in 3 minutes. I need to go very small on something like that.
Just to interrupt here, looking to add here at 76.80 on USO. All right, I've just added another 1/20th on USO, 76.80.
I think, Matt, I think that's a great idea. Hot summer, go long ice cream.
The new average is $77.39. Here, should I put it up at the bottom? You guys think? Or
Yeah, you can. It's
leave
in
it
the
like
cockpit, but I understand only trading room people have access
Yeah.
to that, so that's fine.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll write it down.
Exxon's bouncing a little, guys, so it hasn't broken that first level where it would potentially go to my next buy level, my buy level. Keep you guys posted on that. Yeah, I see the comment there. We have someone here that John just joined the commodity service a few days ago, made 3.6 on the SCO trade. Thank you, Gareth. You're welcome, buddy. Great job. No, Hannibal, again, the kicker is that if you took that news of Iran attacking military bases in Qatar, you would think, oh, oil's going to rip higher, and in fact, oil's collapsing. And so that's another reason why we trust the charts. We don't trust the the news. And it's not to say the news isn't important to know, but you just have to understand that the markets work in other ways. Like I explained earlier, I think at least, the fact that they choreographed, Maggie had mentioned that they let the U.S. kind of know ahead of time that they were going to strike. That's telling you they want to de-escalate, and that's a good sign overall. And therefore, oil is falling instead of rallying on that news.
Let me see here. I just have a question. Okay. I was saying hello. In your opinion, what is the recommended minimum amount of money one should have to start day trading? Thank you all. Thank you to all of you for your amazing work. Yeah, per the SEC, you need to have $25,000 a minimum in your bank account, but we recommend a minimum of $30,000 just because let's say you buy a share of Apple with 25K exactly in your bank account, in your day trading account, and Apple goes down 50 cents, the value of your account is under 25K and you'll be restricted from day trading.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point that Lawton's making is that even following us in the trading room, you still have to, maneuver through your own fears and anxieties and emotion. And so, and frankly, sometimes we'll have a loser. And so if you just have 25 in there and listen, outside of the US, there's different rules, but in the US, you don't want to just give yourself like, oh, darn, I just lost $100 and now they shut me down, right? Give yourself a little bit of breathing room so you're not kind of just right on the cusp.
Mike, my buy on socks is $9.12 for a long. But I'll let you know when it gets closer, if it comes closer.
And just an update on USO, I will exit I'll tell you what, I'll exit 1/20th at break even. Let's see if we can get a bounce here on oil. Oil's down 7.5%. How often do you see that, Maggie?
Yeah, it's wild. Like I said, I mean, I don't think we've had a day like this for a long time.
Yep. Yep.
And if we don't get to your question, we apologize. There's tons and tons of you guys asking questions all at the same time. We're doing our best. There are a couple thousand of you guys.
Yeah, I'm seeing some questions here. Oops, sorry.
Sorry, one more update here on it. For an ad on USO, when US oil gets down to 67.87, I'll add on USO. Go ahead there,
Would it be a 2/20th at that point, or what are you thinking?
Probably a 1/20th, but I'll keep you updated.
Okay, cool. And just a couple good questions here, guys, as I'm going through the little iPad that I have with all the questions coming in. And again, like everyone else is saying, there's a zillion popping up here. But Brandon saying, Gareth, in the option service and with such a large drop in oil, are you looking at selling some of your puts on oil? Yeah, I did have puts, or I do have puts. I am if it goes a little bit lower, right? So again, I just want to get a good score. We bought multi-month out so we can, maneuver, or we have lots of time. So it's not such a urgent thing to take profits on those. And then another question here was about, let me see here. Do we use people see us using buying stocks and shorting stocks in here? Why don't we use options? So we do have people in the trading room that off of our calls on stocks, our buys and sells, they will trade the options. But I think once you have a certain amount of money, there's no sense in doing the options, because options bring in a whole new vertical of risk, right? There's an expiration. So whether you're trading 0-day or whether you're trading the weeklies or whatever it is, it makes it harder, right? Day trading, swing trading is hard already. I think as long as you have the money, don't take the risk of doing the options. That's my personal opinion, at least.
Yeah, the other thing about options is it takes time to, I think it takes longer to put on an options trade than it does just buying or selling. So you have to
True.
consider that when you're day trading.
That's a great point, Maggie. Because you have to not only, like with stocks, right? It's like symbol, price, enter or exit, right? For options, it's strike, expiration, this price, like all that stuff. Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah.
Oh, Jake's saying, let's spin the wheel. I'm down.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Who's
Let's go.
spinning
Can you
for?
full screen to me, and I'll do a quick spin while we're waiting for Dr. B to make some money here.
Sleeper hold.
All right, let's
Sleeper
go.
hold. Sleeper hold.
And how can they win this, Gareth?
Just by if they're commenting in the chat box, I think they're automatically entered, and our team will reach it. Look, oh yes, the golden opportunity. Drew Wolf, of course, right there. It landed on $1,295 value. It is on sale for 50% off, but still, that's still like almost $700 in value right there. The golden opportunity is an amazing new course that we have. So congratulations, one of you guys just won $700 worth of education. That's amazing. Very cool.
Nice.
I see you, Jack. Everyone says, "I want to win. I want to win." We know. If we we'll spin a couple.
That's how you get entered. I don't
Wow,
blame you.
everyone says, "Give it to
Yeah.
me, give it to me." Oh my
Hey,
God.
I got to scroll all the way back to the
Yeah,
actual real
now
questions.
I lost where I was in the questions. Thanks, Jake. Great job. You made us lose our spot. No, Elizabeth, it did come down to 76.80. The lowest it came down to was $76.67. So definitely had enough time to get that.
Here, Ryan, flip over to, or did you need to say something, Dr. B?
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Go
know. I just don't. I know you're in the trade, so that's the most important thing. We always take, anytime you're in the trade, it's the most important thing. But take a look at this here, guys, on Circle. So we were talking about this earlier. It's borderline breaking that neckline. Here it closed below, but let's see if it confirms using the confirmation signal. But again, you have that nice little trend line potential break here. So just interesting to watch. And again, the stock should come back sub 200. It should. Insane move, though. Absolutely insane move. So we'll watch and see what happens there. We'll see. So again, just for you guys, and I listen, I don't shy about putting myself out there. This should go based on the measured move here. We have approximately 240 to 300. So it should drop approximately $50 to $60 from this break point from 250. And so we should find ourselves, $50 would be 200, $60 would be 190. That should be the target.
Beautiful.
You notice he also follows that up with factors and reasons that it should go there. Oh, it should go there just because it's overextended. No. There's actual reasons behind it,
Hey guys, I've been notified we're about to show the winner of who just won the golden opportunity. So the team's rocking it in the back end of
Thomas H. Congratulations to Thomas
go.
H.
Thomas H. Very cool. So
the
team will reach out to you via your email. Keep an eye out for that. Give it, a few hours. I don't know. They're very busy today.
Great stuff. Congrats, Thomas.
Yep. Henry saying, which course is the best for a long-term buy and hold investor?
Absolutely. Yep, that's true.
What?
All of them. I mean, really, they're all fantastic. They can all be
for
used
buy and holds.
Yes, absolutely.
So I'll say this, guys, is that when you take, whether it's the Winning Trader series or any of the other courses, what you end up learning is stuff that you literally can be applicable to anything in your life. And I think that's the most amazing thing. Like, I've literally been trading and then be like, man, I've been, I win one, I lose one, I win one, and in my head I'm like, oh, I'm making a bull flag. All right. And then before you know it, boom, it breaks out. And same thing in life. Sometimes we struggle for a while and we just have to keep pushing. And then you get your breakout in life, and all of a sudden it's like, oh man, I was really struggling there, but now I've broken through that resistance. So I think, again, just kind of keep that in mind, is that it really is universal, and it's partially about mindset. Benny,
Yeah,
you're a mindset person. Give us some wise words on mindset.
The things that are going on in your head, the thoughts and everything, they're just a series of chemical reactions that have happened from your past. So oftentimes we like to pull what's happened in our past and put it into our future and expect that same thing to happen over and over again. So I've watched Ted Lasso, and he says, be a goldfish. And so when it comes to trading or anything else in life, try to observe what happened in the past, let those thoughts play out, but realize that was your past, and you have your whole entire future ahead of you if you can let go of the past. So that's my mindset.
Thank you, Ben. That was awesome.
Why the rearview mirror is so
was a
small
good
and the
one. That was a
windshield
good
is
one,
so
Ben.
big, right?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, good one.
Ding, 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 ding. I love it.
I want to echo off of what you said though, there, Gareth. This is, I think it's really why I attracted to cycles so much, because I started to recognize that, just like you said, the struggles you have trading, you end up, you butt up against it, but you keep trying, then you break through. Then it's a breakthrough of the trend line. Then it's just all can correlate to literally whatever we're doing in our lives, So I think making myself a better trader has made me a better person too. And I know one may find that hard to see when they're just looking at a chart and a candlestick, but I mean, it's the recognition of the patterns. It's the recognition of the emotion when you get to that stressful point right before the price does change. And then too, with time counts, it just helps you understand whatever other struggles you may go in through. As long as you continue to try, you're likely going to succeed and break through. So
I love it. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We have some fun here at Verified Investing, and so we want to play you a commercial, and it's one that we came up with, and it kind of is a fun one. So we hope you enjoy. Let us know what you think.
Can someone clip this for my TikTok? Your FOMO called. It's crying in the club again. I was a day one fan of that breakout. You were a fake fan, Jordan. Are we in a commercial right now? Cringe. But click the link anyway. This breakdown is brought to you by disappointment.
Verified Investing, no cap, all facts. Not financial advice, just facts, charts, and a little attitude.
There we go. All right. So
that's awesome.
Listen, we got to have some fun as traders and investors. We got to have some fun sometimes, and we have a bunch more of those little clips that we've put together. We joke around the office that that puppet is after Lawton. So if you wonder what Lawton looks like, if you weren't looking at his picture in the bottom.
That's what they did base it off of, I guess.
There's more. The lingo is very Gen Z or whatever. I don't know.
Man, I think it looks pretty cool. Well, hey, with all that being said, folks, I'm going to step off and get ready for trading the close. Please join me once the markets do close over there. It'll be on our main page too, but look forward to seeing you guys there. Until then, good luck, Dr. B, in this trade, and we'll be right back at it again tomorrow, folks. But enjoy the rest of the day.
See you later.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. See you.
Yeah, Sia saying the bedroom one is the best. That was by the way, that was the one I get to take credit for coming up with that one. I thought that was hilarious. If you haven't seen it, I'm sure you'll see it at some point. But good stuff.
All right. Neil says Lawton is a pro at trading SOXS and SOXL. Thank you. It's true. Do the other pro VI traders have preferred go-to stocks that they trade more frequently? If so, what are they and in which sector? I see Drew's dancing.
Ben obviously loves trading him.
Off in the corner. Drew's is SMCI. SMCI. But Ben, go ahead.
Mine is HIMS. I love trading that chart.
Not only is he like to trade, he's a user too. Just kidding. We always joke about that kind of stuff. We're obviously kidding.
Yeah.
But,
Or are you?
Or I, it was a bull flag breakout. What can we say?
What about the rest of you guys? Dr. B, Gareth? I mean, Dr. B trades anything that I've never heard of before. Just because he loves that volatility. He loves the
I traded
volatility.
Tesla today. Anything that
I
has a
did.
wedge,
That's
I'll trade
true.
it.
That's true.
But that's
Anything that has a
anything.
wedge, I'll trade it. I mean, it
So in
works.
other words,
And
yeah, he'll
Gareth?
trade anything. I'm
Yours
probably
Palantir?
Palantir or
Yep.
Robinhood
Robinhood, yep.
sometimes. Yeah.
He'll trade anything. Gareth will also trade anything.
Well, I do
He
stay
sticks
away
to the
from the
bigger
small.
caps.
Yeah, I'm a mega
Yeah.
cap ETF. Just because I've learned, listen, and in my beginning of the career of my career, I was known as the small cap king because I used to just trade small caps, and I did it well. But it was honestly because I had limited capital, and I was like, oh well, I can make big moves. But over time, those are obviously very risky. And so when I would take a loss, it could be 30, 40, 50% on a swing trade, even more. And so I just gravitated naturally as my account grew to the safety of some of these bigger stocks. Not to say, listen, at some point, sometimes I trade some of the more volatile stuff, but definitely each person kind of finds their groove. How traders got their groove back.
I can comment on that. I specialize in I trade futures. So I'm going to be trading futures, but I'm going to be giving you guys prices in the indices, or that you guys can trade the SPY or the Qs or USO on. So I specialize in basically those three markets: S&P, NASDAQ, crude oil.
Yeah, that's
So
awesome.
I
And
just
those are
sorry, I just
really
wanted to
liquid markets,
yeah,
right? Well, sorry.
they are.
Ben, go.
I was just going to answer Mike's question. He asked, "Do you get my philosophy about the past and the future from Landmark Forum?" I actually do. Yes.
Nice.
Let's see here. Somebody said, "Can we get the puppet sneaking up behind Lawton?" And then said, "Don't look behind you, Lawton." And I did look behind me. That's terrifying. Never say that again. Not interested. That's like terrifying. Alexander says, Lawton socks very well. Thanks. Thanks, Alexander.
He always
Socks
puts his
very
socks
well.
on before he comes into the office. It's true.
Michael says for $250 or $400 a month, so I get the trade with all of you, pre-market and after as well. So $250, you get the first two closed trades of the day. If I enter a trade and then Ben enters a trade, you'll get the entirety of those two trades. But if Gareth takes a trade afterwards, let's say my trade and Ben's trades are done, we're going to cut off your access, and you'll have to wait and see what happens with Gareth's trade if you're still in it, right? If you choose to take that.
Yeah.
But aftermarket, we don't generally trade aftermarket unless it's in the earnings trader, which is not a part of the service. It's part of the live for the smart money stocks and ETFs, rather.
And also pre-market, remember, I'm doing the game plan, so I'm going over trading levels there. So it's a lot of pre-market prep, and then we go on the mic in the day trading room about 5 to 10 minutes before the open to prep all the traders in there for the levels. So you get them well ahead of time, and so you're all set. But in general, pre-market and after hours can be very tricky to trade. You got to be real careful.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll sometimes enter things like 3 minutes before the market opens, but like nothing earlier than that. Like we're not copping on, an hour before the market opens to give you guys trades.
Yeah.
I think Ben's still sleeping at that point. Might be in bed.
Hey, the hymns worked, right?
There you go. This is the type
Oh
of
my
fun we have.
gosh.
Actually, this is the PG version, actually. So
It's true.
Yeah.
Oh, Elise, thank you so much. Saying I'm so grateful to have discovered Gareth through his interviews and other trades slightly before the start of the game plan. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. The only challenge I have is that I can only go long the market because I trade a registered account in Canada, which has prohibited from shorting the market. So I'm wondering if there's an average percentage of trades you take on stocks that are long. So the one thing I would say on that is that it's very dependent on what the markets are doing, right? If the markets are all gapping lower, and let's say stocks are down on earnings or whatever it may be, then most of our trades will be longs or buys because things are down significantly. If we're at all-time highs and gapping up, we might be looking at short. So it really depends on, but it's probably, what do you guys think, 50-50 at least? I mean, it's probably a good mix.
Yeah, Yeah, I will say that 100, not 100%. Well, 100% of my stocks trades are longs. So you'll be able to get all of those as long as you can trade ETFs. But I'd say it's about 50-50.
And you could
Yeah.
also look for ETFs. For example, instead of doing NVIDIA, for example, if we're shorting NVIDIA, you could go NVDS and go long NVDS, and it's might be a 2 times leverage, so you just put half of the position size in it and just add when Gareth adds. So that's the nice thing is there's usually opportunities, not in all cases, but in most cases to actually take advantage of that, the inverse ETF of the particular stock that we're trading.
Yeah, it's a great point. They have ETFs now for everything. Every Mag 7 stock has inverse regular ETFs, doubles. I mean, it's pretty wild out there now. Yes, Hernando, we're in the Tampa Bay area, correct.
Just want to update everybody on the oil chart. So let's see if I can share my screen here. So Ryan, if you could just help me add the screen. Getting close to a break even on USO. So again, the plan is to take off 1/20th. There we go. So see here, here's US oil breaking out of this falling wedge. Falling wedge here, breaking out. If we can get a nice move, look how far VWAP is away here. So you have a potential huge run in oil. I doubt it makes that big of a run. You've got resistance here, here, and here. So I think probably somewhere in this area, I'll take profits. Maybe sooner. We'll see.
How would somebody go about learning how to do that type of a chart setup, Dr. B?
Oh, well, funny you should ask, Ben. Take the 1 minute scalpel. You'll learn exactly how to do it.
Nice.
Thank you for that layup, Ben. No, here is break even on USO. We're almost there. 3 cents away.
You're taking off 1/20th.
1/20th is the plan. Yeah.
Got it.
Hey guys, I'm reading all your kind words. Thank you guys so much. Michael, thank you. Kari, thank you. I hope I'm saying that correctly. But yeah, guys, you guys are awesome. Seriously, we appreciate it.
Yeah, Mike. Of course, man.
Oh, it doesn't want to go. It's 1 penny.
Well, that's because everyone's right there with Dr. B.
Yeah, they are.
Literally 1 penny away. Wow.
It'll
So
go.
you get, but here, look at this too. There's also this trend line. See? It's that trend line.
And let's, I think this is a great opportunity. And obviously, if you get filled, Dr. B, jump in and let me know. But so you entered your positioning, you got a 3/20th, and you're looking to take 1/20th off at break even. And people might say, well, why not let that run? And the idea is we maneuver in and we maneuver out. And so notice how Dr. B said, hey, listen, I'm going to start right here, but I understand it's a volatile day on oil and it could go lower, and it did. He was able to maneuver with still an overall small position. Now, as he gets back to break even, he's looking to take off 1/20th. Then he can let the rest of the position run in the money, and it frees up capital to use in case oil comes in. So it's us as traders. You have to be like I always say, like a ninja, right? You have to be ready for anything. Like if they throw pots and pans at you, knives at you, whatever it is, you got to be ready to be able to do that. And if you go heavy all in on that one position, you can't dodge anything. You're done. You're handcuffed. So that's just the mindset that Dr. B is using here.
Tesla, my trade on Tesla the other day, tweets out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden, stock drops.
Yeah,
like a rock.
That's what happens when you pick a fight with the president, and it becomes on the front page of the social media for the whole world to see. Wild stuff, man.
That was crazy.
Yeah, these markets, they've been nuts lately, right? With all the tweets and unfortunately the conflicts in the Middle East. You know, I think a big part of why the markets are rallying today, I think, is it Fed Waller said that they're thinking about cutting interest rates in July. So I think that's
Interesting.
the question here, is maybe the interest rate news, potential for a cut has outweighed the Middle East conflicts, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, the replay of this will be available on our YouTube channel, right, Gareth?
Yeah, yep,
Yep.
absolutely.
So all of you guys asking for replays and all that stuff, don't worry about it. After the event is ended, we'll upload it to the YouTube channel. We are Nizai is saying, are you online this way every day? Yes, in the live day trading room. Yep, that's that $250, $400 subscription. This is specifically for day trading, right? So no crypto. We can, if there's
Every once in a while, we'll do ETFs of like Bitcoin and Ethereum if they're into some key technical levels.
And we answer questions just like this.
Yep.
So
this is more the PG. We go to maybe PG-13 in the live day trading room.
We try to keep it at least.
I mean,
we get too crazy.
We have fun.
We have to keep Lawton under control over there. So.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens, right? When you spend all day, like my girlfriend is like she came to work one time and she just saw me stare at trading view charts, red, green, red, green, red, green, red, green, red, green, over and over again. And she's like, is this what you do all day? And I was like, now you mention it, yeah, like it is. So there are some, they don't tell you this, right? Some unwanted side effects, like degradation of brain cells, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the best was when my Ben's son came in and he said, "Dad, you're up. Oh, Dad, you're down. Oh, you're really down. Oh, now you're up big. Now you're down. Now you're even." All day long.
Yeah.
That's the stock market, though, right?
That is.
Kind of whipsaws
That's true.
sometimes.
Thank you, Hannibal, Bridget. Thank you, guys. J-Set or Jesset, thank you.
Aaron's asking, when do you stop adding to a trade and cut your losses, please?
So I'll go first, but I think we can all join in on this. And so number one, when we get into a trade, we're getting in with a percentage of what we're willing to allocate. So for instance, on Exxon, I was thinking about a trade that would have been a 1/3 position, which would mean that I can add 2 more times at technical levels if my thesis is still intact, right? Once I have a full position, I have to have some sort of stop or end game there. So I think that's really the thing, is a lot of people say, oh, you got into this and, well, where's your stop? Well, let you get your full position first, and then you have to look at it that way. The other thing too is, you might only have a half position in something, but if it breaks a key level or let's say it makes a bull flag and you're short, at that point, you might just say, hey, listen, I'll take the small loss. It's now showing me that it's going to go against me further. And so there's lots of different variations. I think the key, and I think the traders would agree with me on this, is that there's no like one size fits all. Like each trade is going to be different, but depending on, does it still have your thesis? Has it failed? Is it making a bull flag or a bear flag? What do you end up doing? But do you guys have anything else to add?
I did that the other day on a stock that put in kind of a topping tail. It was into some key resistance. It got a little bit of a pullback, and then was just kind of consolidating sideways. And so I ended up cutting it for $100 win because of the choppiness. And that was actually on Tuesday. And so my thesis had kind of failed in that regard. And at that point, it was getting later towards lunchtime, which could favor a float. And so every once in a while, if the volatility gets sucked out of a trade and we're slightly in the money or slightly out of the money, and we don't feel like fighting the trade, we'll actually exit the trade at that point. That's happened to quite a few of us when, like Gareth was saying, our thesis failed or it's consolidating and it looks like it's going to go out of our direction. At that point, even if we've got a smaller position, I think I had a 1/10 position or a 1/5, but at that point, it wasn't worth trying to fight it and continually have it go against you the rest of the day. At that point, it was just easier to just cut it and move on to the next trade.
Yeah, and I've been in situations where I've been in trades and I've kind of been battling it all day long. You get out of the money X amount, and then you have to be realistic like a lot of our mentality is to say, well, I will only exit it if it gets back to my break even. But as a trader, you start to learn that, hey, listen, I was down on this trade 10K and it's fought back all the way and I'm only down 1,000 and the chart is now hitting, let's say, resistance. Maybe $1,000 loss is just the best I can do in this situation, and that's okay. And live to fight another day, right? And you've just cut it at that point as well. And so it's not that that's hitting your stop loss. It's just that as a trader, you're recognizing that the trade is now, the bounce has occurred, let's say, and it is no longer in your favor to keep going, and you should just take the loss.
Yeah, I think for me, it's it depends. I think it's a kind of a function of your position size, like my position size, um, what my thesis is, how bad the thesis has been broken, what patterns there are. So it just comes with experience, I think.
Definitely. Looks like oil's
As you
creeping back up a little bit.
Yeah, it's trying here. It's trying, just keeping an eye here. And what time does oil stop trading?
Technically, 2:30 is the close of the day, but then you have after hours trading in the way, or it's electronic trading really. But with this much volatility, it'll still move a little bit. But and in all fairness, like if something happened with Iran again, it would shoot up massively. So I think you're
Right.
still okay.
Yeah, as he's saying with the Apex day trading, $400 a month. You're online like this every day? Question mark. If so, that's a great deal. Yes, absolutely. You're not always going to be able to see us, but yeah. And Mike's asking, Lawton, if SOX hits 912 overnight and bounces back up by the open tomorrow, will you come up with a new plan? Could you please explain how you would handle that scenario? Yeah. So this level on my SOX, let me add it to the stage. Wow, there's like 50 charts. Okay. Yeah. For SOX, yeah, this is just my plan 912 just for today. If it doesn't hit here today, it's fine. I'm not interested. I'll trade it again tomorrow. I'm not too worried with what happens pre-market. I do look at pre-market. Like my first entry today was along around, let me look back. My first entry was like $9.40 or something. So somewhere over here. And the pre-market low was down here at 941. So I was looking for just below, right? Just below the pre-market lows for my first entry. So I'll reassess it tomorrow. 912 I still think is an amazing level. If I buy it today or tomorrow, it doesn't matter. Tomorrow likely my level will be different, but I mean, I still love that level. But this is
Nice.
only for today. Only for today. For the next 55 minutes, if SOX hits $9.12, I will go long. I doubt that's going to happen, right? Just because we don't have too much time left in the day. But if it did, I consider me in.
Yeah, and just to back that up, I think it's important to understand is that a level that we talk about today, because all right, so when you're looking at charts, there's three factors: price, pattern, and time. The time factor is arguably the most important, and so when you find a level, time, like the time may align for today that level is valid, and I think this is what Lawton's saying, but tomorrow the time is totally different. The setup could be different where it's opening and everything like that. And so you really do want to reevaluate daily or even intraday if that trade still fits the criteria. As much flack as Kramer gets, the one thing I will say is that people, he made a call, let's say like 6 months ago or a year ago, and everyone's like, oh, he stinks because that's so far. Well, yeah, but he's making that call on this day with an outlook, let's say, of a month or so. And I think we all do that, right? I get held to calls that I made like 2 years ago, and they're like, oh yeah, but look at Bitcoin now, it's at here. And I'm like, yeah, but it pulled back from 65,000 to 20,000 or 17,000. Yeah, now it's at 100 or so. But the point is that time is very relevant when trading, and we have to understand that. So if you guys are working on your trading skills, just remember that a level that was great yesterday may not be a good level that you want to play today.
Wolf
on that
is
note,
another great example.
that's a great one. I came on the game plan. We had it in the service. We loved it. It bounced 30, 40, 50% multiple times. And then we said, all right, chart doesn't look that good anymore. Let's stay away. But people say, oh, but he was bullish on Wolf. Well, yeah, but if you looked at the track record, you would have seen we closed it out 3 times for 20+%. So it's tough. I understand that. It is tough. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We got another commercial, a fun little commercial for you guys. And then
All right,
Dr.
let's
B, we'll
go.
see how Dr. B's doing in his trade. We'll talk to you in just a couple seconds.
Wakey, wakey, Grandpa! You fumbled the cleanest double bottom on SPY last night. I'm talking textbook AF. Ratioed yourself IRL. Brushing your teeth. Cool. Too bad you didn't scrub your risk management first. This isn't a pour over, it's a pullback, and you missed it harder than you missed prom in '84. Bro, that bull flag on Tesla was doing cartwheels in your face. You ghosted it harder than your high school crush. You not only ran out of TP, you ran out of risk management. That was a bearish engulfing on the 5-minute, and you YOLO'd through it. Clown behavior.
Verified investing, built for the ones who hate losing.
Yes! Finally giving main character energy. Proud of you, King.
Verified investing, no cap, all facts. Not financial advice, just facts, charts, and a little attitude.
There it is, guys. All right, so and I think we have one more. Maybe we'll play. But on that note, can we spin the wheel, Kate? Is that okay? All right, let's do a spinny of the wheelie here.
Let's do it.
Here we go. Because I see it's funny. Every once in a while, someone's like, spin the wheel, and here we go.
We already have a winner for this.
We will after we find out what it is.
It's on the screen. I'm saying it's a statement.
Oh,
It's
the
on the screen.
overnight sleeper hold trade.
There we go.
Yeah, let's go.
This is a
Congratulations to Phil A.
Oh, wow. That's fast. Great job, guys. All right, Phil. Great job. Congratulations there on that. And this is Drew's course that is now half price right now, just for the next week. We have these on sale. And really, if you're like someone who doesn't want to sit behind the computer, correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, but the sleeper hold is one of those type of plays, right? It was where you see it the day before and you kind of go to sleep, and the pattern should play out by the next morning.
That's correct. He said that is correct. He's preparing for the for trading the.
Yell a little louder, Drew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, great course. A lot of
Phil A's account is about to make a measured move to the upside.
Oh man,
that's what Cody said. That Cody said that.
I love that.
Who are you pointing to? Like Cody's here. I don't know who you're
No,
pointing at.
I see it right here. I see it right here.
Okay, yeah, you're pointing to your screen, but he's not like here. You know, I was like,
I'm pointing to the
looking around,
question.
like, where's Cody? I was like, Cody's where? All right.
Cody's a member of our live day trading room. So
And by the way, guys, Drew's prepping for trading the close. That's so he's not on the microphone anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah. That's
All right.
Oh,
Don't worry about it. All right, back to a couple of questions. Albert says, if the portfolio is $30,000, how do you apply segments like 1x, like 1/3, 1/20th? Super simple. 1/10 is 10%, right? So 10% of 30,000 is 3,000, right?
Yep.
1/5, right, is 20%. 20% of 30K is 1/10 times 2, right? So that'd be 6,000. So just you can just
I like
instead
that
of the
math.
one, you could just stick your your account value there. So 1/20th is 30,000 divided by 20, whatever that is. So super simple.
And I think one of the keys too is that we generally use the same percentages over and over again. So maybe in the beginning you have to have a calculator and you're like, oh, 1/7 of my account is X amount, but we use 1/7 over and over again, 1/6 over and over again, 1/5, etc. So you within a week you probably know in your head exactly what that is to the approximate dollar. And in all fairness, these are guidelines, right? I mean, we're just giving you the approximate amount that we're doing in our accounts. You guys have to do what you're comfortable with. And I think that's a big point here to make as well, is that, just because we're getting in a trade doesn't mean you have to take the trade. If you're uncomfortable, and this is really important, if you're uncomfortable in any trade, you're going to act emotionally. Now you can say, oh, well, I'm not. Well, the fact is uncomfortability does breed emotional response, right? And so you want to always take a trade or be in a trade the size wise, like dollar amount in that, where you're gonna essentially be unemotional, because then you will use the charts and let the charts dictate your move. As soon as you get emotional, you're gonna make the wrong decision at the wrong time. Markets are programmed to do that. I mean, they just push us to our limits. They push all of us to our limits.
Yep. I 100% agree with that. It's the emotions that usually what I've found is when your emotions start kicking in, that's usually the time to hold. Doesn't always mean it, but in my experience, when you're feeling that emotion, like I should cut this, I should cut this, I should cut this, I should cut this, that's when it usually swings in the opposite direction. Because if
Yeah.
you're feeling it, I mean, if you think about all these candles are made up of people either protecting their profits or fearing that the worst is going to happen to them, or if they're FOMOing in or out of the positions. So each one of these candles has their own set of emotions built inside of them. So yeah, it's
That's so
great.
true.
Great point.
Nice. Truan saying, if my pizza only had 4 slices, how can I eat 1/8 of the pizza? Well, just
Cut
cut
it in half.
those 4. Yeah, cut those 4 in half.
Yeah, I feel like there's just a lack of there's something going on. You've been looking at too many charts, my friend. You're suffering from the same thing I am.
Yeah.
Degradation of the brain.
Yeah.
Let's see what happened.
Stocks are
So let's while we're waiting here and Dr. B still in this trade in oil here, let's talk a little bit let's hear from the traders about like what do you guys do when a trade doesn't go in your direction? Like what's your mindset? What's your, what's your philosophy? Do you kind of like what are you looking for to determine if you're exiting or kind of getting deeper into that position?
Well, go ahead, Dr. B.
Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
What I was going to say is, for example, if you guys switch to my charts, I can show you. All right. So there was a day where Tesla was down pretty significantly, and there was a war going on inside of Twitter and Truth Social or whatever the platform was. The emotions as the stock continues to fall. So my trade isn't absent of emotions. So as it's going down, I'm figuring out where the key support levels are as it continues to fall, how I'm going to add to those positions, where I'm going to navigate. And, I'm significantly underwater. What I do is I say, okay, how many different support levels has this gone through? When this subsides, what's going to end up happening with the stock? And at the bottom, when I'm out of the money the most, I recognize that. And I recognize it for what it is and say, all right, well, I'm going through emotions. This is usually where somebody how I would have acted would be exit this position right at this moment. And then I just let it play out. I let it go through my head and say, all right, well, it's gonna be there, and that's okay. And then just realize that it's due for a bounce, it's overextended, it's into key support levels, and so then it ended up bouncing. I think I took like a $500 loss on that thing when I was down, like I said, significantly. But trading isn't without emotions. It's just the ability to recognize that you have the emotion and letting that be okay. Okay, so I have emotions inside of this trade. I'm not feeling good about this particular trade, but what does the chart tell me? And then I act based on what the chart's telling me. So that's how I try to navigate things.
Yeah, I think that's the key is just reminding yourself over and over again, like kind of as you start to feel that emotion bubbling up, you kind of check yourself, right? You kind of just reground yourself and say, okay, yes, I'm feeling that way, but let me go back to the charts and see what they're telling me, right? Is the RSI showing a positive divergence in the case with Tesla, right? Or things like
Oh my
that.
gosh, yeah.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is that if you can show my charts, please, Ryan. If you're trading a stock, so long as it's not a pump and dump stock, okay, we'll just use this area for some demonstration. Actually, the truth is, the further the stock goes down, the higher the chance of probability. So if you were to look at like the S&P 500, right? Let's look at the SPY, right, which is the ETF that tracks the S&P 500. But just look at the different bear markets over the course of history. The truth is that the further that this falls, okay, the higher the opportunity and the lower the risk. But actually, the higher that this goes and you're buying, the higher the risk is, right? That there's going to be a drop. So let me just rephrase that. Let's say you're trying to go long on the S&P or on a non-pump and dump stock, and the stock's coming down like this, and let's say you enter here, you're really never going to catch the bottom or the top. If you do, it's generally luck or just a really good level, but it generally doesn't happen that often. Let's say you add here. So really, if I'm still out, if I still have shares, or position size to allocate right to this trade, I'm just buying more and more and more because I know eventually the stock's going to bounce. And so it's really all about probabilities. But that's the key, right? That's the kind of the big asterisk is so long as it's not a pump and dump, so long as it's a solid stock or company, you know, most likely it's going to bounce, right? Not 100%, but that's the key is the further that this falls, the more likelihood of a bounce. And the same thing on the upside.
Nice. Yeah, I agree. Here, and if Brian, if we can go to the big board here, I saw a question about Microsoft. I want to show you guys something here. So if we take a look at the big board, this is your Microsoft chart, and look at the tight range. So this was when it had earnings right down here. It had the gap up, which created this big gap, which, by the way, gaps are meant to be filled eventually. So eventually I do think Microsoft comes all the way back in here. But look at the tight upsloping range it's been in. And this shows that, again, it could travel up here, but this will be resistance, and then it could go like this up and kind of follow this way. And it looks like it's getting close to that even number of 200, right? So, excuse me, 500. And then what I do is I say, okay, this is the short-term trend is up. And as long as it stays in there, it can keep grinding, right? So we're going to watch to see if it breaks below here. Notice today it was below briefly, and then they recaptured that level. But the next kicker is this. If we flip over to the bigger time frame, this is why the bigger time frames are so important. We can now see that there's a major pivot from 2021, the bull market high in 2021. We go right here, and then we go right here. And so what this tells me is that this upslope here, which is hard to see now, these two may join forces, and that's right above 500 bucks. That could be where the stock is headed. It also could be where a major cycle top could be. So a little interesting insights there into the Microsoft daily chart.
Cool. Let's go to a 30-second commercial really quick.
All right.
Not yet.
Not yet?
In a little while.
Should I follow my gut? Only if your gut has backtested results and trades with a stop loss. Buy high, sell higher, bold, dumb, historic. What's volume mean? It means the whales are swimming, or you're about to get wrecked. EMA or SMA? Whichever one doesn't ghost you mid-trade. Is this financial advice? No, it's a sock with opinions. Should I trade on vibes? Only if your vibes have stop losses.
Verified investing, no cap, all facts. Not financial advice, just facts, charts, and a little attitude.
All right, so yeah, that was, I might have jumped out of nowhere and said that and panicked some of our people in our studio, but appreciate you guys doing that.
All right, here.
Yeah.
If we jump over to the big board again, I saw another question on the insider buying and selling that, and I think it's a good thing to go over here. So, if we take a look at the insider buying and selling on the homepage that we show, what does it look like? Well, it's obvious that there's massive amount more insider selling, and these are like insiders, like CFOs, CEOs, directors that are just dumping. Now you can see over here there was very little, and this is because this was during the heat of earnings season. During earnings season, insiders are there. They can't sell. It's illegal for them to dump within a certain amount of days before they report earnings. So there's usually about a 30-day window or a month where they cannot unload their positions. But then once that earnings season is over, it's free. They have free reign to dump as much as they can. And this is just another warning sign, right? So we see the stock market near all-time highs where we are now, yet you look at this and say, wait a minute, shouldn't these CEOs be like at least holding their stock if they believe that things are going to be okay? Obviously, they're not doing that. I mean, it's massive. I mean, just compare it to the green candles. Green means those are buying shares or bought shares. Red is selling. It's pretty nasty. And what you'll see is, again, once we get into July, it'll go back to zero, basically, like flat line, like it did over here, because you're going to start entering that earnings season window where they can't sell. It's called a quiet period, I believe. Okay, so just wanted to give you guys a little update on that. Are you awake over there, Dr. B? It seems like oil just has gone to sleep a little bit.
Well, it's
I know.
getting
I'm
right
trying. It's
under
putting
your
me to
break
sleep
even
here.
after getting 1 penny away.
Well,
I
I
wonder
know
why that
that's
is.
right.
That's
1 penny away from my
interesting.
break even. Wonder why,
Interesting.
Lawton. Yeah.
So ASTS is heading higher. I just want to note, I want you guys to see something. So if you notice my charts, it's in the afternoon and you just have this slow float up on ASTS. It's not showing my charts quite yet. Who else has got, oh, Dr. B, or who's S?
Yeah, that's me.
So it is in this upsloping parallel channel, but there's just not a lot of volume, and it's just kind of chopping around inside of this range. So normally, after it breaks the all-time highs, this would be a great opportunity to go short. But one thing you got to consider is time of day, right? As we go further and further into the day, now that it's made all-time highs, it doesn't guarantee that shorts are going to start covering, but this price action could actually continue even higher. So I know we are often trying to get into trades at all-time highs when the stock's up, 7, 8, 10%. However, that's not always the optimal time to get into a trade. So you got to look at the time factor. Not only is it the morning, but also what the volume's doing and how the overall market sentiment is. Like the SPY is just continuing to float higher. So there's no fear in the stock of it crushing. So I just want to kind of give you a little bit more education on what are the rationales behind kind of staying away from some trades while we get into other trades.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Although if it does hit 50, I would start a 120th. Just get a whole round number. But I'll do a small position size. I'll do a 120th.
And to be honest, oil really isn't doing much. The fact that it's in electronic trading probably is the reason. So at this point, I may consider just taking a small loss here. It's essentially a very minute loss, essentially a break even, right? So somewhere around
As soon as you
77.
do it, it's going to push up in your favor.
That's 100% correct.
Well, it's time of day, right? It's time of day. But I'm looking at this. I think on a swing basis, it's actually not a bad trade. So it's really just not doing much here. I don't know, Gareth, from a swing perspective, what are you thinking?
On
Holding
oil,
this overnight, for example.
Yeah, I don't. To me, there's too many uncertainties, right? I mean, for all we know, something's gonna. I mean, the positive is you're long, so that if something did happen and oil popped, you'd be deeply in the money. But it's just, yeah, who the heck knows, man?
Yep.
Hey, I want to show you guys something pretty cool here as well. Bear with me here. I'm gonna. Let me see if I can go to the big board. Can we go to the big board here? So check this out. This is one of those infamous measured moves. So this is Netflix chart, right? This is the Netflix weekly chart, and I want to show you why Netflix is struggling in this price action. Let me flip back to the yellow here so you guys can all see it right up there, right up here. All right, so check this out. So if you take this drop, so this high to this low, right, that distance. Okay, so we have that distance, and we're going to draw a straight. I'm going to do my best to draw a straight trend line across here. So if you take this distance it's virtually identical to this up here in terms of that move, right? So again, in terms of, and let me see if I can show this. Maybe we can keep this chart up. Actually, I want to show you guys what I'm talking about here. All right, let me do this here. So if, go back, yeah, there you go. Go right on that chart. So if we take this distance down to here, and we'll drag it across, and then if we, oops, lost that there. All right, yeah, that works, just to have it up like that for everyone. So we have that. Now simply take this, move it up right to there. See that? The exact, and look right at the highs. So that's what we call one of those measured moves, where it's to the downside. So I can move this right down to here, and it goes from this high to this low. And then if you take that same high and bring it right up, right there to that high. So again, it's not to say that Netflix is going to magically top out here. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But those type of things are things that I look for that are subconscious in human psychology, to just kind of, there's something there that kind of says, oh, there should be resistance here. Human nature just somehow subconsciously puts resistance in this range on Netflix. And by the way, Netflix, amazing move. It's been one of the best performers, but it certainly does appear to be overbought. So cool stuff there. Well, look, I think we can all agree this little bull flag here on the spider's 10-minute chart is trying to break out to the upside. Let's look at Circle. Circle had a pretty big bounce, actually. I think it negated. Ooh, interesting. So the head and shoulders that I drawn in earlier, guys, was right here. I believe right here. And it kind of hit it and kind of pierced it, but then got a bounce. But then look at this other trend line. Where did it go? Longer term trend. Hit, bounced, broke.
All right, guys, I
retraced.
exited 1/20th at 77.39 here at the break even on USO.
Nice little pop, finally.
There you go.
I know, geez.
All right, guys, we now have a I don't know why it got removed. We're along now. We're in a 2/20th position in USO at 77.39. Dr. B told you he's going to do that. It's at that price right now.
Yep.
Nice.
This is basic. This is the same thing we do in the live day trading room. You have our exact entries, exits. We tell you our game plan, and we try to make it as easy for you to follow as possible. Let's see if we can make some money on USO, huh, Dr. B? What do you think?
Yeah,
Here?
let's
You're
see.
looking
Let's see
for
if it can come up to like 78. 78 would be a nice area to take profits, I think.
78. How
another-
about 90?
90 bucks. on
We
the
don't
low
even want to
side?
know what happens in the Middle East if we go to 90.
Yeah, that would be
Oh man,
not good.
Jake's saying, "What am I sipping on?" I just a little energy drink here,
Yeah, that's what he tells you. But
but it's really a beer. Is that what you're implying?
I don't know. I didn't see the can. Maybe it's a seltzer.
No,
Maybe
it's
it's
fire.
the Four Loco. Lawanya says, what is 2/20th means? That is the percentage of our cash account, day trading account, allocated to this trade. 2/20th is equivalent to 1/10. So 10% of our day trading portfolio is currently in that trade.
And we trade off $1 million, so that's 100K.
100K.
Yeah,
A lot of
Oops, sorry, buddy. You go.
No, I see a lot of requests for for specific stocks. I know you guys want us to take a look at some of the charts that you're writing in the chat, but we're really focused on this trade and a couple other things. So we apologize if we can't get to every single one of your questions.
Yeah, I saw one question about the difference in position size of swing trading versus day trading. And one of the things to kind of keep in mind is that day trading, you're looking for smaller moves, right? So on my average swing trade wins probably between 10 and 15%, I would guess, versus a day trade, like if we get 1%, that's a home run, right? And so inherently you have to go heavier on your swing trades, and that's what at least what we do. So again, I would never potentially have a full position. Like I do have in day trading, I will use all my cash in the account in a full position on a day trade. But I would never do that in a swing trade portfolio. Imagine going all in on one trade. I mean, you just wouldn't do that. So again, there's differences there. But again, that's why we guide you to risk level based on, is it a 1/5, the 1/10, the 1/20th, et cetera. The lower the percentage, meaning the smaller the fraction, the riskier that trade is anticipated to be by us. Okay.
Michael says, how do I manage in and out of the stock in terms of dollars or shares, buying or selling 1/20th? It can be crazy to do that. Let's say you have 100K and you want to enter a 1/20th, right? So that's 5K, right? 5K allocated to that trade. And the stock is $100. You just buy, $5,000 worth of that. So like 50 shares, I think. 50 times 100, yeah, 50 shares, right? And each of your subsequent ads you can just keep that denomination, that number of shares, right? We're not going in and be like, okay, now because the price is $99, that's actually 51, 52 shares. We're just keeping it like uniform pretty much.
Yep. Yeah, I see Parth asking about where does he recommend, getting technical pattern formation. I mean, keep it simple. You can get a basic TA book. I don't really have any recommendations on that, but I think the Winning Trader series goes over the ones I use and I teach them, as well as the proprietary stuff. So all of that, and I always remind people this. The market made me pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for my education. More money than I would have liked to have paid for my education, because I didn't have anyone teaching me or any good courses back in 99, 2000 when I started to dabble in trading. So the market just basically used me and abused me, frankly. Now, looking back, I wish I had stuff like this, like traders that I could look to that know what they're doing, that taught me discipline and all these other things. So always remember that, it's better to, if I could go back and pay $4,500 for a Winning Trader series in the beginning, to me it's a no-brainer, especially the under 300 for the 1-minute scalpel, VWAP, or sleeper hold. You essentially think about it like stacking the deck in your favor once you do that, because really, what are we? We're traders that are trading against algos, but also other retail investors. And so if we're not better than other people, they're going to take our money. And so you have to just continue to step up your game and keep improving. Otherwise, the market will eat you alive. There's no doubt about it. All right, on that eating alive note, let's give away something else here. Let's spin the wheel. Here we go, guys.
That's a weird transition.
Yeah. Well, the whole idea is here. We're giving away free
okay.
education. Oh, there we go. 3 months free, smart money, commodities, and miners. And by just a heads up, in this, I trade ETFs. I know Ben and Drew trade the commodities themselves and put out alerts via those, but we do cater towards people that maybe can't, maybe they don't have the ability to trade commodities directly. So therefore, I put out, for instance, the SCO we had in this service, and we banked some good money on this fall on oil today. So congratulations to Clint Yu. Awesome, buddy. Congrats.
Congratulations, Clint.
Yep. Yeah, we select the winner and then we spin the wheel. That's
how
we do it.
Okay.
Keith says, can you talk about losses? Sure. What do you want to know, Keith?
We all have them, so.
And open, very open with our losses, as our track record shows. Be more than happy to answer any questions you have, Keith.
And just to update everybody, I'm looking to exit here at break even on USO. Really not moving around much, so I haven't exited yet. All right, 77.40. I've exited 2/20th, so 1 cent gain, very small gain, essentially break even on this trade. But with the electronic trading, I guess it slows down in the afternoon. So I think really the trade was not so much obviously to make money, but it was more so just to show you how we work through the trade. So very good. Go ahead.
And that's real life. I was going to say that's real life. Like not every trade is going to pay you out, and some of them you just got to admit and say, okay, listen, it's a day trade and it's not moving anymore, so let's step aside, because the longer you stay in a trade, the more you're giving the market the power, right? the more potential there is for something to shift that you don't have control over. And so as a trader, the best scenarios are for us to always get in and get out quickly. It's one of the reasons why, I mean, most people will tell you day trading is riskier than swing trading or investing. I would say yes if you don't know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, the less time you expose your money from being in cash to the markets, the safer it is, right? And if you think about that logically, right? So like let's say you just held overnight and something crazy geopolitically happened. Well, guess what? If you all your positions overnight are going to get smacked if they're longs and the markets gap down the next day. A day trade, it comes into a multi-factor support. You're in and out in let's say a minute or two, you're back in cash. You know, your cash is sitting right there.
Yep.
So yeah, it's an interesting way of thinking about it. And the reason why, listen, let's be fair. Majority of day traders lose money. Like literally 5% of day traders will make it in this game. I know those odds are horrific, but the idea is that most day traders go in with no education, they go in with no help, and they just try to do it by following X or Wall Street bets or whatever, right? And obviously, in that situation, the algos are going to eat you for lunch. If you actually put time into it, you'll be one of that 5%, or at least you have a good chance of being one of that 5%. So.
Yeah, it's just like any profession, right? You have to educate yourself. I always say the markets are like the oceans, right? So the oceans don't care like what size your position, what size position you're in, where your average is. The waves will just come over you. They'll drown you over and over and over again. And if you don't, if you're if you're not educated enough to understand how to maneuver and mitigate losses and maximize gains, you'll get bulldozed in the markets. It's just the truth.
Yeah, for sure.
And sometimes it can be a hard truth.
He says stop losses. Sure. What would you like us to talk about at stop losses?
I think we kind of covered that earlier about exiting.
I know he's just wanting us to talk about losses, and I asked him for more, and he said stop losses. I'd be happy to talk about stop losses. So for me, whenever I recommend a trade, I always tell you where I would stop out. Right, I always give a stop loss. Whether you'd like to follow that or not is dependent on the trader. And USO is starting to push up a little bit, little bit.
Oh, thanks for throwing that in there.
No, sorry about no. It's only 5 cents. Okay, it's only 4 or 5 cents.
Yeah.
But I mean, every single trade we enter, we give a recommended stop loss, right? And
well,
after
in all
that-
fairness, like I
Mhm.
don't give recommended stop losses until I have a full position, right?
Yeah.
But doesn't mean I won't exit a trade ahead of time. And I'll give you guys, we always give heads up that I'll say, all right, guys, we've had a bounce here. We're only down $500 on this trade after being down 5K. I'm going to look to exit, and then I might exit. So I may stop
Yeah.
myself out. But like, there's a difference between exiting a position because you understand that, okay, I've gotten as much as I can out of it versus, like this is my max loss that I'm willing to take no matter what. There's a big difference in that, right? So I think that's the kicker is you have to decide which one it is. And for me, until I have a full position, like I don't even have a full position, Now granted, if the technical setup fails, that's a different story. But as long as that technical setup is oversold into technical support, even if one support breaks, if it coming into the next one and I only have a 1/7 position, I'm buying another 1/7 at that next support level, expecting that big bounce. Now I just have a bigger position on the bounce that I can get some good profits out of.
Yep. For sure. Let's see here. Anthony's saying, I cleaned up my question a bit. When you're figuring out position size, do you factor in the leverage your broker offerage, or are you calculating based strictly on your cash balance? Strictly cash balance. Strictly cash balance.
Yeah, just the cash in the account, just to keep it simple. So technically for day trading, we all have 4-to-1 leverage, but a full position would just be one time, full of cash. So technically we could have a couple full positions on day trading and still be fine in the portfolio. I don't really think that ever happens though. I've never been in a
No.
situation where I had 4 full positions, barely ever
Mm.
have 1 full position, frankly.
For sure.
I see, yes, so Hari asking, how do we give trade alerts? So in the day trading room, you have to be logged in. This is a good question because people often say to me, like, and they say to all of us, like, oh, could you send me text alerts for day trades? And it's like, no, dude, we can't do that because By the time you get your text alert and act on it, we're probably selling into you buying, and you become our exit liquidity. And so for day trading, you have to be in the room to hear it real time. Otherwise, you're just gonna lose money. Now for swing trading, yes, we have email alerts, we have app alerts that go out, because swing trading is not so time sensitive. The swing trading like smart money stocks, crypto, and commodities and options, sometimes these positions don't move for days. Sometimes they even go against us at first, so people can get better entries. So anything swing trading will have alerts that go out. For day trading, you really got to be in the room. Paul saying, can we make a Discord? I don't think we want to, we've talked about that. I like the setup we have right now. It's much more of like the educational environment. This is another one, right? So you guys are typing in questions to us, but notice how it's not a big forum like a Discord where you're seeing everyone else's questions. We had that really long ago. I tried that out. And you know what it turned into? It turned into traders trying to influence other traders by pumping things that they were in, and basically manipulating the group. And I hated that. And so what I love about the day trading room that we have now, and same thing in this situation, is that you guys are here for us and our knowledge. And the best way for us to convey that knowledge is just a one-way question to us. We give you the answer. We discuss the answer. If we start bringing up, it becomes like a message board, like like Wall Street Bets, and you get so much junk in there. So we always find that it's a better learning environment and trading environment to have it the way we have it.
Cool. And with that being said, let's go to our next commercial.
You sure we have it on time this time?
We got it.
Timing matters, especially in the market and the bedroom.
No follow through, no volume, no surprise.
But when you start learning real strategy, using real tools, everything changes.
Now that was a full breakout with volume. Chef's kiss. Mwah.
Verified investing. Trade smarter. Perform better. Not financial advice, just facts, charts, and a little attitude.
Oh,
That's my favorite one.
Is that like promoting the hymns trade?
There you go.
Yeah,
Well, basically what it's saying is, who needs hymns when you have verified investing to help you?
That's right.
Oh man.
Breakout. Tara, you keep typing in TSDD. Well, that's a 2x leverage of
What is that? TSDD? Oh, Tesla short 2x.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not interested in a 2x short on Tesla at the moment.
Yeah, and just remember, and this is another good point, is that when you analyze a stock, never use an ETF that's a double or a triple, because they depreciate over time. They always go to zero. And so, by the way, no double or triple ETF should ever be held long term. They're short term vehicles only. But if you were to say, okay, well, I want to play a TSDD, what you should do is go to Tesla's stock chart and analyze that directly, right? And then be like, okay, Tesla's at support here or at resistance here. Then I'll use a leveraged ETF to day trade it off of that, which is up to you. For me, Tesla is so volatile anyways that I've never really felt the need for a double or a triple. But if you did, then just make sure you analyze off the single time frame, the Tesla daily. Okay. We'll do one more wheel spin, and then we have about 10 minutes until trading the close with Drew, and he'll finish us out for this investor empowerment day. But yeah, dude, I think everyone here, we thank you guys for being involved, and the questions are amazing. The amount of people that are participating, and the kind words, and the fact that a lot of what we talked about today is helping you guys. It's why we do these things. So it really is very, very cool.
Is there a winning trader series on that wheel or no?
I don't think there is, but we could probably do one spin and just make it, or actually we could just randomly select. I guess we wouldn't spin it then, right?
We could spin it for fun.
Or actually, we do have this white dot. We could put the white dot somewhere. Where are you guys? Tell me where are we putting this? This is
bottom
the dot.
bottom yellow.
Bottom yellow.
Right here.
Smart money something. Yep. Whatever that says.
That's it.
All right.
So that is the winning trader series. If it lands there, the winner receives a free.
All right. Who's our winner? So we select the winner for. All right.
Scott S. Oh.
Scott S.
All right, Scott S.
Oh.
This is for all the money here. Here we go.
Come on,
See if you
Scott.
can get a free winning trader series.
Oh, slow down, slow down. Oh,
Oh no! Wait, what's
Oh, what are you
happening?
doing
It's
there,
just
Gareth?
continuing to spin. Oh
but no,
my
it's
gosh,
still
it's
going. It's
What's
still
continuing to
going
going.
on?
spin.
Holy
Oh
cow!
my gosh,
Yeah,
you
big
won the
trader
winning trader
series.
series.
Congratulations. That
That's
was amazing.
incredible.
It was
Wow.
almost as if magic just took the wheel over. All right,
That's
Scott,
so crazy.
congratulations.
Congratulations on winning the winner trader
That
series.
was a good one, Gareth. Oh, man.
Uh,
We have fun here, guys. We do
We
have fun.
do.
That is for sure.
Yeah, that's
But
awesome.
I mean, really, all of you guys win as well because the Winning Trader Series is at a massive sale right now. Now is the best time to purchase the Winning Trader Series. If you've ever thought about it, if you want to learn how to trade like a pro like Gareth Soloway, learn how to make $1 billion every single day like Garrett does, the Winning Trader Series is the course for you. Go ahead and check that out on the verifiedinvesting.com website.
For the full and fair disclosure, I don't make $1 billion a day. I wish I did, but I don't. And I even have the occasional losing day. So it is what it is. That's real trading for you. But all right. Anything else, guys? Anything out of the other charts we want to look at?
Yeah, SMCI is pretty much tanking. HIMS is tanking. What's the SPY doing?
Let me look at HIMS here. Oh yeah, it is back to the lows on HIMS.
I know.
Spiders are
SMCI
steady
just
here.
lows of the day. I know. It's just weird. It's 348. Because earlier 43.32 was my level.
It was a full day. It was a full day. We'll need some rest for tomorrow morning in the Apex Day trading room, right? That's where we'll be at 9:25.
That's right.
And if you guys have more questions for me, you can check out my AMA. I'm live every single day. The markets are open from 8:30 to 9 o'clock to answer questions through an Ask Me Anything.
That's so cool.
Yeah, those are awesome. Those AMAs in the
Yeah,
morning.
absolutely.
Guys, we're gonna do one more commercial break, then we'll come back for a few minutes, and we'll take you right into trading the close to finish this out. Yeah, here's the commercial. If you guys are ready, let's rock it.
Wakey, wakey, Grandpa! You fumbled the cleanest double bottom on SPY last night. I'm talking textbook AF. Ratioed yourself IRL. Brushing your teeth. Cool. Too bad you didn't scrub your risk management first. This isn't a pour over, it's a pullback, and you missed it harder than you missed prom in '84. Scrolling memes instead of reviewing setups? That 3-bar play was cooked and ready to eat, and you served it cold. Tragic. Wow! Not even verified on your trades or your relationships. Embarrassing for you.
Smart setups, real data, no fluff.
Yes! Finally giving main character energy. Proud of you, King.
Verified investing, no cap, all facts. Not financial advice, just facts, charts, and a little attitude.
They got the
All right.
wristbands from me.
They did, didn't they?
I just don't have the
Over
headband.
there. Yep.
Dude, let's all bring some main character energy in the next week or so, or 2 weeks, or all of you guys listening out there. Before we get going, let's cover a few of these charts. I haven't gone over the 10-year today. We can bring up my charts here and just quickly go over what we're doing here on the 10-year. Ooh, 10 years trying to break. It looks like they're trying to save it right here. See, again, good support level there. If this breaks, I think we go down to this 4.13%. Let's look at the Dixie today, the DXY. Coming down today, again, opened higher and starting to fall here. And then we could take a look at Bitcoin for those of you that are crypto fans out there. Yeah, good little bounce on Bitcoin. For those of you that are in smart money crypto, we were going nuts over the weekend buying on this dip that came in yesterday.
Yeah,
Good
how many
bounce so
trades did we
far.
get out?
I think I took profits on Bitcoin half off, Aave all off, and then I think I picked up 4 different. What did you do?
5, 6, something like that. I'm
Awesome.
pretty sure most of them are in the money decently.
I think one of the keys too, guys, is, and this is very keen with crypto, but really with everything, is that, as traders, both swing traders and day traders, we don't, like, if there's no trades there, it's going to be quiet in the service, right? It's going to, we do our videos, so you get constant updates on positions and everything like that. But like the worst thing you want, like some services out there, they're like, you'll get 1 trade a day. Well, right there, you know it's BS, because that means they're going to force a trade out to you, which means the probability of it being a winning trade is much, much lower. You really want a service run by real traders that they're only giving you the alerts when the levels hit. Otherwise, again, it's just nonsense. They're just trying to take your money. So, yeah, just a little 2 cents on that, as there's a lot of kind of shady stuff out there these days. And so, again, we'll just try to be that lighthouse in the dark room for you guys, if you will.
Yeah, no cap, all facts.
There you go. It is, the level is the level, as we say in the trading room. All right, we got 2.5 minutes. Give some final words of encouragement. Let's go around. Maggie, give us some final words of encouragement for investors out there that are starting their journey.
Final words of encouragement. So I would say, you're gonna learn a lot about yourself as a person if you get into trading, and even if you lose money, you still win because it forces you to grow and become a better person.
That's good. That's actually very good, and it's true. You do learn a lot. To be honest, we all learn more from our losers than our winners. That's the truth. All right, Lawton, what about you?
I would say that, because I know it's scary, right? Investing, trading. You guys have worked really hard for this money, and it's scary. But this is an opportunity to completely take a hold of your financial future. And the best part is that we've got you, right? That we have a team of experts that do this and have done this for a long time, and they turned me into a profitable trader. And if they can turn me with little experience trading into a profitable trader, imagine what they can do with you.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. Thank you. And I think it's important to recognize that just because we're experts doesn't mean we always win. So, always risk management, position sizing, all those key things. We'll tell you till we're blue in the face. Those are the things that are important in trading. All right, Ben, what about you?
Well, I'm just letting you know that I was a C/D student in high school, grade school. Like, it didn't really matter. I had just ADHD, whatever they call it. I was bouncing all over the walls. Find yourself something that you really are passionate about, dive in, and I would say that's the cure for everything. Just, it allows you to focus on the things that you really enjoy doing, and being able to make money in the process. And teaching you guys is really what I'm here for. So it's
Awesome.
incredible. So thanks for being here with us.
Awesome. And Dr. B, lastly, what about you, buddy?
Study, 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 and don't give up. That's
Amen.
the key.
All right, guys. On that note, Trading the Close will be going live in about 10 seconds, so we're going to just jet here. But thank you guys so much for spending time with us today, and I hope you guys learned something today. Glad we could give away some free stuff. You guys have a great rest of the day. I'll see you tomorrow for the game plan. Take care.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Welcome to Trading the Close. Man, what a wild day in the markets today. We had markets pushing up higher. The news broke Iran did attack some bases in the Middle East of the United States. And then the markets just tanked. And then all of a sudden we reversed and started pushing higher for the day. So we're all closing green on the day. Oil is dropping severely. That kind of paints the picture that the conflict between US and Iran may be over. We'll see, though, but that's what the charts are showing me. All right, let's jump into the data we see here on the market overview and summary page right here. We see that we've got the Dow Jones is now up 0.86%, Nasdaq's up 0.81%, S&P 500 up 0.9%, U.S. oil right here down 7.65%, gold up just slightly, up 0.23%, Bitcoin staging a decent recovery over the weekend. Price was underneath $100,000. We're going to get into that chart and show you why price is doing what it's doing at the time. All right, so jumping into the heat map, we see here on the S&P 500, a lot of green on the screen. One straggler here, Google of the mega caps is down for the day 1%, but Microsoft, Meta up solidly, as well as Netflix too. Tesla was a big winner of the day. Down here, you see 8.36%. We're going to look at that chart a little bit more, but robo-taxis were rolled out in Austin, Texas today. Amazon down 0.6%. Aside from that, a lot of green aside from the energy sector. ExxonMobil, CVX, Chevron, they're all down today. Feeling the pressure with oil dropping tremendously. All right, so let's jump into the S&P 500. And what do we see here, folks? We see price action now poking back above this declining trend line. This market truly has been resilient. In the face of headwind after headwind after headwind, we still are pushing higher on the charts. It's really remarkable. So you look at this bull flag pattern that's forming. Are we going to break out? That's what I'm thinking now, because all of this buying sentiment with all of these headwinds starts to lead me to believe we could still be going higher on the charts. The one area to watch, though, this high pivot at 6,059. Watch what price action does once we get into that area. That should help dictate whether we close above and then move higher and then close and confirm, or whether we just still stay stagnant right here in this area. And to show you the intraday price action on the S&P 500, look at this mammoth move. So here we are at the beginning of the day right here. So we gapped up, looked like we were about to go negative for literally about 3 to 4 minutes, and then ripped higher. Then the news came out about Iran's attack. We sold right off. But notice too, where did that happen on the charts? Right there on the trend line. Guys, we're going to go through several instances today where trend lines and education applies, because when you know how to draw these trend lines correctly, it doesn't matter what the news is. The trend lines are there for resistance and showed us exactly that price was going to get a reversion at that place. Then in the afternoon, ripped right through it since that area has been weakened. Truly remarkable stuff. And with a minute to go, the markets are still pushing higher. Really, really interesting. Next up, we've got the Qs. Notice here on the Qs, we formed more of a rounded top than what's been over on the S&P 500. So this is curious, though, with tech has really been pushing and leading the way with this onslaught of new AI developments, robotics, etc., even quantum computing. Tech has really been pushing and leading the charge, and it's very evident in the SMH, which we'll look at here in a second. But on the Qs, next resistance area to watch, double top, 540.81. Should all of this start faltering, notice how we kind of have a left shoulder, and then ahead, we don't have a right shoulder yet, but first area of support that would be significant is down here at 493.46. Next up, the SMH. Now, we were speaking about the SMH last week about how this inclining trend line has yet to be violated. Now, it has already on the Qs as well as on the S&P 500, but on SMH, it's staying a little bit stronger until today. Today, we did break this trend line. Like, all in all, this is not a bad thing, but it's not great for SMH. We would have, all the bulls in SMH would rather have seen price action come hit this trend line and then bounce up and go to the next area of resistance, which is going to be this bottom area of the parallel channel. We did not do that. We just sifted right through this trend line. If we go into the 10-minute chart, you can see there too, when price action did break down, we made an attempt to come back up and test this trend line and haven't quite gotten up there yet. But at the beginning of the day today, you can notice right down here at 9:30, right here, you notice price action moved up, moved up, moved up, and then boom, right into that trend line. Again, trend line analysis helps guide the way, folks, and showing you that price action was likely going to get rejected at that area, and sure enough, it did. So we'll see what happens with the SMH. Remember, SMH is a leading indicator for the markets. If we start rolling over on SMH, I would anticipate the rest of the markets would soon follow if they wouldn't be doing so already. Into the IWM. Now, the IWM, another important chart to pay attention to. Again, we're not near all-time highs on this chart like we are on the spiders and the Qs, but we had a significant breakout of the IWM over the past couple weeks of trading. This area down here on the trend line, should selling persist, will be support right around 202.13. If you notice here, this move down, and we've really been chopping sideways. This is bearish consolidation right now on the chart. So it makes sense for price to come down on IWM to tag this trend line before moving up higher. The next area of resistance on the chart is 221 that you see displayed right there. Now, it doesn't mean just because we have this bear flag pattern, we could fail with this bear flag pattern and we could shoot right up to this 221, especially if the spiders start pushing, especially if the Qs start pushing too. We would likely start seeing tailwinds start taking effect and pushing the rest of the markets up. But what the chart's showing me right now, probabilities dictate we likely are coming down, tagging this trend line before going up and attacking that resistance at 221. Next up, Bitcoin. This has been awesome, folks. Now I've been showing you this inclining parallel channel for months now. I think I drew this back in November, and when I first came on trading the close in December, I showed this parallel. I said this is really telling me the whole story of Bitcoin, especially around the $100,000 price point. So let's jump back into the chart. I'm going to show you right here yesterday on Sunday. Where did price come? It came right down to the bottom end of this parallel channel and bounced up. You couldn't get a better hit than what we experienced there. Notice there that was 4:10 Eastern time where price came down, tagged that area, since has not looked back and is pushed up nicely on the charts of Bitcoin. So where is Bitcoin going? So ultimately, though, we see this inclining trend line, and we're getting very close to that resistance. That resistance is $103,825 on the charts. That would be the next area if it gets tagged today. We could end up chopping sideways, maybe create bullish consolidation. That would then dictate a break above that area, in which case, notice this area, and I'm going to slide this, this little box out of the way. Notice this declining trend line from pivot to pivot, and notice where it intersects. Right at the 50% area of this parallel channel. These 50% areas continually have rejected price in the past, so I'd anticipate the same sort of action to happen again. If we do break through this initial trend line right here at the 103.5 value point, right around 104,000, we are going up to 108.5, 108,637 is displayed on the chart, and that will be the next area of major contention on Bitcoin. Next up, gold. Gold really didn't have much going on today, but you notice it is kind of tailing off slightly, just a little bit. We still do have a measured move potential up to 36.21 is displayed on the charts. But again, this daily topping tail as well as a weekly topping tail on the charts are really going to prove difficult for gold to push through. Even with this geopolitical conflict, we still haven't ripped higher on gold. That should be telling a story to everybody involved or interested in investing in gold. It may be due for some time to pull back and cool off a little bit before coming up and hitting that 36.21 level. Next up, silver. Silver did also chop sideways today, and that's perfectly all right for this chart. Consider that silver has moved so much in the most recent history. Now, what would also make sense for silver is a pullback down to the support area, 34.86. This initially was a resistance area as a double top here recently on the daily chart, and we busted on through it. Now, it would make sense for a retrace to the scene of the crime, buy in this zone for potential measured move up from this inverse head and shoulders pattern all the way up here to $38.97. I would be a buyer if price on silver gets under $35. Into US oil. Now check this out, folks. So we did have over the last week, and really it seems like a while since I've been doing trading the close, we broke back up after poking above, coming back in. We broke back up and never really confirmed on this move. Notice price never closed above this breakout candle and confirmed up there. So that left the downside vulnerable. And why I think the conflict in the Middle East may be simmering off between the United States and Iran, I could be completely wrong, but look at this on the charts. This is showing us that that strait that Iran is planning to block, or at least has threatened to block, is really falling on deaf ears, because if they do block that strait, that'll interfere with the oil flow going to China, which Iran supplies a boatload, literally, of oil to China. And if they close that Strait of Hormuz, then this would not be happening. Oil would be going up higher, but we see oil coming down on the chart. So I see this as almost a bluff on Iran side that maybe that strait won't be closed. We'll see though in the coming days. If it is closed, you can better believe oil will start ripping back higher up to this $80.73 area. Initial support on oil at $66.48. Next up, nat gas got slammed the last 2 trading days. Notice all this positive momentum, and this is why they call this commodity the widowmaker. It is really hard to peg a trend on nat gas without it reversing course and doing so sharply, much like the last 2 trading days that you see here on the chart. So with price now breaking this inclining trend line, the next support target you have to watch for nat gas is $3.69. It is the top end of this declining trend line right here, which if you notice, we broke out above on this trend line and confirmed right here, continued moving up higher. Now this area, this zone is now support for the nat gas chart. We'll see how that plays out in the coming days, but a move down into here should yield a bounce at least up to this trend line, potentially up as high as retesting this $4.18 resistant area. Next up, 10-year yield. 10-year yield started drifting a little bit lower today, which is all good news as far as money access and acquiring. So nothing much new to report there. However, this also kind of confirms my thesis on maybe the conflict starts to simmer down a little bit. The reason being, war is typically inflationary. It creates a lot of government spending. It also creates jobs. It's an influx of money into the system. So war typically would start driving up interest rates. We'll see, though, how the reaction is on the 10-year yield with any developing updates on the geopolitical side. Next up, the dollar. This is not necessarily the greatest thing to see on the dollar. Dollar, as you see, coming right back down underneath this declining trend line that you see here on the chart. The reason that's not that great is because a weakening dollar also does correspond with a weaker outlook for GDP. So that could mean, exactly like with our upcoming tariffs, our trade with other countries could be dwindling and going down, and thus the demand for U.S. products will be likely going down too, as what's showed here on the chart of the U.S. dollar. So the dollar's coming right back down underneath this inclining or declining trend line. Area of support is going to be down here at $97.80. Notice how this has been tagged several times. If this breaks, the next area of support is quite a bit lower, down here at $94.93. Next up, Tesla. As I mentioned earlier, Tesla did roll out robo-taxis in Austin, Texas. They didn't roll out a huge slew of them. They have rolled them out, though, nonetheless. And so investors piled into Tesla right here. If you notice, this move up is a bull flag, correct? So then the bull flag measured move is right here at 375.60. We'll watch what price action does now that it's gotten above this declining trend line. If we confirm tomorrow, if we do, next stop 375.60 on Tesla. And if all of this gets negated, the next area of support on Tesla is going to be right down here, just under $300, right at this inclining trend line. Next up, Mobileye. Now, Mobileye is in the same space as far as providing autonomous driving. So you see Mobileye also did have a fantastic day today, up 11.55% on the back of news of with Tesla rolling out the robo-taxis. Now, right now, I want to get into a little education with you on this chart to show you how each candle, when it prints, it really shows you a new piece of the puzzle, displaying what the chart is likely to do and what the probabilities dictate. So, all right, so we get back into Mobileye. All I'm doing with this is just simple trend lines. All right. So I get this trend line. We had a breakout here. Notice we never confirmed above here. We had a breakout here, never confirmed. And then finally, boom, a breakout and confirmation that flips this trend line to support, and any move down would be a buy for a higher move up. So what do I do here? I took a trend line here from this pivot and just draw it over to this pivot. And I can even extend it all the way back. And you see how this all kind of lines up right here in this zone of pivot to pivot to pivot. So you could have predicted price coming right up here and getting rejected, but then ultimately it made another attempt and broke through. So we've got now two trend lines giving us a lot of information. Now that price is broken up above this trend line now is the support. But now with price going up, we have to figure out where's the next area for price to stop. So I take this exact same pivot, and you notice if I string that out to the next major pivot, this one right here, we see the next area of resistance on Mobileye. And what does this create, folks? This creates an inverse head and shoulders pattern. Now, it's important to note that the inverse head and shoulders pattern has not yet been triggered. We need to get price to close above this trend line and then confirm. And then once it does, look at this. We're talking about an inverse head and shoulders measured move up to $23.49. That's how you 1, 2, 3 step through charts. You see chart patterns, you react to them, you draw your trend lines, find the areas of support, find the areas of resistance, and then play them when the chart tells you to do so. You don't just FOMO, you don't just blindly throw money at a chart. You try to analyze the chart through these trend lines. And I know, folks, it may look like, to a lot of you that don't understand this, it may look like a little bit of Star Wars action going on with these lines going across the screen, up and down, left and right. But it's all organized chaos of what's going on, corralling price right here, letting me know this is the next area in the sand for Mobileye to beat, right at $16.77. Next up, we got Circle. Now, this literally defying gravity, right? This did have an IPO, and Circle is involved with a stable coin with USDC. But a Circle has just been exploding. Look at the IPO down here, under $70, now trading at prices at $263. Today, got right up near the $300 mark. What I want to show you, though, intraday, check out what's forming here on Circle. So we've got a left shoulder, and it's really kind of an odd, long-shaped left shoulder if you want to include all of this. But a left shoulder, massive head. We've got a right shoulder, didn't break on this attempt, but if I extend this trend line out, this very well could be breaking into tomorrow. And if that is the case, if that does happen, we're talking about a measured move down to 190, so just under $200. A very big and risky potential reward for playing this stock short. So just be careful. If you do plan on shorting this, keep in mind this stock can literally rip $20 in 5 minutes. So you must be prepared, go lighter. But for now, it's lining up as long as price breaks this inclining trend line, currently right around 255.43. If it breaks that area, we're likely headed down sub $200. Into SMCI. Now, SMCI saw a lot of pressure today. You can see down 9.77%. Earlier in the day, though, it had significant bounce attempts, one of which occurred right here on this parallel channel, worked out like a charm, a beautiful over dollar bounce right there on that parallel channel. However, price did close underneath it. So we have to look for other levels. Where's the next support area for SMCI? And especially SMCI is involved with AI data centers. So this is a hot commodity, especially when they have all their ducks in a row, meaning accounting. So this stock could be one to pick up when prices start dropping down lower on the charts for a long-term gain and long-term momentum. So right here, the first area of support is going to be $39.17. We'll see if price action meanders in this area and then comes down and tags both that support area as well as this declining trend line. If this area breaks, the next area of support is 37.13, followed by this inclining trend line right around 35.56. You notice with all of these support areas all very close, that's all telling me there's a lot of support in this zone that could propel the price on SMCI back up to get back into this parallel channel and ultimately move all the way back up here near the 50% area, upwards of $55.92. Could be a great opportunity for accumulating some SMCI. Next up, we got ALAB. Now, ALAB also got shot down pretty decently here on the charts today, down 7.66%. Now, ALAB is involved with software and hardware in the AI space. And so this should be a pretty high in demand stock considering the big push all these mega cap companies have in developing open AI and also different AI products. So we see here what I found before today's rejected price action. We've got an inverse head and shoulders pattern right here, and that's starting to fail. We did poke above, didn't confirm. So this area, as far as inverse head and shoulder pattern target up to 146.52, looks like it's faltering for the time being. However, if I take this away, we do still have bullish consolidation in this area. As long as price stays roughly at a 45-degree angle right here, bullish consolidation, maybe even tag this first support area just under $80. This bull flag measured move can take price all the way up to 124.28. So this would be a good stock to pick up whenever price starts providing discounts. Next up, Tau. Now, Tau Bitensor, this is one that I've brought up a few different times, and I did want to point out the amazing ability of and the amazing power really of technical analysis. So if you see here a couple lines on the chart, this one trend line inclining right here is a head and shoulders pattern that triggered. Notice when it triggered, price broke down, initially created this pivot, and then bounced right back up and retested that neckline. Folks, I've said this many times. It doesn't always happen, but you don't need to chase stocks. Once you see a pattern break, you don't need to just jump in and FOMO and have a full position. You may want to jump in immediately with partial position, but keep in mind and wait for knowing that price could retrace to that scene of the crime. So we retraced to that scene of the crime the very next day on Tau. And then we even poked above it again the following day. Then price fell back down and then bounced up. And then what do we see here? So this head and shoulders pattern had a measured move down to $300.27. We noticed we tagged that on Sunday. Just yesterday, we hit that measured move. Now, let me throw in another factor for why price is bouncing here. Now, keep in mind, I'm not the only technical analysis trader out there. There was other traders that saw this head and shoulder pattern, that saw the break and the price action right here, and knew that Tau in the near term was likely going to be going down, potentially to this measured move. So once that happened, there was traders like myself that are buying and picking this up, buying this right here, because it's fallen so much right into a technical area where the move was completed, exactly like what it says. Now, also, let's find another factor as to why price is bouncing today. All I did was grab my Fibonacci tool retracement, and I took it from the most recent pivot here on April 7th all the way up to the high here on May 12th. And what do we have? Lo and behold, right here, the 618 fib retrace, the mammoth behemoth of them all, the 618 was right there and tagged. And look at this fantastic bounce that's occurred so far. This stuff is truly remarkable, guys. And the reason you can see here, 15% bounce from that 618 retrace. The reason I bring up this education is because today we have Investor Empowerment Day. We've got all our education on sale. Guys, do yourself a favor. Educate yourself. No one can take away this education once you've taken it yourself, and you can use it for the rest of your life. Take advantage of this great opportunity. And this wraps up Trading the Close and Investment Empowerment Day. Thank you guys so much for all your participation. I can't wait to be back on the charts tomorrow with you guys. Until then, you all have a great rest of your day.
Timing matters, especially in the market and the bedroom.
No follow through, no volume, no surprise.
But when you start learning real strategy, using real tools, everything changes.
Now that was a full breakout with volume. Chef's kiss. Mwah.
Verified investing. Trade smarter. Perform better. Not financial advice, just facts, charts.
Should I follow my gut? Only if your gut has backtested results and trades with a stop loss. Buy high, sell higher. Bold, dumb, historic. What's volume mean? It means the whales are swimming, or you're about to get wrecked. EMA or SMA? Whichever one doesn't ghost you mid-trade. Is this financial advice? No, it's a sock with opinions. Should I trade on vibes? Only if your vibes have stop losses.
Verified investing, no cap, all facts. Not financial advice, just...